Coders today need to be like the director of a movie or the conductor of an orchestra. They decide what to do and how it should be done, while the AI handles the boring grunt work. But like any movie director, they need to know the limitations of their cast and crew. They need to know when to step in, know what adjustments to make, know when something isn't working quite as intended. The director must stay in control, just like a developer must stay in control. This wasn't always the case. It's more of a recent development, and this shift has a name. It's called vibe coding. But as always, I'm gonna be honest with you. Vibe coding can be horrible, nothing more than AI slop. That's why we have a senior developer here to teach you proper professional real-world vibe coding in this crash course. You'll learn to focus on what really matters while using the latest AI models like Claude, Gemini, and ChatGPT, plus integrated AI developer tools like GitHub Copilot and Cursor, plus open source tools so that you can wield greater control over your AI coding. You'll direct your vision and build real-world projects efficiently without the pitfalls commonly associated with vibe coding. That's what makes this crash course perfect for both beginners and experienced developers looking to become an AI-augmented developer. Your instructor is Jacinto Wong, a real senior developer who teaches you the actual workflows he uses in the real world to become an AI-augmented developer. Before we get started, we have an awesome bonus for you. By taking this crash course, you'll also get free access to Zero to Mastery's Discord community, which is normally reserved for ZTM Academy members. By joining, you'll be able to connect directly with Jacinto, other ZTM instructors, star mentors, and thousands of fellow students. The invite link is in the description down below. All right, let me hand it over to Jacinto so that you can start learning. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to this Vibe Coding Bootcamp. If you're new to learning how to code, or if you've never written code in your life, you might feel intimidated. And like everything in front of you is a wall of unreadable characters. Well, maybe not quite like looking at The Matrix, great movie by the way, but it brings up an interesting point about coding in general. Computers, at their root, are using binary code like this, just a series of ones and zeros representing on and off. Even when we move to something like this, if you don't know how to code, it's equally unreadable. But it is closer to English than the completely indecipherable ones and zeros. Now, thanks to advancements in artificial intelligence, we're able to move all the way to being able to write code just by writing conversational English, and even further than that, it doesn't need to be written in English to produce English code. I want to start by acknowledging why you're likely here. If you're like most people who have ever tried to build something on the web, you have at some point hit the wall. The wall is that moment of overwhelming frustration where a creative idea meets a cold, unforgiving, technical reality. It's the feeling you get after spending hours trying to center a button on a page, only to have it stubbornly stick to the left. It's the cryptic error message that appears after you forget a single semicolon, a message that might as well be written in a foreign language. It's the sheer intimidation of a blinking cursor on a blank screen, a silent testament to the vast gap between the beautiful website in your mind and the complex code required to bring it to life. For decades, this wall has been the gatekeeper of digital creation. It has stopped countless artists, entrepreneurs, and thinkers in their tracks. It has created a world where the ability to have a great idea and the ability to build that idea were two completely separate and often disconnected skills. Many of us, including myself, have stood before that wall and said to ourselves, I wish I could code, believing that the only way to get our ideas built was to spend years mastering the arcane art of writing perfect, line-by-line syntax. I'm here to tell you that as of today, that era is over. Now, we are living through a fundamental shift in how we create. The wall has not been destroyed, but a door has been created to go right through it. And this door has a name, a methodology we call vibe coding. This isn't necessarily no code, and it isn't magic, even though a lot of the time it's going to feel like magic. Vibe coding is a new form of creative partnership, a collaborative dance between human vision and artificial intelligence execution. It's a method that allows you to build sophisticated, professional websites and applications by focusing on what truly matters: your idea, your taste, and your unique point of view. To understand this shift, we need a new metaphor for your role. For years, the programmer was seen as a code writer. Their job was to be head down, focused on the meticulous craft of writing line after line of perfect prose, the code. They needed to have an encyclopedic memory of grammar, syntax, and punctuation. Their value was in their technical fluency, their ability to translate a plan into flawless execution, character by character. This is an incredibly difficult and valuable skill, but it is no longer the only way. In this course, you will learn to shed the role of the code writer and embrace a new, more powerful role, that of the code director. Think about what a film director does. They don't necessarily personally operate the camera, they don't build the sets, and they don't write the musical score. Instead, the director holds the complete vision. They communicate that vision to their expert team, the cinematographer, the set designer, the composer, and then they use their taste and critical judgment to review their work and guide it toward the intended outcome. The director's job is not the how of the technical execution, but the what and the why of the creative vision. This is your new role as a vibe coder. The AI is your new creative partner. It is your brilliant cinematographer, your tireless set builder, and your expert programmer all rolled into one. It can write clean HTML, elegant CSS, and complex JavaScript faster than any human ever could. But it has no taste. It has no original vision. It has no understanding of your audience or your goals. That is where you, the director, come in. Your job is no longer to sweat over every semicolon. Your new job is to provide a clear vision, to communicate that vision through well-crafted instructions, and to use your critical eye to review the AI's output, providing the feedback needed to refine it into a masterpiece. You are the source of the vibe, and the AI is the engine that makes it real. So, what does this all mean for you on this journey? It means that the barrier to entry for digital creation has been fundamentally lowered. The skills required to succeed have changed. The new bottleneck is no longer your typing speed or your memory for obscure functions. The new critical skill, the skill this course is designed to teach you, is the clarity of your vision and your ability to communicate it effectively. It's about learning to think like an architect, to plan like a producer, and to guide like a director. This course is your director's school. We will teach you the mindset, the workflow, and the communication skills needed to partner with the AI effectively. You will not only build a portfolio of incredible projects, but you will also develop a future-proof skill set that places you at the forefront of modern creation. The days of saying, "I wish I could code" are behind us. It's time to start saying, "Here is what I want to build." Welcome to the new era of creation. Welcome to Vibe Coding.
More than just syntax, found a brand new track. On zero to mastery, there's no turning back. I'm the code director with AI on my team, building out the future, living the web dream. Yeah.
Hi, welcome back. Previously, we established your new role, the director. You've shifted your mindset from being the person who painstakingly writes every line of code to the one who holds the vision and guides a powerful creative partner. But you might be wondering, how do we get here? How did this powerful new way of creating suddenly become possible? Understanding the story of our craft is essential because it not only shows where we've been, but it reveals the incredible scale of the opportunity that stands before you today. To truly grasp why vibe coding is so revolutionary, we need to take a look at three distinct eras of web development. The first was the manual era. This began in 1990 with the first web pages and went all the way until 2015. When we entered the assistant era, where we saw the onset of integrated developer environments, and at the tail end in 2023, when we saw the beginnings of our AI copilots. And finally, that brings us to the director's era, from 2023 onwards, where we saw a rapid development in large language models and their effectiveness at writing code all by themselves. This first period, which we can call the manual era, was the age of the artisan. Think of a blacksmith forging steel by hand, or a scribe copying a manuscript with quill and ink. In the early days of the web, this was the reality for developers. Every single piece of a website was written by hand, from scratch, in a simple text editor, something like Notepad. There were no helpers, no guides, and no safety nets. The developer's mind was the only library they had. They had to memorize thousands of commands, tags, and properties. Every line of code was a testament to raw effort and deep technical knowledge. It was a time of incredible craftsmanship, but it was also incredibly slow and unforgiving. The wall between idea and execution was at its highest, and only the most dedicated artisans could scale it. Now we're going to look at a couple of examples from webdesignmuseum.org, which we'll take a closer look at in the next lesson. In this example, you can see the first website from 1991. You can see that it looks very, very basic, as it actually predates CSS. This is written purely in HTML. So you can see we have a header at the top, and we have anchor tags as links to other pages that are highlighted in blue with an underline. So very, very basic stuff. Moving on from here, we can see an example of a text editor from 1997 that was purpose-built for writing code. So you can see that the interface is very basic, but on the right side, they actually did have some HTML-related tools, allowing you to create tables and lists and to check your HTML and links, as well as preview. But you can see it is still very basic. And here's an example of Google's first website from 1998. Looks pretty different compared to the modern one. Moving on. Next, as the web grew more complex, we entered the assistant era. This is the time period that has defined the last 10 to 15 years of development. The artisan didn't just have their hammer and anvil anymore. They now had a workshop filled with powerful assistants. These assistants came in the form of integrated developer environments, or IDEs, like the launch of Visual Studio Code in 2015. They brought with them incredible tools like autocomplete, which would suggest the rest of a command as you typed, and linters, which acted like a spell check for your code, catching simple errors before they caused major headaches. Towards the end of this era, early forms of AI, like the first versions of GitHub Copilot, emerged in 2021. These were like a true Copilot, able to suggest the next logical line of code or even a small function, but their role was limited. They were assistants, helping you write your code faster. They didn't write the script for you. They just helped you find the right words more quickly. The fundamental role of the developer as the primary writer remained unchanged. You can see here that we have an example of an early IDE called IntelliJ, and you can see that it looks somewhat closer to a modern IDE in that we have all of the files and folders for our project on the left side here, and then we have our file open in the middle, and we could have multiple files open at a time. And you can see at the top that it also has more and more tools, the ability to refactor, analyze our code, things like that. And now we can see the first version of Visual Studio Code that was released in 2015. You can see that the interface is a lot more basic, and there are a lot less context menus at the top. You'll see later on in the course that the modern version of Visual Studio Code is a lot better designed and has a lot more features. And this is an example of the early version of GitHub's Copilot. It had the ability, if you were to write the comment here on line 47, generate a function that retrieves DB items by priority. It was actually able to suggest the function, a very basic function. So this is something that I actually used in 2021, 2022 when it first came out. I did find that it was pretty limited in what it could actually do and what was actually useful, but it was able to do certain tasks here and there that were helpful. And that brings us to today, to the generative leap and the dawn of what we are calling the director's era. This shift didn't happen gradually. It was a seismic event that began in late 2022 and exploded into the mainstream throughout 2023. The development of powerful large language models, the technology that powers the tools we'll use in this course, changed everything. The key difference is that these new models aren't just assistants, they're generators. They don't just suggest the next line, they can generate the entire scene. They can understand context, intent, and abstract creative requests in a way that was pure science fiction just a few years ago. And that brings us to this very moment, today. You're standing at the absolute sweet spot in this new era. The technology is mature enough to be incredibly powerful, but the skills to wield it are still new enough that by mastering them, you're placing yourself at the forefront of a creative revolution. So here is a preview of some of the tools we're going to be using in this course. The first one is ChatGPT by OpenAI. And you can see I have a prompt here. Create a password generator using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And you can see on the right side that it has generated a lot of that code just by that simple command. That's pretty incredible stuff. Moving on, we have another example. This is Gemini by Google. Again, it has a bit of a more complicated prompt, but what's very cool about Gemini is you can see that you're actually able to preview the code that it is suggesting for you, which is an awesome feature that blew me away the first time that I saw it. And another example is Claude by Anthropic. So again, I had a very simple prompt, create a password generator with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And you can see that it also has the ability to preview the code that it has generated, and it actually is already fully functional. It was a very simple input, and it's able to create this beautiful password generator. This all might seem like magic, but this is the power that is available now in the director's era. The thing that you're generating doesn't even need to be code. You can see now that AI video generation has gotten incredibly good. With one simple prompt, I was able to make this 8-second video using Veo, which is a tool available on Google Gemini. Isn't that incredible that in this day and age, we can make a video of this quality with AI? It is truly magical. So, what does this historical shift mean for you right now? It unlocks 4 massive opportunities. The first, unprecedented speed. The time between having an idea and seeing a working version of it has collapsed. A task that used to take a skilled developer a week of painstaking work, like building a multi-step form with complex validation, can now be prototyped in a single afternoon. This doesn't just mean you build faster. It means you can test and iterate on your ideas faster. You'll spend less time wrestling with technical problems and more time making your creative vision even better. Second, true creative empowerment. This is perhaps the most profound change. For the first time, the ability to create on the web is no longer limited by your ability to memorize syntax. If you can clearly and thoughtfully describe what you want to build, you can begin building it. This opens the doors of digital creation to a whole new world of people. Artists, entrepreneurs, writers, experts in every field who have incredible ideas but were previously stopped by the technical barrier of the past. Your vision is now your most valuable asset. Third, accelerated learning. A common fear is that using AI will make you a lazy or unskilled developer. The opposite is true if you approach it with a director's curiosity. The AI is the most patient and knowledgeable tutor you will ever have. It's available 24/7 and is happy to answer any question. You can move beyond just generating code and start asking the critical why questions. Prompts like, explain this JavaScript function to me like I'm 5, or you used CSS Grid for this layout. What are the pros and cons of this approach compared to Flexbox? Can turn the AI from a simple tool into a powerful learning accelerator. Finally, all of this culminates in a modern career edge. In today's competitive landscape, employers and clients value results above all else. They need people who can solve problems and deliver high-quality products efficiently. Being a skilled vibe coder, a director who can strategize, communicate effectively with AI, and guide a project from a simple idea to a polished, deployed application makes you incredibly valuable. It shows you are not just a technician, but a strategic creator who understands how to leverage the most powerful tools of our time. This brings us to our key takeaway. Vibe coding is not a fad, and it isn't a shortcut for the lazy. It's the next logical evolution in the story of digital creation, a direct continuation of the journey from the artisan to the assistant and now to the director. It's a durable skill set based on the timeless principles of clear vision, effective communication, and critical thinking. Mastering it now, at this pivotal moment, provides a significant and lasting advantage in your speed, your learning, and your career. Okay, so now that we've taken a look at the story of vibe coding including its history and opportunities. In the next lesson, we'll take a look at the quirks of AI and how you're going to be interacting with it. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lesson, we took a look at a few images from the Web Design Museum. But I thought I'd take a couple of minutes to actually show you the website because it is very, very interesting. And I would encourage you to check out this site on your own because I'm only going to scratch the surface here. So, why are we doing this? Why look at these old, clunky designs? First, for context. Understanding these early sites helps us appreciate why modern web design principles exist. We have responsive design today because these old, fixed-width sites look terrible on the first smartphones. Second, for inspiration. It's amazing to see how creative designers were with such limited technology. And third, to learn from the past. By seeing what worked and what really, really didn't, we can make better design choices today. Okay, so you can see we have websites, apps, and software. And on the home page, we have some examples of some popular websites here. So we're going to go ahead and click on YouTube. So you'll notice, first and foremost, that there's a lot of text happening and not as many images or video previews as we would see in the modern version. And you'll also notice that it is a square. So most monitors of this time period were still 4:3 aspect ratio instead of the 16:9 or 16:10 rectangles we're used to today. And we have the option to fast forward, and you can see that it's changed quite a bit from 2005 to 2010, a lot more emphasis on the videos. And we can skip ahead to 2015. And we can see that we have a lot more red highlights, a much more similar layout to what we have today, and a lot of square corners, which was popular for a very long time in web development. And if we fast forward to 2023, we can see that we have a lot more subtle highlights here. The only red is really the YouTube logo. And you see we have a lot of rounded corners pretty much everywhere. The video previews, the user profile, all of these boxes here, and the sign in here. It's a lot of rounded corners, which makes it look a lot more modern. So the other cool thing about this Web Design Museum is that we can actually click on this link here in the Internet Archive to actually explore a version of this page from a given period in time. So you can see we are on YouTube from 2013. You can see it's slowly loading in all of these little icons, but it's very cool to be able to actually click around this live web page. Very, very cool. Okay, and if we go back to our home page here, and we can click on apps, and we can see that we have a lot of different examples of apps here, and they look very, very different. One's from more than 10 years ago. And we can also look at software, and you can see some of the first web browsers. And if we click on graphics, we can see some old versions of Photoshop. And we also have the option to click on web design history. So you can see it starts all the way at 1990. And we have the first version of Photoshop. We can click on that to get a closer look. So that is what Photoshop looked like. It was an entirely grayscale application because that's what the Mac was at the time. It didn't have any colors. So that is the very first version of Photoshop. And you can see we have the first search engine here. It looks very, very basic. And if we scroll down, we have the first website. So we looked at this example within the course already, and you can continue on from there. We have the first text editor, which we also took a look at from 1992. And if we scroll up, we can look at different eras. So 2009 to present. Facebook adds the like button. We have the invention of BEM, which is a CSS naming convention in 2009. We have Microsoft Bing. We have Flexbox in 2009. And we have the CSS Awards website, which is a very cool website that I would encourage you to check out. It has a lot of really, really great designs on it, and I'll actually provide a link to this as well. Okay, and then lastly, if we hover over websites, we can actually see they have a few different exhibitions here. So we can actually look at specifically like bad and ugly websites. So you can see this one has a lot of stuff going on with a lot of different texts. It's quite a lot to take in. So definitely try to avoid building something like this. We could also look at Y2K aesthetic. So this is from the late 90s, early 2000s. Later on in the course, we might even take some screenshots from different websites and provide it to the AI as a source of inspiration to make our own vintage web page. Okay, so that's basically it for the Web Design Museum. Again, I would encourage you to check it out on your own. There is a lot of really cool content to see on here. Okay, so that's it for this one. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hi, welcome back. In our last lesson, we took a journey through the history of web development and mapped out the incredible opportunities that stand before us in this new director's era. It's an exciting time, and the potential for creation is truly limitless. But a good director knows their tools inside and out, not just their strengths, but their weaknesses, their quirks, and their limitations. To effectively partner with AI, you can't treat it like a magical, all-knowing oracle. You have to understand it for what it is, an incredibly powerful, but sometimes flawed tool. This lesson is a reality check. We're going to pull back the curtain and look at the strange behaviors and shortfalls of the AI models we'll be working with. Understanding these quirks isn't meant to discourage you. It's meant to empower you. Knowing the limitations of your tools is what transforms you from a frustrated amateur into a calm, effective professional who knows exactly what to watch out for. There are 4 primary shortfalls that you need to be aware of. So first, we have garbage in and garbage out. This basically means the quality of your input, or your prompt, is directly related to the quality of the output you're going to get. Next, hallucinations refers to the AI being very, very sure about something that is completely false. You've probably seen many examples of this online. Next, knowledge cutoff and bias. So a lot of AI models have a knowledge cutoff that's between 6 months and a year, or maybe even more, where they had taken a snapshot of the web at that time and might not possess knowledge that exists after that snapshot was taken. This can also lead to bias in that it can suggest a technique for something that might be out of date. And lastly, non-determinism. So you could enter the same prompt over and over again, and you might get varying results every single time, and you certainly would get different results between different AI models. So let's take a look at the first and most important. So this is the principle of garbage in, garbage out. Think of the AI as a brilliant but extremely literal personal chef. If you walk into the kitchen and say, "Make me some food," you're going to get something completely random. It might make you a pizza, or it might make you a bowl of ramen. You have absolutely no control. But if you walk in and say, I want a spicy arrabbiata pasta with penne, grilled chicken, fresh basil, and a light dusting of Parmesan, you will get exactly that. The AI is not a mind reader. The quality and precision of your input, your prompt, directly dictate the quality and precision of its output. A vague vibe will result in vague, generic code. A clear, detailed vision will result in clear, detailed code. Everything we learn about prompting from here on out is designed to solve this one fundamental issue. The second quirk is one of the most famous and sometimes frustrating aspects of modern AI: hallucinations. An AI hallucination is when the model confidently and authoritatively invents something that is completely false. Think of it like an overly eager intern who, when asked a question they don't know the answer to, would rather make up a plausible sounding answer than admit that they don't know. For example, who invented the telephone? The AI might say the telephone was invented in 1983 by Sir Taco Tuesday, a famous Canadian chef who wanted to order pizza faster. So that's a pretty funny example, but it is an example of what can happen. For a code-based example, you might ask the AI to use a popular charting library to create a bar chart. The AI might generate code that calls a function named createAwesomeBarChart. That function sounds perfect, it looks right, but when you run the code, you get an error. Why? Because that function doesn't actually exist in the library. The AI just invented it because it seemed like the right answer. This is why the most important rule for a vibe coder is to verify everything. You must always test the code the AI gives you because you can never assume it's 100% correct, no matter how confident it sounds. Third, we have the dual issue of knowledge cutoffs and bias. Large language models are not always live connected to the internet, though some do have the ability to search for up-to-date information. They are always trained on a massive snapshot of the web from a specific period in time. For many models, that knowledge might end sometime in 2023 or 2024. So you could ask, what is the newest version of ChatGPT? And you might get the answer, as of my last update in June 2024, it was GPT 3.5. And of course, right now we're already at GPT-5. So this highlights the issue of the knowledge cutoff. Think of it like talking to a brilliant history professor who is an expert on everything up until their retirement, but they haven't read a single new book or journal since. This means the AI might not know about the very latest CSS features or the most modern JavaScript libraries. Furthermore, the data it was trained on contains all the bad habits and security flaws of the past. It might suggest a way of doing something that was common practice 5 years ago, but is now considered unsecure or inefficient. As a director, it's your job to have a critical eye and question whether the AI's approach is truly the best and most modern way to solve a problem. For example, you might have an input, how do I create a 2-column layout in HTML? And it might provide an output that looks something like this. So you can see we have a table with a table row and a TD element with a style inline that says width 50%, and it did that for the left and right column. However, a better answer might be something like this, where we're actually creating a div with a class of container using Flexbox, and then each div nested inside using the class of column and using the property flex with a value of 1 and then a padding of 10 pixel is a much more modern approach. Finally, we have the fascinating quirk of non-determinism. This simply means that if you give the same AI the same prompt twice, you will likely get 2 different answers. Think of the AI as a creative jazz musician. If you ask them to play a C minor chord, they will. But if you ask them to play it again a minute later, they won't play the exact same notes in the exact same way. They'll add a different flourish, a new rhythm, a slight variation. It's still a C minor chord, but it has a different feeling, a different vibe. This is both a feature and a challenge. It's a feature because it allows for immense creativity. If you don't like the first solution the AI gives you, you can simply ask again to get a fresh perspective. It's a challenge because it can be difficult to get a perfectly repeatable result. Understanding this randomness is key to managing your workflow. For example, I could ask the AI to write a haiku about CSS, and I might get this output. Cascading whispers, styles flow like gentle rivers, pages dressed in grace. Or if I ask again, I might get something like this. Lines of code cascade, colors, shapes, and fonts align. Web's silent artwork. Pretty cool, but 2 very different answers to the exact same input. So again, this is great for creativity, but not as good for trying to get a perfectly repeatable result every time. So, in summary, let's take a look at the problems that we discussed, or quirks. So, garbage in, garbage out, hallucinations, knowledge cutoffs and bias, and non-determinism. What are some of the solutions? So, for garbage in, garbage out, you want to be as specific as you can. For hallucinations, you want to make sure that you are verifying the output that you are getting. For knowledge cutoffs and bias, if you know for a fact that it doesn't have the latest library documentation that was released last week, you could actually copy and paste the documentation, and that might allow it to actually be able to give you code based on that documentation. And lastly, for non-determinism, the only thing to do is embrace it. Allow for different outputs with the same prompt for creative things like brainstorming, for example. Okay, so that's been a lot of theory so far. It's now time for a hands-on experiment. I'll see you in that next one. Bye for now. Okay, so we're going to look at some of these AI quirks in practice here, and we're going to do that by using ChatGPT, which is probably the AI that most people are familiar with. We're going to dive into signing up for ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and Claude at the beginning of the next module, so you don't necessarily need to follow along with this. This is more of an example, but feel free to follow along if you would like to. And during this video, I'm going to be copying and pasting HTML, CSS, JavaScript. These are all of the languages that we'll be using for web development. That's what the majority of this course is going to be about. But don't worry if you don't understand any of it yet. We are going to get into more of the fundamentals and the basics of web development a little bit later in the course. But I wanted you to see some practical examples related to the kind of content we will be covering later on. Okay, so we're going to start with the first quirk, which is garbage in, garbage out. So I'm going to say, make me a button in HTML. And you can see that it is giving me a button here, and it's deciding on the styling for me, and it has created this button. So I'm going to copy the styling, and I'm going to paste this into codepen.io as a quick way to actually preview our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript right inside of our browser. Very convenient. And I'm going to go ahead and now copy the HTML as well. And we will paste that in there. Okay, and we have a button. So we have a green button and it says click me. So it decided on all of the styling, the color, everything for us because we didn't specify what we wanted. It just took a guess at what we wanted. So let's try this again, trying to make a button, but let's be more specific with what we want. So we want to create the HTML and CSS for a modern call to action button. It should say, get started now. The background should be a vibrant blue gradient. The text should be white and bold. The corners should be rounded, like most modern buttons, and it should have a subtle box shadow, so shadow on the bottom, also very modern. And when a user hovers over it, the button should slightly grow in size. Okay, and let's see what it gives us. Okay, so let's grab the CSS first. And we're going to just remove this previous CSS, and we'll remove the button as well. And we'll paste the CSS there, and we'll go back and actually grab the button. Okay, and paste that HTML there. And you can see now we have a lot more of a specific example. You can see it has this subtle shadow. It's a blue gradient, and it gets slightly larger when we are hovering over it. So you can see we have a superior result because we were more specific about what we wanted. Okay, moving on. So hallucinations. Let's actually make another chat here, new chat. And we're going to say, using the chart.js library, create a pie chart. Please use the awesome animate slice on hover function to make the slices pop out when the mouse hovers over them. So this function doesn't exist. Hopefully that's clear by the fact that it is an awesome function. Okay, and we'll see what it is giving us here. Okay, so we have our JavaScript here. So we'll start by copying this over to CodePen. So we'll copy this, and we're going to paste it into our JS here. And we're going to grab the CSS, paste that in there, and we're going to grab this. And this is the source of our chart.js. And we're going to go into settings, JavaScript, and we're going to paste this in there and close. And then lastly, we're going to copy the HTML. If you were using Visual Studio Code, which we will eventually, you can actually just click this copy and create an HTML file and just paste the whole thing in. But I will save that for once we actually set up Visual Studio Code. Okay, so you can see we have our pie chart here, But you can see when I hovered over it, you might have noticed this little red exclamation mark. And if we look at the console here, we can see that we have an error. Awesome animate slice on hover is not defined. So that is because this function does not exist. Okay, so that is an example of a hallucination. Okay, so next we're going to try to take a look at the knowledge cutoff. So in my new chat here, I'm going to ask what is the current version of ChatGPT. So you can see it's actually searching the web, and it actually is giving me the correct answer. You're currently interacting with GPT-5, OpenAI's newest and most advanced model as of August 7th. Though it is possible when you're watching this video that there is a newer version of ChatGPT, but this was the current version at the time of recording. So by searching the web, it is able to get around this knowledge cutoff. In the next modules, when we take a look at the language model arena, when we compare different AI models, there will be a lot of examples where it'll have more of these quirks like knowledge cutoff, but you can see for ChatGPT, it is able to overcome this by searching the web. Okay, and lastly, let's take a look at non-determinism. So this one is the most fun, in my opinion, because you never really know what you're going to get. Okay, so I'm going to ask it to write a short, encouraging loading message for a user framed as a single line JavaScript comment. Okay, loading your stuff, you're doing great. Now, if I were to copy this and go into a new chat and paste this exact same prompt and press enter, you can see that it's thinking again. And loading your setup, you're almost there, you got this. So it gave us a different response to the exact same prompt. Obviously, there are other ways to see this non-determinism in action, but I wanted to just give you a simple example for now. We'll explore this more throughout the course when we use it for brainstorming and coming up with our project ideas and our project requirements. Okay, so that's it for looking at AI quirks for now. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at the Professional's Toolkit. This is going to be examining an ethical framework, so things that you should and shouldn't do, as well as a framework for success, giving you a guide to be successful in this course and in your career as well. All right, I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Okay, now that we understand the incredible power and the unique quirks of our AI partner, we arrive at the most important question. With this new tool at our side, how do we ensure we actually succeed? How do we move beyond generating code and transform this process into a powerful engine for genuine learning and professional growth? That's where our Professional Toolkit comes in. So we're going to build this toolkit comprised of the framework for success and an ethical framework. We'll start by discussing the framework for success. The first and most important rule of this framework is to embrace the director mindset. Throughout this course, you will hear me repeat this idea, and for good reason. It is the single biggest shift you need to make to be successful. You are not here to be a passive passenger on a journey where the AI does all the driving. You are the one with the map, the destination, and the ultimate authority over the vehicle. What does this mean in practice? It means you must be an active participant, not an observer. When the AI generates a block of code, Your job isn't just to blindly copy and paste it and call it a day. Your job is to immediately become its first and most important critic. Ask yourself, is this what I asked for? Does this code align with my vision? Is it clean? Is it efficient? And does it feel right? You must have an opinion. You must learn to guide, question, and critique the output. The moment you stop simply accepting the AI's first draft and start actively directing it toward your specific vision is the moment you transition from being a simple user to a true creator. The second rule is straightforward, but it is absolutely crucial. You have to do the work. In a video-based course like this, it can be incredibly tempting to just sit back, watch me craft a prompt, and see the code appear. You might understand it conceptually, and it might feel like you're learning. But watching somebody play the guitar is not the same thing as learning to play it yourself. True skill is built through hands-on practice, through the physical act of doing. This means that when I build a project, you should be building it right alongside with me. Type out the prompts in your own words. Copy the code from your AI chat and paste it into your own code editor. Refresh your own browser to see the result. This process builds a kind of muscle memory for the entire vibe coding workflow. It bridges the gap between theoretical understanding and practical fluency. Learning in this new era is not a spectator sport. Your active participation is the key that unlocks deep, lasting knowledge. Rule number 3 is a direct command, and it might feel counterintuitive at first. You must not be afraid to break things. In the traditional world of coding, making a mistake can be a disaster. A single wrong line of code can unravel hours of work and lead to a demoralizing hunt for the source of the problem. This naturally creates a sense of fear, which causes developers to be timid, to stick to what they know, and to avoid experimentation. We are going to eliminate that fear. How? By providing you with the ultimate safety net. In an upcoming lesson, we are going to master a tool called Git, which is essentially a time machine for your code. It allows you to take a perfect snapshot, a save point, of your entire project whenever it's in a good working state. This simple tool fundamentally changes the game. It means that when the AI gives you a wild, ambitious suggestion, your reaction is no longer, "That sounds risky." Your new reaction is, "Let's try it." You can completely overhaul a section, delete a feature, or try a bizarre new layout, all with the calm confidence that if it doesn't work out, you're always just one single command away from instantly reverting back to your last perfect version. This safety net makes true experimentation possible. Your curiosity is the engine of your growth, and this rule gives you the freedom to follow that curiosity wherever it leads without fear. This brings us to our fourth and final rule for success, which is powered by that very same curiosity. You must ask why relentlessly. This is the habit that will turn the AI from a simple code writing machine into the most effective and patient personal tutor you could ever ask for. It is not enough to simply get code that works. To truly learn and grow, you must understand the code you are directing. Here is the workflow I want you to adopt. Whenever the AI generates a piece of code that contains anything you don't fully understand, a function, a CSS property, a strange-looking piece of syntax, you must immediately stop and interrogate it. Your next prompt should not be about the next feature. It should be a question. Ask things like, "Explain this block of code to me as if I'm a complete beginner." Or, "You chose a map function here. Why is that better than a loop in this situation?" You can ask, "What does the async keyword mean in this function? Is this the most modern and accessible way to build this component?" This constant questioning is the key to building deep, durable knowledge. It ensures you are not just building a project, but you're building a genuine understanding of the principles behind it. This is how AI makes you a smarter, more capable developer, not just a faster one. But being a great director isn't just about skill. It's also about integrity and professionalism. And this brings us to the final part of our playbook, the non-negotiable ethical rules that you must carry with you throughout your entire career. The golden rule here is that you simply must protect sensitive information. Never, ever paste secrets, private keys, passwords, proprietary code, or any sensitive client data into a public AI chat interface. You have to operate under the assumption that anything you submit could be seen by human reviewers at the AI company, be used as data for training future models, or, in a worst-case scenario, be inadvertently exposed. Protecting your data, your company's data, and your client's data is not just good practice, it is your fundamental professional duty. Think of a public AI chat as a postcard. You would never write your bank password on it. Apply that same level of caution to your work as a developer. And the second ethical rule brings us right back to our core concept of being the director. You are 100% responsible and accountable for the final code in your project, regardless of who or what wrote the first draft. You cannot blame the AI for a bug, a security flaw, or a poorly designed feature. A film director reviews every shot before it makes it into the final movie. If a microphone is visible in a scene, they can't blame the audio engineer after the film is in theaters. It was the director's job to catch that mistake during the review process. The same is true for you. If your website has a bug, that is your bug. If it has a security vulnerability, that is your vulnerability. The code you receive from an AI is always just a first draft, a suggestion from a brilliant but fallible partner. It is your job as the director to put that code through rigorous testing, to review it with a critical eye, and to ensure it meets professional standards of quality, security, and accessibility before you give it your final approval. The final product is always a reflection of your direction and your quality control. So, there you have it. A complete toolkit for this new era. A framework for success built on active direction and relentless curiosity, and an ethical framework built on privacy and absolute accountability. Success in this new era is truly a combination of two things: dedicated hands-on practice and unwavering professional responsibility. With this toolkit in hand, you are now ready to move beyond theory. You have the mindset, the learning strategy, and the professional guardrails in place. In the next module, we're going to start by building a game. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to learn a little bit more about the director's process and a little bit more theory, but we're going to finally start diving in to actually building something together. All right, I'll see you in the next module. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. In this second module, we're going to dive into the Vibe Coder's Handbook, a step-by-step process to get you the final results you want out of the AI. In the first module, we planted a seed, the idea that your role is evolving from a writer of code into a director of creation. In this lesson, we're going to water that seed and let it grow into the foundational philosophy that will guide every action you take in this course. This is where we formally establish the mindset you need to succeed, moving from the abstract idea of a director to the concrete actions that define their work. First, let's deepen the metaphor that sits at the heart of this entire course, the film director analogy. Imagine you're on the set of a major motion picture. As the director, you're surrounded by a team of world-class experts. You have a cinematographer who has mastered every camera and lens ever made. You have a special effects team that can build entire cities from scratch. You have a cast of brilliant actors who can deliver any line with perfect emotion. This is your relationship with the AI. The AI is your cast and crew. It knows every CSS property, every JavaScript framework, and every HTML tag. It can generate stunning visuals in the form of complex layouts and animations instantly. It is, without a doubt, the most talented technical team ever assembled. But what happens if you, the director, don't have a clear vision? What if you give the cinematographer vague instructions? What if you hand the actors a script with no story? You get chaos. You get a collection of technically brilliant but emotionally empty and incoherent scenes. The team's talent is wasted without your unified vision to guide it. Your job as the vibe coder is to be that single source of truth. You write the script through your prompts. You set the scene through your planning. You provide the creative direction that aligns all of the AI's incredible potential toward creating one single cohesive masterpiece. This leads us to a more nuanced understanding of our partner. We must see the AI as a brilliant but flawed collaborator. Its brilliance lies in two areas: knowledge and speed. It has memorized a vast library of code and can execute on technical instructions faster than any human. This is the strength we want to leverage. We will use it to generate boilerplate, to write complex functions, and to handle the tedious parts of coding so we can focus on the big picture. However, its flaws are just as significant. The AI has no true understanding. It has no taste. It has no awareness of your ultimate goal. It can build a technically perfect button, but it has no idea if that button should feel playful, professional, urgent, or calm. It can write a function that works, but it doesn't know if that function solves your user's actual problem. Its weakness is its complete lack of genuine intent and aesthetic judgment. Our entire strategy as a vibe coder is built around this reality. We maximize the AI's speed, while we mitigate the weakness by providing our own vision and feedback. We use the AI for the technical how, but we are the creative why. To work effectively with this kind of partner, we need a core strategic principle. Always start with the simplest possible version of your idea. Imagine you're a sculptor. It is infinitely easier to start with a solid block of marble and carefully chip away pieces to reveal the statue within. It is nearly impossible to start with a mess of shattered pieces and try to glue them back together into a coherent form. The same is true when working with AI. If you give the AI a massive, complex prompt, asking it to build 10 different things at once, you are inviting it to make mistakes, to hallucinate, and to produce a tangled mess of code. Instead, the professional workflow is to break the problems down and start simple. If you want to build a complex navigation bar, first ask the AI to build the basic HTML structure. Test it. If it's good, then ask it to add the CSS. Test it again. If that's good, then ask for the JavaScript to make it responsive and functional. This approach of building and verifying in small, simple steps is more efficient, less frustrating, and produces a much higher quality result. Finally, all these ideas, the director's vision, the flawed collaborator, the rule of simplicity, come together in a practical, repeatable workflow. This is the core iterative loop. The 5-step mantra that we will use for every single thing we build in this course. Memorize it because it will become the rhythm of your work. These 5 steps are vision, prompt, generate, test, and refine. First, vision. This is the planning stage. You clarify in your own mind exactly what you want to build. What does it do? What does it look like? Second, prompt. You translate that vision into a clear, structured instruction for the AI. Third, generate. This is the step where the AI does its work and provides you with the first draft of the code. Fourth, test. This is the immediate and non-negotiable step of putting that code into a real browser to see if it works as expected. And fifth, refine. Based on your testing, you either approve the code or you begin a conversation with the AI to tweak it, fix it, or improve it, which sends you back into a smaller loop of prompting, generating, and testing until it meets your standard. This brings us to the key takeaway for this entire lesson. Your primary job as a modern creator has fundamentally evolved. You are no longer paid for your ability to memorize syntax or to type code quickly. You are now responsible for vision, communication, quality control, and for making critical decisions that guide a project from an abstract idea to a polished reality. With this new mindset firmly in place, you're ready to begin learning the practical skills that will bring it to life. Okay, we're finally ready to build our first project together. We're going to be signing up for a few different AI models, and then we're going to be building a game together. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'll see you there. Bye for now. Okay, so in this one, we're going to be going over the basics of the ChatGPT UI, starting with the sign-up process. Though I would imagine that a lot of you have already signed up for ChatGPT, as it's been the most popular AI model for a few years now. But if you haven't, we're going to start from scratch. So first thing, we're going to go to the URL chatgpt.com. And you can see that it's prompting us to either log in or sign up. So we're going to go ahead and click sign up. You can also use it logged out, but I would recommend signing in so that you can save your chats. So you do have the option to sign in with Google, Microsoft, Apple, or your phone. I'm just going to put in my email address here. Okay, and then I'm going to need to create a password for OpenAI. So I'm going to come up with my super secret password here. Okay, and we're going to continue. And I'm not going to save that password for now. And you can see it's going to send you a verification code to your email. And I'm going to go ahead and type that in. Okay, and I'm going to continue. And it's going to ask me for my full name. And I'm going to put in my birthday. And we're in. So right off the bat, it's giving us some tips for getting started. We can ask questions. We can write code. It's advising us not to share sensitive info, as we discussed in the previous module. And it also says to check your facts, to make sure you're verifying information. Again, something else we have already discussed. Okay, let's go. So this is the interface. If we go over here to the side, we can see that we have the option of new chat, search chats, and library. We can actually open the sidebar. And Sora is a video generator. We have some custom GPT models we can use. If we click on this, you can see that there are different GPTs that are used for different things. So this one is for writing. This one is related to research. And there's a lot of other options as well. We're not going to get too deep into this for now. And if we go down at the bottom and we click on our name here, we also have the option to upgrade our plan, customize ChatGPT, go to our settings. So you can see we can change to a dark mode theme. We could change our accent colors to be whatever we would like. Let's go with green, let's say. It will auto-detect our language, auto-detect spoken language, and it has a voice, and we can have notifications. We can turn on custom instructions and give it a reference for things that we want it to do with custom instructions. Again, we're not going to get too deep into that for now. We have the option of turning off saving memories, but we're going to leave that on to just make things easier. And we can also connect Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, and we have some data controls. We can delete all of our chats. We can export our data, and archive chats, and we can turn on two-factor authentication. You might want to do that if you're deciding to use the paid version. And you can see, again, we can upgrade our account, which extends limits on GPT-5, which is the newest model. And you can access other things, standard and advanced voice mode, deep research models, and we can create and use tasks, projects, and custom GPTs. We'll get maybe more into the premium features of GPT Plus in a future video, but for right now, we're just going to stick with the basic version. So let's go to a new chat, and we will enter something here. So, hello, I'm new here. What can you do for me? And we'll press enter. And you can see our prompt here is in green, so we were able to change that accent color, which looks pretty cool. And it is giving us an answer here. So welcome, glad you're here. I can help with answering questions, writing and editing, learning and tutoring, coding and data, lots of different things. And you'll see we have a few different options down here. We can rate our response as good or bad. We can copy the response that we've been given. We can share. We can have it read aloud to us, or we can try again. So we can have it regenerate its output using the exact same prompt. So we talked about non-determinism. Now, when I regenerate it, you can see that it is actually giving me a different answer, and I have the option to go back to the first answer if I want to see the difference between the two. So you see I have first one and second one. And then from there, it can actually create branches. So let's say I want to have some ideas for a creative project. And it's giving me a few options here. And if I scroll back up, I actually have the option to go back to 1, and I can actually give a different answer. I want to learn how to code. Okay, so you can see it's giving me an answer here. And if I switch back to number 2, you can see it has that answer that it just gave me. And I could switch back to 1, and it gives me the answer about learning how to code. So we can actually branch into different conversations even within the same chat. Though I would recommend that you keep one chat to one context, as that's going to just make things easier to organize. So you'll notice now, if I go over to my sidebar, that it is actually saving this chat that I just created, and it's giving it a title. I can actually rename this if I want it to be something more specific. So ChatGPT features, let's say, and I can press enter, and now it is saved. And then I can go ahead and start a new chat, and I can say, tell me a joke. And you'll see when I do that, why don't skeletons ever fight each other? Because they don't have the guts. Okay, great. You can see now I have this conversation here about tell me a joke, and I can go ahead and try again to get a different joke if I don't like that joke. And we also have the option, if we don't like the joke, we can say search the web, and maybe this time it'll give us a joke from the web instead of creating. Yeah, so here, Good Housekeeping is going to give us a joke. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Yes, I've heard that one before. And you can see it even has the source for this joke. Okay, I could even say, be more concise. Why don't skeletons ever fight each other? They don't have the guts. So that was less characters technically than the first time it told that joke. So it did modify it. And I could say, add details. So I want it to elaborate and give me a joke with a little bit more build-up. A man walks into a library, goes up to the counter, and says to the librarian, I'll have a cheeseburger, fries, and a large soda. The librarian looks at him, blinks a couple times, and says, Sir, this is the library. The man's eyes widen, he nods in sudden understanding, leans in very close, and whispers, Oh, sorry, I'll have a cheeseburger, fries, and a large soda. Okay, pretty funny. So you can see that there's a lot of little things that are different maybe in ChatGPT now than before. I've been using it for a few years and it has evolved a little bit over time, though the fundamental UI is likely to stay largely the same. Okay, that's it for this one. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Okay, so in this one, we're going to be going over the Google Gemini's UI. And I would assume a lot of you are familiar with Google and you probably already have a Google account. So you will actually just sign in with your existing Google account for Gemini. So let's go ahead and just type gemini.google.com. You can use it without signing in, but I would recommend signing in so that you can save your chat histories. So I'm going to click sign in here, and I'm going to put in my email. And I'm going to enter my password, and you can see we're signed in. It even has a custom hello message with my name. Okay, pretty cool. So we're going to dismiss this here. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at the tools. So we have deep research, we have Canvas, we can generate images, and we can have guided learning. Okay, that's pretty cool. We also have the option to upgrade to Gemini Pro. And as with ChatGPT and Claude and any other AI, you will probably get a lot more out of it if you do upgrade to the Pro version, which is usually around $20 per month. We'll talk about that a little later in the course. So you can see we have a model drop down here. So 2.5 Flash, and we have the 2.5 Pro reasoning model. So we can actually use the Pro model without paying, but it will have a limit to how much we can use it. And you can see we can expand our menu here. We have the option to actually create a storybook. You can customize a picture book for children or adults, give it a topic, and it will actually write the story and generate the images, which is kind of a cool feature. And outside of that, we can take a quick look at our settings. So for saved info, you can actually give it some information about yourself so that when it is prompting in the future, it will keep these things in mind. This is kind of similar to custom instructions in ChatGPT. So for example, I'm a vegetarian, so don't suggest recipes with meat, or I only want to write code in JavaScript, things like that. So you can use that if you like. And outside of that, you also have the ability to link your other Google apps, which might make it easier for you to do certain things. We'll talk about this more later on in the course. But the integration part of Google Gemini is definitely something that is a huge advantage over other AI models because it can integrate with your Gmail, your calendar, your Google Docs, and Google Drive, even your YouTube and Google Flights and Google Maps. So it does have that going for it versus the other AI models. And lastly, we can change the theme to dark mode. That is my preferred mode. And we'll go ahead and minimize this, and we'll click on New Chat. And we can go ahead and prompt it. It has some suggestions down here, and I'll just go ahead and give it this suggestion. You can see if we click this drop-down icon here, it's actually going to show us what it's actually doing and what it's thinking about. It's searching philosophical works of Plato and Aristotle. It's initiated a broad search. It's analyzing what it is finding, and it's comparing their views. And then if we collapse that back, we actually have our answer here, and it's explaining the differences. It's providing a source here, and yeah, a lot of sources actually. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And of course, we can do a new chat. You can see that it is naming our chat here automatically. We can either rename this chat, and we can just call it Plato versus Aristotle, and we can click rename. And if we want to, we can actually also pin the chat at the top. So this is very useful if you have many, many chats and you want to have it always stay at the top. That is very useful. And then we can click on New Chat, and we can say, tell me a joke. I'm curious to see what it's thinking. It's understanding that we want a joke. It's focusing joke delivery, and it's working on the punchline. So let's see. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Okay, so it even actually gives us another prompt here. Tell me another joke. It's suggesting another prompt. So there we have another one. I'm reading a book on anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down. Okay, and then it's even giving me more specific prompts based on this response. I can also switch over to the Flash model, and you'll see this time, if I ask it to tell me a joke, that it answers a lot quicker. So the Flash model is designed to be faster, and the Pro model is designed to think about it a little bit more before providing that response. Usually the Pro model is what you would want to use for coding, but again, you have a limit if you're just on the free tier, but if you upgrade to Plus, you have something like 100 prompts a day that you can do. So just keep that in mind. For the course, it might be worth it to sign up for at least one of the Pro versions of one of these models. Okay, so I want to show one more thing, and we're going to create a new chat. And we're in the Flash model, and I'm going to use the tool of Canvas. So I'm going to say, can you create a centered button that says, hello world? And with this canvas selected, it's actually going to type out the code for me, and it's going to give me a preview. Isn't that awesome? That is super, super helpful. And I can switch back to the code view, and I can actually see all of the code, and I can copy all of the code as well. And if I go back to the preview, I can click it, and you'll see I have the option to show the console, and you can see it says hello world button was clicked. If I click it again, it's going to give me that same output. Okay, so that is something that is going to be very, very useful for us, having the option of using this canvas. Okay, so I think that covers the basics of Google Gemini. Feel free to play around with it on your own, and we're going to move on to the next model. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, so in this one, we're going to be signing up for Claude AI. So this is developed by Anthropic, which is actually built on former employees from OpenAI that created ChatGPT. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to go to Claude.ai. And I'm going to reject all cookies for now. And we can either continue with our Google account or we can enter our personal or work email. So I'm going to go ahead and enter my email here. And there was a link sent to my email, and I'm going to put in the verification code. Okay, and once I've entered that verification code, you see that we're greeted with this page here, Data, Safety, and You, how Anthropic ensures a safe AI experience. So you control your data, you can delete your chats at any time or your account. They don't sell data to third parties or data brokers, and they may conduct aggregated anonymized analysis of data. Okay, so that is pretty cool. So we'll agree to that. And yes, and I don't want to subscribe. Okay. I'm going to enter my birthday now. Okay, and then now we're greeted with the option to sign up for free, pro, or max. So I would say it might be worth it to sign up for the pro account. In this case, we're just going to sign up for free. And you can see we have a nice little introduction. Okay, so we can ask about anything, and it's built to help, never harm. Okay, cool. And now you have the option to give it your name so that it knows what to call you. So I will enter my name. And I can pick 3 topics to explore. So let's say coding and development, writing and content creation, and let's say learning and studying. Okay, let's go. And it's giving me a suggestion from where we should start. So wow, it even says vibe code with me. Okay, we'll go with that. Okay, and it's already giving me an input that it's generated for me, and it's giving me some output here. So it's saying, I'd love to vibe code with you. To get started, what are we building? And what's your experience level with coding? So that is a very good way to frame this. Awesome. So before we get into vibe coding with Claude here, let's just take a look at the rest of the UI. So we can toggle the sidebar on and off. We can create a new chat. We can go to our existing chats. You can see that it's created this one here. Again, I can rename the chat. So we'll just say vibe coding, and I can save that. And I can also star it, which I'm assuming will keep it pinned to the top here. And you can see that there's also an option for something called Claude Code. So this is something we're going to explore later on in the course. You'll need to upgrade to a pro account for this, but it's going to be very cool when we get to the Claude Code section of the course later on. Okay, and if we click down here, we can look at our settings. We can change our language, etc. Let's click on settings though. You can change what it should call you. You can select what describes your work, and you can give it some personal preferences that will help cater its response to you. You can switch to dark mode. You can even change the chat font. They even have a dyslexic friendly font, which is pretty cool. And you can connect your GitHub account, and you can see there's lots of different features here that you can turn on and off. Okay, so let's go back to our vibe coding chat, and we can collapse our sidebar there. So let's say for argument's sake that I'm a beginner. I have never written code before, and I want to build a homepage for a blog about cars. Okay, so you can see that it is creating an artifact, and you can see that it's writing out all of the code here, which is very cool. Okay, and that's really quite incredible that with such a simple prompt, it is able to write that much code. And you can see if we click this button here, we can actually see the code, which is quite a lot of code for a very simple prompt that we've written here. It even has some JavaScript built in. And we can click this to go back to the preview, and we can scroll down. It's using obviously a lot of emoticons here. But yeah, that's a basic blog layout here, which is pretty cool. It even says, here's what makes it special. Here's what it includes. Do you want to customize anything? Okay, so that is very, very cool. And if we go down here, we can see that we do have an option for other models. So these are older models. I guess this is one that is the fastest for daily tasks. And you have an even more powerful model that you'll need to sign up for Pro for, but I'm going to guess that it's also really, really great for writing code. And also we have the option to change its style. It could be more formal, it could be more explanatory, it could be more concise, it could be structured for learning, or we can just use normal. But this is something to consider if you're trying to actually learn how to code alongside the AI. If you select this option, it's probably going to be better for learning or even explanatory. Maybe we'll explain things a little bit better. Or if you know what you're doing, maybe you want to switch it to be concise. And you can create and edit styles as well. So lots of different options with Claude here. Okay, and if we look over here, we actually have an ability to regenerate with no changes. So we'll see some non-determinism in action here. Okay, cool. And we can scroll through this. Okay, I would actually say, that looks even better. Great. And you can see what's included this time, cool features, and we can customize things if we wanted to change it to a different color scheme, add more sections, etc. And we also have the option to copy the code, and we could paste that into our code editor, or we even have the option to just download it as an HTML file. And lastly, we have the option to publish. So this is really cool because it will allow you to actually make this accessible on the internet for anybody to see. I would encourage you to publish your artifacts in the Zero to Mastery Discord to share what you've worked on with everybody else. Okay, that's very, very cool. It's amazing how quickly you can go from an idea to something deployed that you can share with everyone with Claude. Okay, so that is it for this one. I will see you next time when we're going to build our first project together. See you then. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lessons, we took some time to get up and running with ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude, and I want to stress that it is completely up to you which of these tools you would prefer to use. In the next module, we're actually going to get into a scoring system to try to figure out which one of these is best for the use case that we have in front of us. In this lesson, we're going to be creating a game. You can choose to create a different game if you would like to. For me, I'm going to choose to create a Pong game, and I'm going to try to do it in as few prompts as I can, as simply as I can, and I'm going to actually generate it in all three of them just to show you the difference. And again, don't worry if you don't understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript quite yet. The reason I am going to be writing in these languages is because these are the languages of all user interfaces that you are seeing on the web, and it's the easiest way to be able to quickly play your game within your browser. I'm also going to be using CodePen.io again because ChatGPT doesn't have a built-in preview, whereas Google Gemini and Claude both have a built-in preview, so that will make it a lot easier with those tools. Okay, so let's get started. First up, we're going to try to build this in ChatGPT. So I'm simply going to ask, can you generate a Pong game with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? And I'm actually going to copy this because I'm going to paste that same prompt in the others. Okay, and you can see that it is done generating this as a single index HTML file. So that's very handy. We can open that file in our browser. And I'm going to go ahead and scroll down. You see we have a little bit of styling here, and we have a lot of JavaScript logic here to actually make the game work. Okay, that's pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to go back to CodePen.io because ChatGPT doesn't have a dedicated preview as of yet. And I'm going to go ahead and just paste that in there. And you see we have a Pong game. So if I click in here, and yeah, I'm on the right side here, so I can move this around, and you can see that the other side, the AI, is not moving around. Oh, I guess I'm playing both sides. So the S key is the left side, S and W, and the right side is up and down, so I'm playing against myself. Okay, so that's kind of fun if you want a two-player experience. So that was one prompt, and it was able to generate something that is fully functional. It has a scoring system and everything. Okay, pretty cool. All right, so let's move on and try the same thing with Gemini. Okay, and I'm going to paste that previous prompt into Gemini, and Tools, I'm going to select Canvas, and I'm going to submit. Okay, and you can see that we have a little bit more going on, and you can see that we're previewing it within Gemini itself. And it's first at 10 points wins, press start game to begin. And this is nice that it actually explains to me the right paddle is the up and down arrows, and the W and S key is the left paddle. So if I click start, okay, that's a much smaller interface here, so that makes it a little more interesting. It's actually going to be kind of hard to score points, I feel like, which maybe is a good thing. Okay, so that's pretty good. Let's say, though, I wanted to modify this to be a little bit bigger of a playing area. Let's go ahead and maybe try to revise this, but this is a great, first step. Can you make the playing area larger and the paddles a little smaller? Okay, so we'll hit start. And yeah, the paddles are now a smaller portion of the play area, so that might make it a little bit better. It basically only made it taller. It didn't really make it wider, but it did do what I asked it to do. So maybe let's have one more revision here. Let's say I want this to look more like classic Pong with a white color scheme. Okay, and you can see that now it has modified it with a white color scheme. Okay, awesome. So the first version was working. We were able to, though, tweak it to make it a little bit better. And if we're happy with that, of course, we can go back to the code and we can copy this code to our desktop and we can run it that way. Or we have the option to actually share a link for the canvas that anybody can play. So you can share this in the Zero to Mastery Discord if you want, if you've created some games that you would like to share, or you can just share it with your friends and family. Okay, and moving on to the last option, we have Claude here. Okay, and we're going to try the last option here, which is Claude. We're going to paste in our same prompt, and we're going to submit it. Okay, and you can see that we have a very different layout here. Again, I do like that it's explaining the controls for player 1 and player 2. And if we hit space to start, we can see, oh, I don't actually see my paddles here. Maybe I just don't have a big enough screen. Yep. Okay, so because I'm so zoomed in, I couldn't really see the screen here. And yeah, okay, so I can control that. And we can go back and forth. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So you can see it even has a game over state and an option to start the game over. But let's say I want to modify this. I want to have it actually be an AI that I'm playing against instead of another human player. So let's try and tweak this. Can you create a version that is single player versus a computer? And can you add different difficulty options? Easy, medium, and hard. Okay, and you can actually see that it generated an error here. So let's get it to try to fix this error. I'm going to go ahead and copy the error. This code has an error. Can you fix it? Okay, so it was able to actually fix the error that it came up with. Okay, very cool. So we're on medium now. And if I make this page a little bit zoomed out, I can maybe see the whole interface. Okay, so let's go ahead and press space to start. And you can see, yeah, the red is the AI, and I'm able to move the left side, and I'm playing against another opponent. Okay, very, very cool. So now what I will also show you can do is you can download the HTML for this, and you can run this on your computer. So if you just click on Open File, you can see that we have this whole game locally on our machine, and we can play it however we like. Let's say I want to switch to easy, and maybe I will actually get a point this time. Move my mouse out of the way. Okay, maybe not. Maybe easy is still a little bit too hard. But you can see that we have a game that will run locally without internet, which is very cool. You could probably run this on your smartphone if you wanted, if you emailed it to yourself. And of course, if we go back, we also have the option to publish as well and be able to share this with anyone you like. And you can share it in the Zero to Mastery Discord as well. Okay, that was awesome. So with minimal prompting, we were able to make a fully functional Pong game in our browser, and we're able to run it locally on our machine and also share it with others. That is super, super cool. Okay, and in the rest of the module, we're going to be exploring a bit more theory about how to interact on an even more advanced level with our AI, including improving our ability to prompt and debug and understand the code that it is giving us. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye for now. Hello. In our last lesson, we formally established your role as the director. We deepened the analogy, explored the nature of your brilliant but flawed AI collaborator, and introduced the core iterative loop you'll use to build your projects. But a great director never just shows up on set and starts shouting instructions. They arrive with a script, a storyboard, and a clear, detailed plan. The most common mistake that new creators make is just jumping straight into writing code with only a half-formed idea in their head. This approach almost always leads to confusion, wasted time, and a final product that feels disjointed and incoherent. Today, we're going to learn how to prevent that chaos. This lesson is about the most crucial step that happens before you ask for a single line of code, creating the blueprint. We're going to learn how to use the AI not just as a coder, but as a strategic planning partner to help us transform an abstract vibe into a concrete, actionable plan. We call this process Vibe Project Management. It's not about complex charts or dense documentation. It's a lightweight, conversational method for using the AI to help you brainstorm, structure your thoughts, and define your project's vision. The simple act of explaining your idea to the AI forces you to clarify it in your own mind. Even more powerfully, the AI can act as an expert consultant. It has been trained on thousands of successful project plans, so it can suggest features, define goals, and highlight potential issues you might not have considered, giving you a much stronger foundation from the very beginning. This process results in a simple but powerful document we'll call the project brief. This is your script. It's a short, one-page summary of what you're building and why. We'll collaborate with the AI to define 4 key parts of this brief. First, the goals, the primary purpose of the project. Second, the target audience, the specific people you're building this for. Third, the core functionality. What does the project need to do, and what pages or sections does it need to have? And finally, a UI/UX pre-flight check, where we'll decide on the aesthetic direction, including colors, fonts, and a rough layout. Let's put this into practice right now with a demonstration. Imagine that we have a vague idea. I want to build a portfolio website. But if you give a prompt of just build a portfolio, it is going to come back with something very vague and potentially random. So instead, you want to give it something like, I want to build a portfolio website. The vibe I'm going for is professional and modern, but also a little creative. This is a much better start to creating a blueprint than simply asking it to build a portfolio. But we can actually get a little bit more in depth than even this. First, I'll establish its role and ask about the goals. My prompt would be something like, act as a project strategist. I'm a web developer planning my personal portfolio website. What are the 3 top objectives this site should achieve? And the AI might respond with something like, effectively showcase your best projects. Clearly communicate your skills and personal brand. Make it easy for potential clients and recruiters to contact you. Instantly, your vision is clearer. Next, the audience. I'll follow up with, based on those goals, who is the primary target audience for this website? And the AI would likely answer, your primary audience is tech recruiters, hiring managers at companies you admire, and potential freelance clients. Knowing this tells me the design should be professional and easy to navigate and not overly experimental. Now, let's define structure. My prompt might be, given the goals and audience, list the essential sections that should be on this one-page portfolio website. The AI might generate a list, a hero section with your name and a compelling headline, an About Me section to tell your story, a projects grid to showcase your work, a skills section listing your technologies, and a contact form. This is a perfect logical structure I now have the scenes for my movie. With this structure defined, it's time for the UI UX. I need to define the aesthetic, and I want to start with colors. So maybe I would say, now, act as a UI UX designer. Suggest a professional and modern color palette for this portfolio. I prefer a dark theme. Please provide hex codes for a primary, secondary, and accent color. And the AI will come back with a palette of a dark charcoal background, off-white text, and a vibrant electric blue for accents. And now I have my color scheme. Next, fonts. Suggest a good font pairing from Google Fonts for this portfolio. I need one for headings and one for body text that feels modern and readable. The AI might suggest a pairing like Poppins for headings and Inter for body text. Another key decision is made. And finally, a rough layout idea. I'll focus on the most important section first. Describe a clean, modern layout for the hero section. Where should my name, my title, and a call to action button be placed? The AI could describe a layout with a bold, centered name, a smaller subtitle beneath it, and a prominent button below that. And there you have it. Look at what we've just done. In the span of about 5 minutes, through simple, structured conversation, we have gone from a vague vibe to a detailed blueprint. We have our goals, our audience, our sections, our color palette, our typography, and a conceptual sketch of our layout. We have a complete plan. This is the power of Vibe project management. A few minutes of structured planning with your AI partner is the single best investment you can make in any project. It saves you hours of frustrating revisions, prevents you from going down the wrong path, and ensures that when you're finally ready to ask for code, you're not just hoping for a good result. You are directing the AI toward a predefined, well-thought-out, and coherent target. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is, I'm going to give you a rough idea of a project to make. Then you're going to try to make your own blueprint and generate that project. And then I'm going to show you my version afterwards. All right, I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello, welcome back. Previously, we learned the critical importance of creating a blueprint before we begin to build. We used our AI partner to transform a vague idea into a structured project brief, complete with goals, sections, colors, and fonts. We now have a script and a storyboard. The next logical step, and perhaps the most important hands-on skill you will learn in this entire course, is how to effectively communicate that blueprint to your AI partner. Welcome to the Art of the Prompt. This is the universal language of AI collaboration. The single biggest factor that will determine your success as a Vibe coder is the quality of your prompts. A generic and vague prompt will yield generic and vague results every time. A clear, structured, and detailed prompt will yield clear, structured, and detailed code. This isn't about finding magic words or secret phrases. It is a deliberate, learnable skill. To give you a reliable tool for this, we have developed a simple but powerful method called the RTCCF framework, and every great prompt contains these 5 elements. First, role. Who should the AI be? Secondly, a task. a clear, specific instruction. Third, context. Provide all relevant information. Fourth, constraints. What do you want the AI not to do? And lastly, the format. You want to control the shape of the output that the AI is giving you. Now, let's break down each of these roles into more detail. First, role. This is the first thing you should type. Before you tell the AI what to do, you tell it who to be. By assigning a role, you are focusing the AI's vast knowledge on a specific domain, which dramatically improves the quality and style of its response. Think of it this way. You wouldn't ask a poet for financial advice. In the same way, you should prime the AI for the task at hand. For example, instead of just asking for code, you could start with, act as a senior front-end developer who specializes in web accessibility. This single line changes everything. It tells the AI not just to write functional code, but to write it in a way that is modern, clean, and accessible to all users. Next, task. This is your core instruction. It must be clear, specific, and actionable. A common mistake is being too vague. A prompt like, help me with my button, is useless. A precise task like, write the HTML and CSS code for a primary call to action button is much more clear and gives the AI a concrete goal to accomplish. Always start your task with a strong verb like write, create, refactor, explain, or convert. Third is context. This is arguably the most critical part of any prompt. We're going to go into more detail on this in a future lesson, but basically the AI only has a short-term memory. It can't remember everything that you've ever given it as an input or everything that it has given you as an output. You must provide all the relevant background information for your task. This means pasting in the existing code you're working with. For example, here's the HTML for my header. And you might also say, I'm using the Tailwind CSS framework, so all styles should use utility classes. Providing context prevents the AI from making incorrect assumptions and ensures its response perfectly fits into your project. Next, constraints. This is where you, the director, set the rules, boundaries, and limitations. You tell the AI what not to do. This gives you an immense amount of control over the output. For example, you can say, do not use any external JavaScript libraries. Only use vanilla JavaScript. Or you might specify, the color palette must only use these specific hex codes. Constraints narrow the field of possible solutions and force the AI to solve the problem within the specific world you have defined. And finally, format. This is a simple but powerful instruction that controls the shape of the AI's output. By default, an AI might give you a long, conversational answer with code snippets mixed in. This can be messy to work with. By providing a specific format, you save yourself time and effort. You can give commands like, provide only the CSS code in a single well-commented code block. Or for a different kind of query, you could say, present the pros and cons of your approach in a markdown table. Controlling the format makes the AI's response immediately better. Now, moving on to the topic of zero-shot prompting. So, in zero-shot prompting, you're giving the AI a direct command without any examples, relying on its general knowledge. This usually works for simple common tasks. For example, create the HTML for an unordered list with 3 items. And you'll get an output that looks something like this. Modern AI has gotten very good at this zero-shot prompting, and you might be successful at this more often than not, and it might get even better in the future. We also have the notion of one-shot prompting. You're providing a single clear example to define a specific format, and this dramatically improves consistency by showing the AI exactly what you want. For example, I'm going to provide shorthand and you will convert it to HTML. The shorthand example is p.lead, and the HTML I want you to create is a paragraph element with the class of lead. Now convert this div.card, and it would give you the output of a div with the class of card. And you could take this even a step further with few-shot prompting. So you provide several examples to teach the AI a more complex pattern or syntax, and this is necessary when a single example isn't enough to capture all of the rules. So you might have an input like you're an expert at converting shorthand to full HTML. Follow the patterns from these examples. And then you give an example similar to last time. Now convert the following shorthand: div.card, h2.title, mycard plus p.text. And you might get an output something like this, where it creates a div with the class of card, an h2 with the class of title inside, with the text of my card, and then a paragraph element with the class of text underneath that, all nested inside that card div. This is a simple example, but it gives you a rough idea of the difference between zero-shot, one-shot, and few-shot prompting. Let's put this all together. Imagine a beginner writes the following prompt: make my navbar responsive. This is a classic garbage in prompt. It is a vague task and no role, context, constraints, or format. This will result in something that is generic and possibly useless. Now, let's rewrite it using our RTCCF framework. First, role. Act as an expert front-end developer specializing in accessible, responsive design. Next, task. Write the CSS and JavaScript needed to make my navigation bar responsive. Then we're on to the context. Here is the HTML for my navigation bar, and then you'd paste the HTML code in. On desktop, the links are all visible. On screens smaller than 768 pixels, the links should be hidden behind a hamburger menu. Then let's add some constraints. Use modern vanilla JavaScript. Do not use jQuery. The solution must also follow all accessibility best practices. And finally, we have the format. Please provide the CSS in one code block and the JavaScript in a separate code block. The difference is night and day. The first prompt is a hopeful guess. The second is a precise professional instruction that brings us to our key takeaway. A structured prompt is not a guess. It is a specific set of architectural plans that gives you, the director, complete control over the AI's output. This is the skill you will hone throughout this course, and it is the key to unlocking this new era of creation. Now, let's take a short look at the art of prompting in action and see how much of a difference a structured prompt makes. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, so let's take a look at the difference between giving a simple and vague prompt and giving a prompt that follows our RTCCF framework providing the role, task, context, constraints, and format. Okay, so we're going to use Google Gemini for this. Again, you can use whichever model you would like. And I'm going to just ask it for make a blog website. And I'm going to be sure to select Canvas so we can preview it. And I'm going to click Submit. Okay, so there you go. It created a simple blog website. And I would say that's a pretty great result for a very simple prompt. In this day and age, the AI has come very, very far from where it was when it was first released in that era from 2023 to even early 2025, and it's probably only going to get better from here. But let's see what we can do with a more detailed prompt. Again, I do have knowledge and experience of a developer, so my prompt is going to be very, very specific and include some technical information that you might not have yet, but as you practice vibe coding with web development, you will get more of a hang of all of these technical things that I'm adding in here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new chat here, and I'm going to turn on my canvas again. And this time I'm going to start by giving it a role. So act as a front-end developer, specializing in responsive design with Tailwind CSS and vanilla JavaScript. I need you to generate a complete blog website. Okay, and now the task. The page should have, and context, the page should have a header, a main article section, and a footer. The article needs a title, author, info, a featured image, placeholder content, and a share button. Okay, and some constraints. You must, oh, let me fix that typo. You must build this as a single HTML file and include Tailwind CSS, CDN script. All styling must be done with Tailwind utility classes. Also, include an embedded vanilla JavaScript script that logs post shared in the console when the share button is clicked. And lastly, the format, please provide the entire HTML file in one code block. Okay, so you might not necessarily be able to get quite as technical as I just did, as I do have a lot of developer experience, but you can see the difference that we're providing a lot more information in this case. You can provide maybe just more of the functionality that you're looking for, or if you know a specific CSS library like Tailwind, which is very popular, you can include that. Okay, so let's see what it's going to produce. Okay, so I would say that this looks a little bit better. The header looks similar, but you can see that it's added nice little touches here. I would say that we have a spot for an image here. We have a kind of user icon, or maybe that is just a way of categorizing the type of post. I can't really tell what AV stands for. And you can see that we have some placeholder text. And yeah, we have a footer very similar to before. And if we click share this post and we show the console, you can see that is logging post shared. Okay, so that's an example comparing a very basic prompt to our RTCCF framework prompt, and you can see that it definitely produced better results. Obviously, the AI is going to advance even more from when I'm recording this, but having that structure and that context and constraints and format is really going to help give you the best results, even if the AI becomes more advanced. Okay, that's it for this one. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hi, welcome back. In our last lesson, we mastered the RTCCF framework, a structured way to communicate your vision to your AI partner. You now have the ability to generate powerful, targeted code very quickly. But with this new power comes a new challenge. The more you build and the faster you iterate, the greater the potential for chaos. What happens when you ask the AI to try a bold new design for your homepage and it generates something that completely breaks your entire layout? What do you do when an experiment goes wrong? How can you truly be fearless in your creative direction if you're constantly worried about losing your progress? In this lesson, we're going to learn about a system called version control and a specific tool called Git. For many beginners, the topic of version control can sound complex and intimidating, like something reserved for large teams of senior engineers. I want to tell you right now that for a vibe coder, version control is not an advanced topic. It is a foundational, non-negotiable tool that we will use from the very first day of building. It is the single most critical piece of our workshop that enables the fearless, experimental, and creative workflow we've been talking about. So, the best way to understand what version control does is to think of it as a save game system for your project. Imagine that you're playing a massive, open-world video game. You've spent hours collecting items and leveling up your character. Now, you stand before the doors of the final boss battle. What is the very first thing you do? You find that glowing save point and save your progress. You do this so you can enter the battle with complete confidence. You can try risky strategies, you can be aggressive, you can fail a dozen times, and it doesn't matter. Why? Because you know that at any moment you can simply reload your last save and you'll be right back where you started. Git provides this exact functionality for your code. It allows you to create a save point, a perfect snapshot of your entire project, anytime you want. This is what gives us, as directors, the freedom to be truly creative. It allows us to ask the AI, what if we tried a completely different layout? Or, can you rewrite this whole section using a different animation style? We can take these creative risks, knowing that if the result is a disaster, we are never more than a single command away from restoring our project to its last, perfect working state. First is the repository, often shortened to repo. This starts out as the project folder on your machine, and once you initialize Git, it starts watching and keeping track of all your changes. This is the folder containing your HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or whatever other language you're writing, and it's going to eventually sync to a repository somewhere on a server. We'll get to that in a few slides. Second, and most importantly, is the commit. A commit is the act of creating one of those save points. It is a complete snapshot of every file and folder in your repository at a specific moment in time. But a commit is more powerful than a simple file save because you must attach a descriptive message to it. You don't just save your progress, you label it. So instead of having a generic message like stuff, you'll write something clear and descriptive, like added responsive navigation bar with working dropdown, or corrected button alignment on mobile view. Over time, these commit messages create a clean, readable history of your entire project, like chapters in a book that you can review and return to at any time. And third, there is GitHub. If Git is the software on your computer that creates the local save points, GitHub is a free website that acts as your cloud backup for your entire repository and all of its commits. Its purpose is twofold. First, it's a disaster-proof backup. If your computer is lost, stolen, or broken, your entire project history is stored safely online in your GitHub account. Second, it is the world standard for showcasing your work. Your GitHub profile will become an extension of your portfolio, allowing potential clients and employers to see not just your finished projects, but the clean, professional, and well-documented process you use to build them. Understanding these concepts is one thing, but putting them into practice is what makes them powerful. From this moment forward, we're officially adding a final, crucial step to our core iterative loop. That loop is now vision, prompt, generate, test, refine, and now commit. This becomes the heartbeat of your developmental process. Every time you get a feature working, no matter how small, you'll create a commit. This habit of making frequent small commits is the hallmark of a professional developer, and it builds an incredibly robust safety net that allows you to work with speed and confidence. In our upcoming projects, we'll walk through this together step by step. We'll set up a free account on GitHub, we'll create a new repository online. Then, in our code editor, we'll initialize our project folder to be a Git repository. After getting a piece of code working, we'll run simple commands to prepare our files and create our snapshot. And finally, we'll push our commits to GitHub for safekeeping. While the terms might be new, the process will become second nature very quickly. Version control gives you the freedom to experiment and let the AI work without the fear of ever permanently breaking your project. This brings us to our key takeaway. Version control is not a chore, nor is it some arcane tool for elite programmers. It is the fundamental enabler of the vibe coding workflow. It is your safety net, your time machine, and your license to be creative. A director with a safety net is a bold director. And now you have your safety net. Again, it'll be in a few modules that we actually get into this developer setup and start practically working with Git, but I wanted to give you a preview of how we are going to be building our workflow. In the next lesson, we're going to dive into providing more context to our AI. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hello, welcome back. In our journey so far to become effective vibe coding directors, we've established our mindset, our playbook for success, our safety net with version control. We have a blueprint for our projects and a powerful framework for writing prompts. You are now equipped to start generating high-quality code. But there's a common and incredibly frustrating scenario that every single person encounters when they start working with AI. And today, we're going to learn how to solve it. Imagine this. You're deep into a productive conversation with your AI partner. You've spent the last 10 prompts meticulously refining a beautiful card component on your website. It's perfect. Then you move on and say, "Great, now create a headline for the top of the page. Please make it use the same shade of blue as the button." The AI responds, but the headline is black, or it's a completely different random shade of blue. It's as if it has completely forgotten the last 20 minutes of your conversation. This is a problem I call AI amnesia, and it is one of the biggest sources of frustration for new Vibe coders. But it is not a bug, and it's not the AI being difficult. It's a fundamental limitation of the technology that we must understand and manage. Today, you're going to learn why this happens and master the professional strategies to ensure your AI partner is always perfectly in sync with your project's vision. The reason the AI seems to forget things is due to a technical limitation known as the context window. The easiest way to understand this is to think of it like your short-term memory. You can easily recall what you had for breakfast this morning. You can probably remember what you were talking about 5 minutes ago. But can you recall the third sentence of the conversation you had last Tuesday? Probably not. That information has left your short-term memory. An AI's context window is its short-term memory. It can only see a certain amount of your recent conversation, both your prompts and its own responses. As a conversation gets longer and longer, the information from the very beginning starts to fall out of this window. So, when you ask it to use the same shade of blue, the conversation where you define that blue is now so old that it is outside the context window, and the AI genuinely has no memory of it. As of today, this is a core reality of working with these models. As the director, it is not our job to complain about this limitation. It is our job to work with it strategically. So, how do we combat this AI amnesia? We do it by proactively providing the right information at the right time. Here are 3 strategies that you will use. The first and most common strategy is called context stuffing. This is the simple, direct act of reproviding the relevant code or information inside of the prompt where it's needed. Instead of assuming the AI remembers the button color, you would write a prompt like this. Here is the CSS for my button component, and then you paste the CSS code. Please write the CSS for an H1 element that uses the same primary blue color, which is #3498db. You are not assuming it knows, you are ensuring it knows. Think of it like a helpful reminder you'd give to a busy colleague. You are not questioning their intelligence, you're just making it easier for them to give you the right answer quickly. This habit of pasting relevant context will immediately improve the quality of your results. For larger projects, we need a more organized approach. This is our second strategy, creating a project knowledge base. This is a central document that holds all of the key strategic and design decisions for your project. You can do this by creating a simple file in your project called styleguide.md, and inside of this, you can have your project's core information, your color palette, your font pairings, and any other important rules or decisions that you've made. Now, here's the workflow. Whenever you start a new conversation with the AI about this project, your very first prompt will be to paste the entire contents of this style guide or upload this style guide. And in doing so, you are essentially briefing your AI partner on the project, giving it all of the critical context up front. This ensures every single piece of code it generates will be consistent with your established design system. Our third strategy is a workflow habit that keeps our context clean and avoids confusion. That strategy is to start a new, fresh chat for every major new feature. As a chat history gets very long, there's a risk the AI might get confused and pull context from an unrelated, earlier part of the conversation. A good rule of thumb is this: when you've finished a major component, like the entire navigation system, and you're about to start work on a completely new one, like a complex contact form, it's often best to simply close that chat and start a fresh one. And you'll begin that chat by providing a knowledge base file and then provide the prompt for the new feature. This keeps the AI's short-term memory focused only on the task at hand, leading to cleaner and more accurate results. This brings us to our key takeaway. An AI without context is just a code generator, prone to making mistakes and forgetting your vision. But an AI with context becomes a true collaborator, a partner that understands your project's rules and goals. As the director, it is your job and your power to provide that context clearly and consistently. Mastering these simple strategies for managing context is what will allow you to build large, complex, and beautiful applications with confidence and control. Okay, so in the next video, we are going to go over a real example of providing this context to our AI partner, ensuring that we are able to get these consistent results. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, so in this one, we're going to be looking at AI amnesia. So in a previous video, we created a blog website, and let's say we want to generate a style guide for this. We can ask, generate a style guide for the blog website I created previously. And you can see it's giving me an answer about why a style guide is important. And it's giving me suggestions for these different colors, blue and orange. But if you recall, we did not have blue and orange in our blog. And so this isn't the best way to approach this. We want to actually give it a little bit more information and best case scenario, context stuffing, by actually adding the code that we used previously. So I can actually go back to the chat where we created our responsive blog website. So you can see it is kind of a dark blue theme. And we can actually copy this code. So I'm going to copy everything. And we're going to make a new chat. And in this new chat, I'm going to, again, follow our RTCCF framework here. And we'll start with saying, act as an expert front-end developer with a keen eye for creating design systems. And I want you to analyze the following HTML and extract design rules to create a markdown formatted style guide. Identify the core fonts, text colors, background colors, and button styles. And here is the complete HTML. And then we can paste that in there. And then finally we can say, I want this as a markdown file. Okay, and we're going to submit that. Okay, so you can see it did kind of give it to me as markdown, which is actually how this output is formatted, but I actually want it in a code block that I'm able to copy. You can see that it did get the primary colors right this time. We have a dark gray and a light gray, and we have our component styling here, shape, shadow, etc. But let me revise this and actually say, can you give me this output in a markdown code block? Okay, so now it's actually in markdown format, and I'm going to be able to actually copy this and paste this as a MD file in my project. And then again, I can use this. So I'm going to copy this code. I can use this to actually generate something else completely different, but using this style guide. So let's create another new chat. So if you've saved that file, you actually do have the option to upload a file or add from Google Drive, or you can just paste it in. So let's start with our role. Act as a senior front-end developer. Create a developer portfolio website using Tailwind CSS. Use this style guide. And then we're going to paste the style guide in and return the output as a single HTML code block. Okay, and we're going to be sure to turn on Canvas. Okay, and let's submit that. Okay, awesome. So we have a totally different project for a totally different purpose, but you can see that it has maintained the same exact colors and styling of our blog website. Okay, awesome. All right, so in the next one, we're going to get into the theory of testing and refining. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hi, welcome back. In our journey so far, we've built an incredible foundation of theory. We've established your role as the director. We've created a blueprint for our project. We've mastered a framework for writing precise prompts. We know how to provide the AI with high-quality context. And we have our version control safety net in place, ready to catch us if we fall. The moment has finally arrived. You've sent your carefully crafted prompt to your AI partner, and in seconds, it has returned its first draft of code. What happens now? This is a pivotal moment. The beginner's instinct is often one of two things. Either blind trust, where they immediately copy the code without looking at it, or instant panic if it doesn't work perfectly. A professional director does neither. A professional has a systemic process for this exact moment. This is the test and refine part of our core iterative loop. And today, we are going to break it down into a calm, logical, and repeatable workflow that will serve you on every project you ever build. The very first thing you do when the AI gives you code, before you read a single line of it, before you admire its structure, before you even think about what to do next, you should test it immediately. This must become an unbreakable habit, an automatic reflex. The workflow is simple. You will copy the code from your AI, paste it into your code editor, save the file, and immediately switch to your web browser and hit the refresh button. Or if you have the live server extension that I will show you how to install in Visual Studio Code, you just need to go back to your browser. But you won't just look at the visual part of the page. You will open the browser's built-in diagnostic panel, which we call the Developer Console. You can typically open this by pressing the F12 key or by right-clicking on the page and selecting Inspect. The console is like the check engine light for your website. If the AI has written JavaScript with a syntax error or a bug, the console will immediately tell you by displaying a clear error message, usually in red. Checking the visual page and the developer console is the first mandatory step of every single test. After you've run this initial test, you'll find yourself on one of three possible paths. Your job as the director is to quickly identify which path you're on and take the correct corresponding action. The first and best case scenario is the happy path. This is when the code works perfectly on the first try. The feature looks exactly as you envisioned it, it functions correctly, and there are no red error messages in the console. When this happens, your next action is simple, and you must do it immediately. You commit your code. You open your terminal, and you create a new version control save point with a descriptive message like, added this fully functional contact form. You lock in your win before you do anything else. This is the ideal outcome. The second and most common scenario is the refine loop. This is the path you're on when the code isn't broken, but it isn't quite right. It's functionally working and there are no errors in the console, but the aesthetic or behavior doesn't match your vision. For example, the button the AI created works, but it's red and you wanted it to be blue. The layout is a grid, but the spacing between the items is too tight. When this happens, you do not need to manually start editing the code yourself. Instead, you enter the refine loop. You go back to the AI chat and you start a conversational tweak. You treat the AI's output as a first draft and you, the director, provide your notes. You will write simple, clear prompts like, "This is great, but please change the background color of the button to be the primary blue color that I like." Or, "Can you increase the gap in the CSS grid to 20 pixels?" You continue this conversational loop until the output perfectly matches your vision. The third scenario is the debug loop. This is the path you take when things are actually broken. The feature doesn't work, or more obviously, you see red error messages in the developer console. The first rule of the debug loop is do not panic. An error is not a personal failure, it is simply new information. Your job is to take this new information and use it to construct a high-quality debugging prompt. As we'll learn in more detail later, this involves providing the AI with the code it gave you, the exact error message you see in the console, and a clear description of what you expected to happen versus what actually happened. You use the error as a clue to guide the AI toward the solution. Let's return to the happy path for a moment. The code works and it looks right. Before you make that final commit, though, a true professional performs one last quick step, a code audit. That doesn't mean you need to be an expert who understands every character. It just means building the habit of quickly reading the code with a critical eye using a simple mental checklist. How closely you look at the code will depend on your developer experience. But for example, are the variable names clear and descriptive, like username, instead of a variable called X? Is the code reasonably organized? Your job isn't to master all of these things at first, but to build the habit of looking. If something seems off or messy, that's a perfect opportunity to enter the refine loop and ask the AI, can you rewrite this code to be more concise and still readable? This systemic process, testing immediately, identifying your path, and performing a final quality audit, is what turns the potentially chaotic act of working with AI into a calm, logical, and incredibly efficient workflow. It ensures that every single piece of code that makes it into your final project has been tested, reviewed, and personally approved by you, the director. With this final piece of our workflow in place, our Vibe Coding Handbook is complete. We now have the mindset, the strategies, and the processes needed to build real, complex projects with absolute confidence. Okay, so now we're going to move on to putting testing and refining into practice. Earlier in the module, I challenged you to come up with a website that would prank its user. We're going to now build that project together with everything we've learned to this point, including testing and refining until we have exactly the project that we want. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, so we're going to put everything we have learned up until this point to the test, and that's including what we just discussed, which was testing and refining. So earlier in the course, I gave a challenge of creating a website that pranks users with various UI and UX related jokes. So in this one, we're going to have a lot of fun and we're going to create this project together. Of course, that's a very subjective challenge and you might have interpreted it very differently, but I have a few ideas and I'm going to build it this way. You might actually use the exact same prompts. I would encourage you to build alongside me, but you might get very different results, and feel free to have a totally different idea in mind and definitely share it in the Zero to Mastery Discord. Okay, so let's get started. Act as an expert UI UX front-end developer. Create a website that will prank users with UI UX. I want there to be 4 stages to this website. First, a loading bar that loads, and then right when it's finishing, it loads backwards with funny messages. Next, I want a button that says click to continue, but when you hover over it, it jumps around a few times with the button text changing to other funny messages. Third, I want a user agreement filled with ridiculous things and a button at the bottom that says, I didn't read this, but I accept anyways. The fourth section will feature a bunch of colorful pop-ups with funny messages, starting with 5 every time a user closes one. It creates another 3, have them all overlap each other on the page. You can use Tailwind CSS for this. Create it as one HTML code block. Okay, very detailed prompt. And we're going to select Canvas and submit. Okay. All right. So it's loading a lot of stuff here. Okay. But I don't want it to be quite as obvious that it's a prank website. And I think that was a little too long and too many messages. Okay. And maybe let's do less of these. Maybe 3 of those is enough. And yeah. Okay. This is pretty good. I'm a little bit zoomed in, so I can't actually see the button, but I'm going to go ahead and click this. And okay, I also don't see any of the other ones. Yeah. Okay. So we have a few different things to refine here. So we are definitely in the refine loop. And you can see if we show the console, oh, it actually does have an error. Okay, interesting. So, okay, good to know. So we're also in the debug loop as well. Let's start with fixing the error. So if we just click Fix Error, let's let it try to fix the error for us. Okay, and I'll dismiss the console here for now. Okay, all right. Okay, and yep, okay. And we'll click this. Okay, and you can see that it actually fixed the error this time. And that is looking a bit better. Okay, but it looks like this is just kind of going on indefinitely. Okay, so we got a couple things here to revise. Let's start with the loading part. For the loading section, I want there to be only 3 messages while it's loading and 3 messages while it's unloading. Also, I don't want to reference in these first 4 sections that the user is being pranked. Also, for the button, can you make it a more solid color, like green? And I only want it to jump away 3 times. I would like the terms section to take up less space vertically. And for the pop-ups, I don't want the border, just a solid color. And for all titles, just have them on the page. They don't need to be wrapped in a rounded container. So that's referring to this here. I just want the text to be on the page. Okay, so that's a lot of changes. Let's see what it's going to give us now. Okay, that's a little bit better, but I meant just to have 3 messages. It just had the same 3 messages over and over again. Okay, so, all right, that part's better. Yeah, okay, this part's better. Great. And this part is technically better. I really am not a fan of some of these colors are a bit uglier than I would like. So, okay, we have a couple things to tweak. Okay, for the loading screen, I just want to show 6 messages total. Don't repeat messages. Don't give a hint about the button. Change the pop-up colors to be more modern. change the background color to a dark mode. You know what? I'm just going to say, and give the overall website a dark mode theme. And lastly, once the user closes 5 pop-ups, congratulate them on their patience in being pranked, and have confetti on the screen. Okay, let's try that. Okay, didn't quite do what I wanted with the loading screen, but this theme definitely looks a lot better. Okay, and yeah, all right, that's good enough. Okay, yeah, that's good too. Okay, mainly what I don't like is the X's are very large and the color of them I don't really like. But let's just see if it gets the end result. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I kind of wanted more of a confetti looking thing, and I want to clear the pop-ups as well. Okay, and I believe this text actually says welcome to the pop-up, so I don't want that either. Okay, so maybe one more round of revisions, but it's very close. So lastly, I'm going to say for the pop-ups section, I don't want any text behind the pop-ups. I want the X for the pop-ups to be thinner and white. I want the congratulation message to stay on screen and clear the pop-ups. And I want the confetti to be more like confetti.js. Okay, and here we go. All right, still too many messages, but you know what? That's close enough. And okay. All right, that's good still. That's good still. Okay, so it still left this text here. Oh, I can actually drag these around. That's kind of cool. Okay, and I'm going to close this. Okay. Yeah, pretty good. So you know what? I'm going to leave it there. That's most of the way there. I'll provide a sample of this project. It might not be this exact one because, of course, when you prompt things at different times, I'm going to maybe revise it a little bit more. But I will provide my own example of this finished project in case you want to prank someone with it. Okay, so in the next one, we're going to be wrapping up this module, and we're going to be talking about what it will take to become a technical director. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hello, welcome back. Over the course of this module, we have meticulously built our Vibe Coder's Handbook. In this final lesson of that foundation, we're going to zoom out from the day-to-day tactics and focus on the true, long-term purpose of vibe coding. This is not about avoiding the details of the code. It is about going beyond the code to cultivate a set of durable, high-level skills that will make you a more effective creator and a more valuable professional for the rest of your career. Today, we define what it means to become a true technical director. Let's begin by being perfectly clear about what this methodology is not. Vibe coding is not no code. No-code platforms are powerful tools, but they work by abstracting away the code, often hiding it behind a visual interface and locking you into their specific ecosystem. Our approach does the exact opposite. Vibe coding does not hide the code from you. It immerses you in it. You will see more high-quality code in more languages more quickly than you ever could through traditional learning methods. The objective here is not to become dependent on the AI to the point where you understand nothing. The objective is to use the AI as an unprecedented accelerator for your own learning. You are using a powerful tool to help you grasp technical concepts faster, more deeply, and more interactively than was ever possible before. You are learning to direct the creation of code, and in doing so, you will absorb the patterns, principles, and practices of professional development at an incredible pace. The most powerful way to achieve this accelerated learning is to consciously shift your view of the AI from a simple code generator to a personal tutor. It is, without exaggeration, the most patient, knowledgeable, and universally available tutor in human history. It never gets tired of your questions, and it's ready to help you 24/7. This is how you turn every prompting session into a learning session. You do this by adding a new category of prompts to your toolkit, prompts designed specifically to extract knowledge. For example, after the AI generates a solution, you can ask a why prompt. For example, explain why you chose to use CSS Grid for this layout instead of Flexbox. What are the specific trade-offs? This forces the AI to reveal its reasoning and teaches you high-level architectural concepts. You can also ask the alternative prompt. This function works. Now, show me another, completely different way to write this same function. This reveals that there are often multiple valid solutions to a problem and helps you build a broader mental library of programming patterns. Perhaps the most powerful learning prompt is the next step prompt. You can ask, based on the JavaScript code you just wrote, what is the next logical computer science concept I should learn to understand it better? The AI might respond with asynchronous programming or array methods, effectively becoming your personal curriculum advisor, guiding your learning path. By habitually using these tutor prompts, you ensure you're always in control of your own education. This incredible new power and speed come with a profound responsibility. Your most valuable role as the director is to be the final human checkpoint for quality, security, and correctness. You are the one who is ultimately accountable for the final product. The AI is an incredibly powerful tool, but it is still just a tool. It has no real-world understanding and no sense of consequence. Your critical judgment, your skepticism, and your commitment to rigorous testing are what separate a professional from an amateur and what ensures the things you build are not just fast, but also safe, robust, and reliable. This brings us to the future and what this all means for your career. As we look forward from today, it's clear that the landscape of technical work is changing. The mundane, repetitive tasks of writing boilerplate code will increasingly be handled by AI. The value of human developers will continue to shift up the stack, away from the pure technical execution and toward the skills that the AIs fundamentally lack. The most valuable and successful people will be those who master this collaboration. They will be the ones who possess the durable skills that cannot be automated. And so, we arrive at the key takeaway for our entire foundation. The skills of a director, vision, communication, critical thinking, and a relentless desire to learn are the most valuable and durable skills for a future powered by AI. This completes the Vibe Coder's Handbook. And now you have the complete mindset, workflow, and philosophy. You are no longer just a student of this course. You are a director, equipped with a powerful new way of thinking and creating, ready to step onto the set. In our next module, we'll be creating a methodology for testing which AI agent is the best for whatever use case we have for it. This will include us building a project in order to test the AI, and it's going to be very interesting. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to module number 3. We've spent the first part of this course building a powerful, timeless foundation, the mindset and workflow of a Vibe coding director. Now it's time to focus on the tools themselves. If you look around today, the world of AI is moving at an incredible speed. The number of tools available is exploding. You've got major players that we've already looked at, like ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. You also have other options like in-editor assistants like GitHub Copilot, and you have a new wave of AI-native code editors like Zed and Cursor. The big question that everybody asks is which one is the best? The truth is, that's the wrong question. This module is not about me telling you which tool is the best. That's impossible, because the best tool changes every few months as new models are released. Anyone who tells you they've found the single best tool forever doesn't understand that there is no objective answer. Instead, I'm going to teach you a much more valuable and durable skill: how to evaluate any AI tool for yourself. We're going to build a personal, unbiased framework that you can use for the rest of your career to test new tools as they emerge. This module is about making you an educated consumer and a confident director who can choose the right tool for the job based on your own data and your own style. Before we build our own framework, let's discuss why it's so critical. There's a fantastic online tool called the Large Model System Arena, or LM Arena for short, and it allows you to give two anonymous AI models the same prompt and vote on which response you think is better. You will get two different answers, and while neither will be technically wrong, you will almost certainly have a preference. This highlights the core dilemma. Different AI models have different training, biases, and creative styles. In the next lesson, we're actually going to explore this hands-on. LM Arena uses all the user votes to create a public leaderboard. While this is a great starting point, it's a measure of which AI is good in certain categories. It is not a measure of which tool is best for your specific workflow as a professional developer. So, how do we test these tools for our specific needs? We do it with a controlled experiment. Throughout this module, we're going to build a benchmark project. First, I'm going to sign up for the pro versions of ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude to show you all of their features, including those that are locked inside these Pro subscriptions, and we'll see how they are to work with. Then, I'm going to use each to create this benchmark project to contrast the differences. Your own benchmark project could be different as well, but it's about practicing the framework of testing different tools. The benchmark project I'm going to make is a specific multi-part website with a clear set of requirements that we will define in the next lesson. We will ask each AI tool we test to build the exact same project. This isn't a vague question. It's a standardized test designed to push the AI in different ways. Our project will test each AI on its creative interpretation, its ability to generate functional JavaScript for interactivity, and its skill at creating clean, responsive layouts. By having them all perform the same task, we can compare their results fairly and objectively. Obviously, there are going to be other tools that we don't cover in this module that we will be covering later on in this course, and that includes GitHub Copilot, Zed, and Cursor. For this module, we're still just going to focus on the big three of ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. And beyond that, there are always going to be new tools and new versions of existing tools that continue to be released. But you can still apply what you learned in this module to your own context. That is the most important part. This module will shift your thinking permanently. My goal is to empower you to be your own expert. I want you to stop asking, what's the best AI tool? And start asking, what's the best AI tool for this task and for my style? By the end of this module, you won't need to rely on my opinion, a blog post, or a YouTube video to tell you what to use. You'll have your own data, your own scorecard, and the confidence to choose the right Copilot for any job. All right, let's get started. Hello, welcome back. So, in the first lesson of this module, we discussed the idea of selecting your Copilot and being able to choose the best Copilot for you based on a number of different criteria. So that is the core concept behind LM Arena. I'm going to give you a brief overview of this website, and I will provide a link in the handbook of this course because these rankings are going to be constantly changing as we have new user votes and new AI models as well. Okay, so let's start by discussing this leaderboard here. So this leaderboard overview allows you to see how leading models stack up across text, image, vision, and beyond. This page gives you a snapshot of each arena, and you can explore deeper insights in their dedicated tabs. So the first things we can see are how well do these AI models generate text? How good are they at web development, which is very important for us? How good are they at vision, so being able to see something and identify it? How good are they at text to image, so you giving a text and them outputting an image? How good are they at image editing, searching the internet, text to video, image to video? And how good are they as a Copilot? And if we scroll down to this arena overview, we can see how these models stack up against each other overall based on hard prompts, coding, math, creative writing, instruction following, longer queries, and multi-turn. And you might notice a trend here. All of these versions of Claude, Gemini, and ChatGPT are all actually the paid versions. So in the next couple of lessons, we're actually going to be signing up for these paid versions. Well, at least I'm going to be signing up for all of them in order to show you how they compare against each other. I would recommend that you sign up for at least one of them. You definitely don't need to sign up for all of them, and just try them out and see how they are. And if we scroll back up to the top and we look at web development, which is what we are most concerned with, we can see that we have ChatGPT 5 High, score of 1481, and right below that, 1474, is Claude Opus 4.1. And then below that, we have Gemini 2.5 Pro. So the top 3 providers of these models are all represented here with their Pro versions. So that is very interesting. Okay, so now that we've checked out the leaderboard, which again, I would encourage you to do on your own because it's going to change every couple of weeks probably, we're going to go now to New Chat. So we have an option up here to battle 2 anonymous models, or we can do side by side and compare 2 models of our choice, or we can chat with 1 model at a time. We also have the option to log in to save our chat histories. For now, I'm not going to bother with that, but if you would like to do that, you can do that if you wish. So we're going to start with the battle mode. And I'm just going to do a very basic prompt just to see how it handles it. So I'm going to say create a password generator web app. Okay, and I'm going to agree. And we can see we have Assistant A and Assistant B, and they are generating at the same time. And we're going to see what they come up with. Okay, so let's open up CodePen.io, and we're going to compare the outputs that we have here. So I'm just going to click on Start Coding, and I'm going to scroll up, and I'm going to copy this code block here. Copy, and we're going to paste this in here. And then I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this tab, and we're going to scroll up quite a bit more. I think there's a lot more code in this one. And we're going to copy this code block, and we're going to paste it in here. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, so the first option, which again took a little bit less time, looks pretty basic. We can see that this word here, appear, is actually broken onto 2 lines, so that's not a great start. But we can see we can adjust the length of our password, lowercase, uppercase, numbers, special characters. And if we hit generate, okay, so it did generate that, and we can say copy. Okay, it says couldn't copy. So do we have a console error here? No, it doesn't seem like we do. But it seems like, okay, didn't let us copy that. Okay, couldn't copy. All right, so doesn't seem like that's working. Let's maybe try to paste. Nope, didn't work. Okay, good to know. All right, so not quite working super well. Let's look at Assistant B. Okay, so already this looks a lot better. And you can see that it actually generated one here by default. And this UI definitely looks a lot better. It actually explains uppercase, lowercase number symbols a lot better. And you even have an option to exclude similar characters so that it's not confusing, like an O versus a 0 versus a lowercase o. So that's actually pretty helpful. It's also looking like it's saving multiple passwords here, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so let's make a crazy one. And we want a 40-character one. We want to exclude similar, and we can click Generate. And you can see that we have both of them in our history here. And let's see if this copy works. So I'm going to click Copy, and I'm going to paste. Okay, so that copy button also didn't work. Does this copy button work? So this says copied. And I'm going to paste it. Okay, so this copy button works, but this one doesn't seem to. So at least one of them is working, so that's something. And I guess I could go all the way to 64 characters and make a crazy password here, and I'm going to copy that and paste it there. Okay, cool. So I would say objectively that this password generator, the second one, Assistant B, is significantly better than the one by Assistant A. So let's go back to LM Arena, and we're going to say right is better. And when we do that, if we scroll back up, and you can see that we were using Claude Opus 4.1, so that is a Pro model. Okay, very cool. So next, I'll just show side by side, and I'm going to compare two different models here. So let's say I want to compare, we'll leave it at Opus 4.1. Okay, and on the left side, let's compare maybe like whatever the bottom of the list here is. Let's go to Gemma, let's say. So this is a Google AI. So now I'm going to ask it the question, what is the latest version of ChatGPT? Okay, so let's go back to the top of each of these and review what it's given us. So here's a comprehensive overview as of November 21st, 2023. So the core model is GPT-4, and it's currently the most advanced model. So this is a bit out of date. So I did want to show the knowledge cutoff in action because it was a little bit harder to show before when I was using the modern version of ChatGPT, which is GPT-5. And you can see, okay, GPT-4. So this is saying as of my last knowledge update, which is newer, April 2024. And this is actually giving us the same exact answer. If we scroll down, it actually, though, is telling us, however, OpenAI frequently updates their models and may have released newer versions since my knowledge cutoff. So it's actually aware of its knowledge cutoff and is telling you to actually go to OpenAI's official website or the documentation. So I would say that the right answer is better, even though they both technically got it wrong. They are not able to search the web by default, it seems like. Okay, so I think that was a fun experiment and a good overview of LM Arena. I would definitely encourage you to check it out yourself and try some battles between some anonymous AI models, as well as vote for the ones you like the best, and come back and check out the leaderboard because it will be always changing. All right, so again, in the next couple of lessons, we're going to be looking at the pro versions of ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and Claude AI to see how they compare against their free counterparts as well as against each other. All right, I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello, and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be exploring ChatGPT in a bit more depth and comparing what we can do with the free version versus what we can do with the Plus version, which costs about $20 per month. So we're going to dive into a few features that we haven't covered yet that exist on the free version, and then we will evaluate what is included with the Plus version. All right, so let's get started. The first thing we're going to look at is something that I haven't used a ton, but it was a cool feature when I saw it demoed for the first time a couple years ago, and that is the voice mode. This allows you to have a full-on conversation with the AI, and it will have a human-like response, which is pretty cool. Hello. Can you explain the benefits of vibe coding related to front-end web development?
Absolutely. Vibe coding is all about bringing a more intuitive and creative approach to front-end development. Instead of just focusing on the technical aspects, it emphasizes the user experience, creativity, and a more fluid workflow. It helps developers be more in tune with design principles, improving things like responsiveness, accessibility, and overall aesthetics. Plus, it can make the development process more enjoyable and innovative, leading to better user interfaces and more engaging web applications.
Okay, so we'll end the chat there, and you can see that it also actually gives me the text from this chat as well, which is very handy if I want to refer to it later. So I think that that is one really cool feature. Okay, and next, we're going to take a look at a new chat here, and we're going to go into this menu. You can see that we have a bunch of different options here. We can add photos and files, and you will run into a limit if you do upload a photo. Usually, if you have a few more messages within that conversation, it will tell you that you need to come back the next day unless you have ChatGPT Plus. And you can see we can do a couple of other things. We can even create images for free, which I'll show in a second, but it does take a little bit longer to generate images on the free plan. And you have a limit of like maybe 5 or 6 per day until you have to come back tomorrow. And you can see when we hover over deep research that we only have 5 left on the free version. That would have a bigger limit on the Plus version. And the thing that I wanted to show specifically here is this canvas. So I mentioned in an earlier video when we were using ChatGPT to generate a project that wouldn't it be great if they had an integrated canvas like Gemini and Claude, and it seems like they do now. So this goes to show how fast things can change in the AI assistant world. Okay, so let's create something basic. Make a basic splash page with a call to action button. Okay, and you can see that it's done generating. There's some CSS, there's our HTML, very straightforward. It gives us a description at the end here, and then we have the option to click preview. Okay, and you can see that we have a preview of our splash page here. It is definitely very basic, which is technically exactly what I asked for. And you can see we have the option to rename. We have the option to open our console here. We have the option to copy the code, to share it. So this allows you to share this splash page, similar to how we could share in Claude, which is cool. And we have the option to go to a previous or next version and then download the code as well. So let's go ahead and stop this here. And you can see that it's actually showing us the code again. And let's say that I want to make some revisions here. So let's say I want a more modern color palette. Okay, and you can see here that it says that it updated the splash page with a modern dark gradient background and fresh accent colors. You can also see that it says that we've hit the free plan limit for GPT-5, and they're going to use another model until the limit resets after 549. So this is the main difference between free and plus, is that every so often you're going to run into these messages. You'll run into them more quickly if you are doing things like generating images, or if it's using the thinking mode to come up with a better answer. Okay, and if we preview it, okay, we can also see that it actually did not change the code here at all. So let's maybe try one more time. Okay, and this time you can actually see that it's going through line by line and actually changing the code. So maybe I needed to be more explicit that I wanted the code to be changed. And you can see that it's now saying, yes, I have edited the page. And you can also see that I am able to continue, even though I am on the free version. It is just using a different model and not the main higher level ChatGPT 5 model. And if I click on preview, you can see that it has definitely given me a more vibrant color scheme, which is cool. And you can see that I have the option now to click previous version. And you can see at the bottom, you're viewing a previous version, and I have the option to restore this version or go back to the latest version. So it is nice that it also builds in this ability to go back in case something got messed up when it is generating code. That is something that is really, really helpful. Okay, so I think that that's a good example of our canvas here. So I'm going to go ahead and close that. And I'm going to show the image creation capabilities a bit. You can see that I'm still going to constantly see this message that I have hit my limit for GPT-5, but I'm still going to try to do some image creation here. So create image, and you can see I have the option for some different styles here. So let's say that I want to do 80s glam. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and just take this prompt here just to try it out. Okay. Okay, and you can see that it has given me this output here, Glam for Life. That's pretty cool. If I click on it, it will give me a full view. And the other cool thing is it allows us to describe what we want to add, remove, or replace. And I'll just say, instead of a woman, can you make it a cat? Okay, so this basically highlights the biggest difference with the free version and the plus version is that you will be able to do everything you can do basically in the plus version, but it might be a little bit slower and you might run into limits more frequently, like I did with the coding, and you can see as well with the image creation as well. I wasn't able to edit this image. Two last major differences is if we go over here to GPTs, you can see that we're able to use these created GPTs, which are created for specific tasks. So if I clicked on Write for Me, for example, it's intended to be a supercharged writing assistant. And you can see it has some conversation starters here. I can click Start Chat, and it even has some suggestions. And basically, this will allow me to have a GPT that specializes in writing. So you are able to use existing GPTs, but you can see at the top here that you cannot create your own custom GPTs with custom instructions, and it'll do specific tasks maybe a little bit better than just the general ChatGPT model. But to create your own, again, you need to upgrade. And the other thing, which we're not going to get into because it is kind of an external tool, is Sora. But Sora allows you to do image generation as well as video generation, but you can only do that video generation specifically if you have that ChatGPT Plus. You can still do image generation on your free account. Okay, so let's go ahead and upgrade our plan, and we'll see how that behaves differently. So we'll click on Upgrade Your Plan, and you can see that it is explaining the differences between each of these plans. And you can see we have access to GPT-5 in the free plan, but we have GPT-5 with advanced reasoning. We have expanded messaging and uploads, expanded and faster image creation, expanded memory and context, expanded deep research and agent mode, projects, tasks, custom GPTs, Sora video generation, like I mentioned, as well as a codex agent. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on this. And once we finish signing up, we can see that it is prompting us to connect other things like Google Drive in order to find answers, summarize info, and other things. But we're not going to do that for now. And you'll notice up at the top here, we do have the ability now to change which model we are using. So by default, it's set to auto, which decides how long it will take to think. We can set it to instant if we want answers right away, or we can set it to thinking, which might be better for creating code. And we also have the option to use GPT 4o, which some people prefer, especially in the voice mode. Okay, so let's go back to our photo here that we were trying to edit, and let's try to edit it again this time. Can you replace this woman with a cat? Okay, so you can see that it is finished generating this image, and it is pretty hilarious if I do say so myself. And you can even go back to the previous version to compare to the current version with the cat. And yeah, I do think that that is very funny. Okay, and you can see when I switched to Plus, I was able to edit this image. So there are definitely more limitations when it comes to creating images if you are on the free version. Okay, cool. And if we go now to GPTs, You can see again, I have the option for my GPTs, and I can create my own GPT, and it'll say you can build a new GPT, make a creative who helps generate visuals for new products, or make a software engineer who helps format my code. Let's just give a quick example here. Make an agent that's great at front-end web development. Okay, and it's set it up, and it says to name it Front-End Forge, and I'll just say yes. Okay, and you can see that I said yes. It created an icon for this custom GPT, and now I can hit create here at the top, and I'll say for this moment that it's only for me, and I'm going to go ahead and click save, and we can go to our GPT that we just created. Okay, and let's just say the same thing we did before, create a basic / page with a call to action button. Okay, and you can see that by default, it's decided to use React and Tailwind CSS, but I actually just want it to be standalone, so I'm going to revise that. Okay, so it made it standalone, and let's just go ahead and copy this code. You can see, unfortunately, we don't have the option to use the canvas in the custom GPT, but if we go back and we hit on more here and we hit canvas, I'm going to go ahead and paste this code here and say preview this in canvas. Okay, and we can click preview, and you can see that it looks pretty similar to the other one, but it has a hover animation on the button. It's got some rounded corners here, but it does look, a little bit better. Okay, so let's actually close this, and we'll go back here. And the one last thing that I wanted to show in the Plus version is this option to use the codex, which was not there previously. So what this allows you to do is connect to a GitHub repository. So where you're going to upload all of your projects, we will get set up with that in the next module. And it's going to allow you to do tasks related to your projects. You can have it do a code review for you, or you can try it inside of something like Visual Studio Code or in your terminal. So we will give this a try a little bit later on in the course, but I don't want to get into something super technical right at this moment. But yeah, there you have it. We've looked at the differences between the free version and the Plus version of ChatGPT. I would say from what I've observed that currently the main differences are just that you are going to run into usage limits pretty often, especially if you're doing image generation or if it's thinking deeply a lot for creating code and things like that. And also you have the ability to create your custom GPTs if you have the Plus version, as well as use the codex, which we will experiment with later on in the course. All right, so that's it for this one. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. In this one, we're going to be focusing on Google Gemini and the differences, again, between the free version and the Pro version, which is around $20 US per month. And to start out with, we're going to talk about a new feature. So they have introduced a new image editing AI tool, and everybody thinks it's a really cool tool. You can see a preview of it here. It allows you to upload 3 images and blend them together, and it allows you to do a lot of other really cool things. It's actually gone pretty viral at the moment, and we're going to be exploring that in this video. Okay, so we'll go ahead and actually click try now, and we'll see what we are able to do with this. So let's start by just asking it to generate an image, create a logo for 0 to mastery. We are an online school that teaches people how to code. Okay, and we'll hit submit. Okay, and it's given us a logo here. All right, that's pretty cool. It's not as good as the logo we already have, but it goes to show that it can create a logo for us. Okay, and you can see it has a tip here that we can keep refining our image if we like. So let's say, can you make the logo more simple and give it a red and green color scheme? Okay, so basically the exact same thing, but it is red and green now, so that's cool. Okay, so let's show off, though, one of the cooler, more viral features of this image creation, and that is when you're actually giving it an original image to work from. So we're going to go ahead and upload some files here, and I'm going to upload my profile pic, and we're going to say, make me into an action figure. Okay, and it actually, that's funny because it actually added the 0 to mastery stuff, and there is me as an action figure, and I'm a master coder. That's pretty awesome. Okay, cool. So you can see that it's actually gotten really good at this type of image creation, and especially when you give it an image as an input, it can produce some very cool results. I would definitely encourage you to experiment with the image creation on Gemini because it is a lot of fun. Feel free to share some of your results on Discord as well. Okay, moving on, we're going to create a new chat here. Outside of image editing, let's maybe take a look at what it can do with our simple splash page call to action button prompt that we used with ChatGPT. So there are two models accessible in the free version, the Flash version and the Pro version. But without upgrading, you're going to reach this Pro version limit very quickly. So I'm going to do this with the Flash version. So create a splash page with a call to action button. And we'll go to Tools, and we're going to select our canvas and submit. Okay, so it's given us an output here, and this actually looks pretty good. I actually kind of like it a little bit more than the ChatGPT output, but that's definitely subjective. And again, I gave it a very simple prompt. And if we go to the code here, you can see that there's a little bit more length to the code. And yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay, so we're going to take a look now at what is included in the Pro version versus the free version. Okay, so you can see in the Pro version that we have access to the 2.5 Pro reasoning model, and we can also do video generation, which we can't do on the free version. We have limited access to 2.5 Pro, like I said. We do have image generation for free, but again, that will run into some limits. And you can see we have access to the canvas on the free version, which is great. We have more credits for video generation. There's a couple of other video generation tools that we're not going to get into because they're external tools and they're not really related to what we're trying to accomplish. And another big thing is that we can integrate into Gmail, Google Docs, and other Google apps, which we can't do on the free version. And as a bonus, if you do have a Google account already, which you will need one for this, it bumps your storage in your Google Drive Gmail photos from 15 gigabytes all the way up to 2 terabytes. Okay, so let's go ahead and upgrade. Okay, and now we have upgraded to the Pro version. I'm going to start by clicking on Tools here. And you can see now we have an extra option of Create Videos with VO. We'll try that in just a second. But first, we're going to go back to our canvas, and we're going to try that same prompt again now that we have selected the Pro model here. So create a splash page with a call to action button. Okay, and you can see that this actually gave us a much nicer result. Wow. It has some little glowing orbs here. It has a lot more style to it. It's decided to kind of emphasize new era here, that it's launching soon, get early access. And you see this time when I click on it, it actually does something. It says thank you. And in the console, it also logged that the call to action button has been clicked. Wow, that actually makes a really huge difference. You can see it's using Google Fonts, and you can see that it has quite a bit more code to it, which is cool, and it actually has some JavaScript this time. Okay, yeah, I'm actually really quite impressed with that. Okay, and I think compared to ChatGPT, I do like this output quite a bit better. So as a reminder, you can actually share this artifact. So if I copy this link and I go to this link, I can click continue, and I can actually see it kind of in a full screen view here. And if I want to see the code, I can see the code. Okay, awesome. Very, very cool. Okay, so going back, we are going to just do one more quick thing, and that is the video generation that only exists on the Pro version. So we're going to select Tools, and we're going to select Create Videos with VO. Right now, it is still a little bit limited. You're only able to generate 1 or 2 videos per day, and it's only an 8-second video, but it does have audio as well, which is pretty cool. And yeah, we're going to try it now. And we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to actually add the photo that I added previously. And I'm going to actually say, have me talking about my awesome new vibe coding course on 0 to Mastery. Okay, and this is going to take a few minutes to generate. Okay, so that's done generating. Let's go ahead and check it out.
I'm super excited about my new vibe coding course on 0 to Mastery. It's going to be awesome. I'm super excited about my new vibe coding course on 0 to Mastery. It's going to be awesome.
Okay, cool. And you can see that it is repeating there, but yeah, it turned a picture into a video, and it had the AI version of me talking. I don't sound exactly like that, but it is pretty cool in this day and age that you can do something like this. Okay, so now on to the key takeaways of the free version versus the pro version of Gemini. So on the free version, you are going to run into usage limits with the Pro model, which is better for writing code. You're also going to run into limits with image creation as well. And you cannot generate video unless you are on the Pro plan. And the other thing to consider is that there are bonuses with Gemini Pro that you don't necessarily have with ChatGPT and Claude, and that is that you get the extra 2 terabytes of storage in your Google Drive, Google Photos. So Google does have some leverage in that it has a lot of people in its ecosystem already. Also, if you have a newer Android phone, it is likely that Gemini is integrated into that as well, so that might make it a more appealing option than the other two. Okay, so that's it for this one. In the next one, we're going to be taking a look at Claude. All right, I'll see you then. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. So, in this video, we're going to be exploring Claude AI again. And you can see to start with, there is a new feature here suggesting that we can do more with our artifacts, and we can even access the Claude API from within an artifact itself. This is available as a preview. Okay, so we'll take a look at that in a moment. But I just wanted to start by talking about the differences between the free version and the paid version of Claude AI. Okay, and the first thing I want to show is that if we select the model here, we do have the option to use Opus 4.1, which you might recognize from the LM Arena. It was close to the top of the leaderboards, but we can only use it a few times before it cuts us off on the free version. And you can see that if you want to use any of these other models, even Opus 4 or these other older models, they're only available on the Pro version. And also, it's suggesting we need to upgrade in order to connect our tools to Claude. So if we go ahead and click on this, it has the ability to connect to different things. So to read and write files, to be able to control my Mac, read and write Apple Notes, use Figma, Spotify, etc. Seems like there are a lot of different types of integrations, but you would need to have Claude for desktop, and I believe you would also need the Pro version as well. Okay, so to begin with, let's take a look at this artifacts preview that it was talking about here. So it says we can enable this feature to power our artifacts with Claude AI. And you can see that we have different examples here. So let's say I wanted to play a game. And let's see, we have an AI platformer game here. So we can go ahead and open up this artifact. And okay, we'll click on this. Okay, and you can see that it's created a little game for us here. I can use the keys on the left side of my keyboard, the WASD keys, and I'm dead there. Okay. And I can just kind of use that to kind of jump around. Okay, cool. So you can see that it gives you the option to preview other artifacts, which is a great idea. And we can go ahead and click on our artifacts. And you can see that we have a couple things here. We have our Pong Game. So we can see we have the Pong Game that we created here. We can slide this over to have more space for our Pong Game. So you can see that this is the third version of our Pong Game, and we can go back to previous versions. So that is cool that it has this ability to have other people's artifacts as well as your own artifacts. And it's also cool that we can use the Claude API for that. Okay, so while we're still on the free version, let's go ahead and create a simple splash page as we've done previously. So can you create a splash page with a call to action button? Okay, and I would say that this did a really good job for a very simple prompt. The same one that we had previously given to ChatGPT, and I would say that it did a lot better of a job. I'm very impressed with how this looks. So you can see it's kind of partly off the screen. I am zoomed in quite a bit, so maybe I will just zoom out a little bit just to be able to see. Okay, it's still off the screen. Okay, so I'm not quite sure why that's off the screen like that, but we'll zoom out a little bit, and if I click Get Started, you can see that it's telling me, okay, I've clicked it and redirecting to sign up. Okay, so I guess that was intended to be off the screen and then pop onto the screen, but it didn't quite do that effectively. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually upgrade, and we'll see if this same prompt yields a bit of a different result. So we're going to go back to our home page here, and we'll minimize this, and we'll go ahead and click on upgrade. and it's going to explain the options for upgrading here. So you can see that for free, we can use Claude with web, iOS, Android, write, edit, create content, analyze text, upload images, generate code, visualize data, get web search results inside of our chat. And in the Pro version, we can have everything in free, access to the other models that I showed previously, unlimited projects, unlock deep research, use extended thinking for complex work, connect to Google Workspace so we can integrate actually with our email, calendar, and docs, similar to how we can in Gemini. And we can also integrate with remote MCP, and it includes Claude Code as well. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and sign up for this. Again, it's about $20 per month. This is in Canadian dollars, and we're going to go ahead and sign up. Okay, and we're back with the Pro version here. You can see now we have an option for research. And if we go in the search and tools, you can see we have the option to connect our Google Drive, Gmail, and Calendar to be able to search those. We will deal with connectors and integrations in the future. And we also have the option to upload a file, take a screenshot, add from GitHub, add from Google Drive, etc. But for now, let's actually just go ahead and try out this Opus model. So we're going to do the same prompt that we just did. Can you create a splash page with a call to action button? Okay, and you can see that it has finished generating that, and we'll give it a little bit more space here. And this looks really, really cool. It's very similar to the one before, but I actually really like the look of this. Okay, and you can see we have some particle effects. We have a very cool effect on our button here. And if I click Get Started Now, you can see that it console logged that the button has been clicked, redirecting to sign up. Okay, so that is really, really cool. I really like the look of that. Okay, so you can see that the Opus 4.1 model definitely produced a different result that was more complex. So that is one major difference. You could do everything with this complex model, but only being able to have 3 prompts every couple of days, it seems like, is going to really slow you down. If you did actually want to use Claude for coding, which it is very, very good at, you probably would want to sign up for the Pro version just to be able to code as fast as you would want to, instead of having to constantly slow down due to usage limits. Okay, so I think that that's a good basic overview of the differences between the free version and the Pro version. We'll get into more depth later on in the course, going into the integrations, as well as using Claude Code, which is a bit of a technical setup, so we are going to save that for later. Okay, and in the next lesson, we're going to talk about creating our gauntlet that is going to test these 3 AI assistants to see how they stack up against each other. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to the Gauntlet. So, previously, we established why we need a standardized test to evaluate our AI tools. Now, let's determine what that test will be. To compare these tools fairly, we can't give them vague tasks. We need a clear, detailed, and moderately complex set of specifications that everyone will follow. This is our benchmark project. So, the project is a single landing page, but it's broken down into 4 distinct challenges, each to push the AI's capabilities in a different way. First, we have a creative hero section So this is going to have a very specific set of styling guidelines. We have a theme switching toggle. We have layout that will include content cards. And we're going to have a contact section as well as taking into account responsive design. First, every website needs a strong first impression. We will start by asking the AI to build a full screen hero section. It will have a large, bold title and then a full page photograph or video. I will let you decide which you would like to use, but that's the easy part. Here's the core creative test. The bottom edge of this hero section cannot be a straight line. We will ask the AI to shape it using a non-rectangular CSS clip path. You can see an example here using a tool called Clippy. There are a lot of different ways that you can clip an image to make it look more unique. And why does this matter? This tests the AI's creative interpretation. It's an abstract request that doesn't have a single correct answer. It will reveal how well the AI can handle ambiguity and whether it can produce something that is both stylish and functional, or if it just ignores the creative constraint entirely. Next, the theme switch toggle. This challenge is built directly into the hero section we just designed. The requirement is this. The hero section must contain 3 small clickable color swatch buttons, and when a user clicks one of these buttons, the entire page's primary theme color must change instantly. This should affect multiple elements like button colors and heading highlights, for example. We will direct the AI to achieve this by using JavaScript to add a class like ThemeBlue or ThemeGreen to the body tag. So why does this matter? This directly tests the AI's ability to generate clean, functional JavaScript and also to generate color palettes that will look good and modern. We'll see how it handles DOM manipulation, changing the class on the body or on the elements, and basic state management, knowing which theme is currently active. This is a fantastic test of its logical capabilities. Below the hero section, we'll ask the AI to build a section containing 3 cards arranged in a clean, responsive row. Each card is a standard reusable component. It will have a placeholder image on top, followed by a headline and a short paragraph of text. Think of it like a preview for blog posts or services. So why does this matter? This is a bread and butter task for any front-end developer. It tests the AI's ability to generate well-structured, reusable components and its proficiency with modern CSS layouts. We'll get to see if it chooses Flexbox or CSS Grid and how well it implements the chosen method to create a clean and robust layout. And finally, we have 2 practical requirements to finish this page. First, we'll add a simple, clean Contact Us section with a few standard form fields: name, email, and a message box. The key here is not complexity, but whether the AI generates a form with proper, accessible labels and structure. Second, and most importantly, the entire page, from the top of the hero section to the bottom of the contact form, must be fully mobile responsive. It needs to look just as professional and be just as usable on a large desktop monitor as it is on a small phone screen held vertically. So why does this matter? This tests a crucial real-world skill. It forces the AI to consider the whole page context and write media queries that work for all of the different sections that we've built. It's the final check on its ability to produce professional, production-ready code. So that's our benchmark. A single page with 4 distinct challenges that test creativity, interactivity, layout, and practical responsiveness. This specific set of requirements forms our Gauntlet. It's meticulously designed to reveal each AI tool's true strengths and weaknesses in the areas that matter most to us as vibe coding front-end developers. In the next lesson, we're going to build our scorecard that we're going to use to judge their performance. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. We now have our Gauntlet figured out, the standardized test project we'll use to evaluate our AI tools, but a test is useless without a way to score it. It's easy to finish a project and have a vague feeling like, I think tool A is better or tool B felt a bit clunky, but as a director, you need to make decisions based on facts, not just feelings. This lesson is about turning those feelings into facts. We're going to create an AI scorecard, our official structured evaluation framework. This is how we'll measure the performance of each tool fairly and consistently. Our scorecard is going to be pretty simple. It's going to be comprised of 6 categories, and we're going to give each tool a rating from 1 being poor to 5 being excellent. Feel free to change out these categories or add to them as you like, but these are the 6 categories that I'm going to be going with. So first, we have speed and efficiency. Next, code quality and modernity, meaning does it use modern solutions for the tasks that it is assigned? What is the first pass accuracy? So how good is it at just giving you what you want the first time you ask for it? Contextual awareness, is it aware of what it's done before to a point where it's very helpful, or does it have a very short context window where it's forgetting important details? Workflow integration. How well does it integrate into your workflow? And lastly, creative interpretation. How does it interpret the requests that we make that require creativity? Okay, so let's break each of these down. First, speed and efficiency. So, 1 would be it's slow and tedious. It feels like a constant struggle with lots of waiting or unnecessary steps. And a 5 would be that it's instantaneous and smooth, and the process feels frictionless, like the tool was an extension of your thoughts. Next, code quality. So this measures the professionalism of the code the AI generates. Is it clean, readable, and using modern best practices? Or is it messy, outdated, and uses hard to read and old techniques? So that would be a 1. And of course, a 5 would be that it writes pristine, professional grade code that is well documented, semantic, and uses modern CSS and JavaScript features correctly. Next, first pass accuracy. This measures how much work you had to do to get the initial output working. Did it work right out of the box? Or was it completely broken? Did it require significant debugging just to get it to run? That would be a 1. Or is it a 5? Did it work perfectly on the first try? Next, contextual awareness. This measures how well the tool remembers the conversation, directly testing the AI amnesia problem that we discussed previously. So a score of 1 would be total amnesia. You had to constantly re-explain your project and paste in previous code. And 5 would be it had a perfect memory. It remembered your color palette, your component structures, and your previous decisions. Next, workflow integration. This measures how seamlessly the tool fits into your development process. Does it feel natural to use? So a score of 1 would be that it's clunky and requires constant context switching, having to jump between many different browser tabs and your editor. Or a score of 5 would be that it perfectly integrated into the editor. The tool feels like a natural part of your coding environment. So this will make a little bit more sense later on when we get into testing things like GitHub Copilot or Zed and Cursor, where they do have more direct integrations into your coding environment, but still something to keep in mind for now. And lastly, we have creative interpretation. This specifically measures how well the tool handled the abstract creative request from our gauntlet, the non-rectangular clip path. So a score of 1 would be that it ignored or failed the request completely or produced broken code when asked to do something creative. Or 5, it generated a creative and functional solution, and it understood the intent and produced a stylish working result. Okay, and now it's your turn. Your task for this lesson is to create your own reusable scorecard template. This is what you're going to use to actively score the tools as we run them through the gauntlet in the upcoming lessons. You can create this however you like. It could be a simple spreadsheet, or it could be something in a note-taking app, or you could even use pen and paper. You can modify it if you prioritize different things. The most important thing is just to have it ready when you are testing different AI tools and as we complete our benchmark projects. The scorecard is more than just a checklist. It's a tool for systemic thinking. It forces you to pay attention to the specific details of your experience and to justify your opinions with data. This brings us to our key takeaway. A scorecard removes personal bias and provides a clear, data-driven way to compare tools head-to-head. It turns your vague feelings into hard evidence, allowing you to make an informed decision like a true director. Okay, so with our gauntlet defined and our scorecard ready, we are ready to create our benchmark projects with ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. All right, I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. Now that we have come up with our Gauntlet project and we have a framework for evaluating our AI, we're ready to actually build these projects and see how it gets built between our 3 different AI architects here. So I just want to preface a few things. 1, we're going to use the exact same prompt in ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. Number 2, you might have noticed that throughout the course, I'm actually fast forwarding when the AI is working on its output. I am going to continue to do that so that these videos don't balloon into a very long runtime. But while I am editing the video, I will keep in mind how much time it is actually taking, and I'm going to factor that into my evaluation once we've generated the project with all 3 of these tools. Okay, and number 3, I'm going to provide the text for the exact prompt that I'm going to be using in this video in a text lesson right beforehand, but feel free to have your own prompt. It could be a basic prompt. It could be a totally different concept for a project. It is totally up to you. I'm just showing you how you would go about evaluating these AI tools, and it's up to you to evaluate them whichever way you would like. All right, so let's get started. So we're going to start with ChatGPT here, and I'm going to use the dictate tool just to make it a little bit easier because it is going to be a pretty long prompt. Act as an expert front-end developer specializing in modern, responsive web design. Your task is to write the complete HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for a single-page website. The page should begin with a full-screen hero section that has a large Zero to Mastery title and a creative background. The bottom edge of this hero section must be non-rectangular, shaped with a creative CSS clip path. This section must also contain 3 small color swatch buttons, red, green, and blue, that, when clicked, use JavaScript to add a corresponding theme class, for example, a red theme, to the body tag, which will be used to style other elements. Below the hero section, add a key features section containing 3 content cards in a responsive row, each with a placeholder image, a headline, and text. Conclude the page with a simple, clean Contact Us form with properly labeled fields for name, email, and message. The entire page must be fully mobile responsive. Please provide the final output as a single index.html file with all custom CSS in a style tag and all JavaScript in a script tag. Okay, so we're going to make a tweak here, and we're just going to say capital. We don't need the dashes in here. Capitalize that. Okay, and I think the rest of it is pretty good. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and copy this to my clipboard here so that I can save it for the other 2 AI agents. All right, now we want to make sure that we are using our canvas here. Okay, and we're going to hit submit. Okay, and that's finished. Let's go ahead and click preview. Okay, so that looks pretty good. It seems to have like kind of a clip path going on here. And we'll click on this. Okay, and yeah, it's changing the color. Look at that. Okay, pretty good so far. Let's scroll down and see. Okay, nice. We have some placeholder images here. We have these 3 cards, and we have a contact form. Oh, and it added a back to top. Okay, so I would say that that's actually pretty good. Let's see how it looks if we make it a little bit smaller here. And we'll scroll down. Okay, nice. So that became responsive. Yeah, okay, that's a pretty good output. Okay, and I'm pretty impressed with that. Let's actually hit stop here for a second and let's take a look at the code. And don't worry if you don't understand the code. Obviously, I have years of experience as a front-end developer, and my intention is just to explain the broad strokes of what is going on. I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but I do feel like it makes sense to compare the outputs that we're getting between these 3 AI architects. We'll be explaining a little bit more about the languages that are used in web development in Module 4, but just as a brief crash course, HTML is the structure, so all of the content, images, etc. CSS is the styling, it's what is going to make it look good, and the JavaScript is all of the functionality. Okay, so it's got a lot of different CSS. It's using CSS variables for different themes. And you can see it's adding the accent color. And there's a lot of hero-related CSS. And you can see it has image masking going on. There's some animation. There's some clip path happening. Okay, perfect. And yeah, a lot of CSS for the cards. There's media queries. It's actually very well organized as well. You can see it has commented out for the contact form, utilities. It even has a reduced motion friendliness option, so that's a great accessibility feature. And if we scroll down, we can see the HTML is nicely organized here as well. Okay, awesome. And we have a contact form here. And let's have a look at the JavaScript quickly. Okay, so it has the ability to apply the theme. It can actually restore the save theme. Okay, that's pretty cool. And we have smooth scroll for the internal anchors. Okay, so it seems like our contact form isn't functional, which is fine. I wouldn't necessarily have expected that to work, but it did a really good job. And overall, I am pretty impressed with this. Okay, so in the next one, we're going to be taking a look at how Gemini is going to perform with the exact same prompt. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lesson, we created our Gauntlet project using ChatGPT. In this one, we are going to be using Gemini. And as a reminder, we want to use the exact same prompt in all of these Gauntlet projects just to keep it fair. Okay, so let's get started. So first, I'm going to make sure that I am on the Pro model here. And I'm going to go ahead and paste in my previous prompt. And I'm going to be sure to select Canvas from the tools. And I'm going to go ahead and click Submit. Okay, and that seems to be done here. Let's take a closer look. Okay, so first and foremost, we can see that the background is actually changing color. It has some kind of animation as well as a gradient. And you can see that it does have a clip path here at the bottom. And at the top here, we have a theme toggle. But I don't know, it doesn't seem to have changed much that I can see. Okay, let's click the red theme again. Okay, so it is changing these little accents on the card here. And as I hover over, the card has a little animation. And we have the contact section here. Okay, so if I click on green, we can see, yeah, just these little tiny highlights here are changing color, and this button at the bottom. Okay, so it's definitely changing a few things here. Let's actually go ahead and share this so we can actually see it in more of a full screen view. Okay, so again, the color changing, the theme is pretty basic. I wouldn't say it's overly well implemented, and it actually did not affect the hero section at all, so it made it hard to even notice that we were changing themes. Let's take a quick look at the code. Okay, so you can see we do have our color variables here. We have our theme classes. Okay, we have our hero section. It did use a clip path. Okay, we have a gradient animation for the background. There's our title, theme switching buttons, and generic section styling. Well, it's doing a good job of commenting the code, that's for sure. Definitely a lot of lines of code here. We have the media queries for responsiveness, so we'll check that in just a second. And here we have the HTML. And you can see it is actually changing a class on the body element. And if we scroll down to the JavaScript, you can see that we have an event listener and it is the theme switching logic. And it's saying it has some logic for the contact form. Basically, it's just going to give us an alert that we have sent a message, and it's saying that it is a demo. So let's actually go ahead and try that. I actually don't think that that was within the ChatGPT one. So we'll just say test. My email is test, and testing is my message. Okay, and it does actually have some front-end validation on the email. That's what I wanted to see there. Okay, and good. So it worked. It didn't pop up with the alert, but I assume if you actually had this in your browser, it might work. Maybe the alert is blocked in this Canvas preview. So I want to check the mobile responsiveness, and to do that, we can just right-click anywhere and click Inspect. And this is going to open up our developer tools. You can select this here to toggle device emulation if it isn't already toggled. And you can see we have a mobile view here now. And it is mobile responsive. It looks like we have these cards now in a column instead of a row. And we have our contact section here. Okay, so it is mobile responsive as well. Okay, so that's it for the Gemini Gauntlet project. I would say compared to the ChatGPT version, I think I liked the ChatGPT version better. The hero section was a little bit more interesting visually, and when you actually click the theme toggles, there was a very obvious change in the entire website, including in the hero section. But I would say for this one, it did have some logic for the contact form when it was filled out, that it was going to send an alert, though in this case, we didn't see that because of how it's running in this canvas. But overall, I would say it did a decent job, but I think so far I would give the edge to ChatGPT. Okay, and in the next one, we're going to be trying this Gauntlet project out in Claude. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. Previously, we have run our Gauntlet project through ChatGPT as well as Gemini. And in this video, we're going to be running our Gauntlet project in Claude. So just as a reminder, I am using the exact same prompt for all three of these, and I will provide it within a text lesson right before these Gauntlet videos, so you can use the exact same prompt if you would like to, but feel free to use your own prompt. Just make sure you're using the same one if you are comparing multiple AI agents. You could also use LM Arena for this as well if you want to have a preview of what the paid models might output without having to actually sign up for these paid models. Okay, so let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this prompt in here, and I'm going to go ahead and select Claude Opus 4.1, and I'm going to hit submit. Okay, so let's take a look here. So one thing to note right off the bat is that it had a very similar clip path to Gemini, where it just kind of clipped both sides here. Okay, and let's start with the theme switch here. So it has a nice hover effect there, and if we press it, okay, so it's actually changing the background here, which is kind of cool, and it actually kind of chose kind of zero to mastery colors. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so I've selected red. Let's scroll down and see. Okay, it has kind of like a scroll thing for the hero section. We can see that we have red everywhere here. I do like the use of these emoticons here. That's very cool. I like that all three of these are also fitting nicely in a row on the page, which I don't think happened in either of the other two. And if we scroll down, we have our Contact Us page here, which looks very nice. Okay, awesome. Let's go back up and we'll change themes. And yeah, you can see it does have an impact on a lot of things within the website. This is a little hard to read though. You have like a darker blue on top of a lighter blue. So I don't know about that choice, but outside of that, it's looking pretty good. If we enter something here, oh, we can see that it didn't do any validation of my email, but I do like that it had this message change and the color went to green to show that it was sent. So that part's good. Okay, and let's just go ahead and check the mobile responsiveness. So we'll just drag this over to maybe there. That's about a mobile screen width. Okay, and we can see, yeah, these cards are in a nice little row. And we can see that the Contact Us section looks good as well. Okay, so we'll drag that back and let's take a look at the code. Okay, so we can see that we have some theme related code here. So we're using CSS variables like the other two. Has the accent gradient, a linear gradient. And we have a bunch of code for the hero section. This is a float, so I guess that's what's causing the hero section to kind of float down to the other section. And we have the fade in for our theme changing. And there's a lot of CSS here. This is for our sections, our feature cards. There's a lot of little subtle animations and things. This is our contact section, CSS. Okay, we have our media queries to make it responsive on a mobile device. And we have all of our HTML here. And then we have some JavaScript here for theme switching, as well as some for form submission. But the validation is very basic. It's only checking, it seems like, that there are values for each. It's not actually checking that the email address is a valid email like it did in the Gemini example. Yeah, it's only saying that I would need to fill all fields. And this is for just the scrolling related logic for things to come in and out of view. Okay, so I would say that this did a pretty good job overall. I think that the theme is very, very prevalent, more than the other two. I would say that I'm a bit disappointed with the background of this hero section. I don't think that it's anything special at all. I actually really liked the ChatGPT hero section the best by far. It was the most unique. It was the most visually interesting. And again, I think it's interesting that the same clip path is on the Gemini output as well as the Claude output. Outside of that, I do like the cards. These were done really well. I would say these are probably the best cards of the three. And I would say the contact section is really good as well. And yeah, okay. So it did a pretty good job overall, I would say. Okay, so we have run through the gauntlet with our project. In the next video, we're going to be discussing my subjective evaluation of these three tools with the Gauntlet project. And I'm going to be keeping in mind a few key criteria. So that's going to include speed and efficiency, first pass accuracy, and creative interpretation. All right, so I'll see you in that next one. Bye for now. Hello, and welcome back. Okay, so we have run through the gauntlet here, and I'm just going to briefly review each of the outputs as their full HTML versions outside of the AI assistant UIs. And then I'm going to reveal the scores that I have given these three architect AIs. Okay, so let's dive in. So first up, we have the ChatGPT output. Something very subtle that you may or may not have noticed is that the background is actually slowly moving. You can see if I'm following it here, that it's actually very slowly animating. So that's a nice little subtle touch to make it much more visually interesting. And again, compared with the other two, I would say that hands down, the hero section in the ChatGPT version is by far the best. I also do like that everything is nicely centered, including the buttons here, and it even added this call to action button, which makes perfect sense. You can see that the color switching options are up at the top right for Gemini, and they are off to the left in the Claude output. You can see that it added a subtitle here, but nothing here, just the title in Gemini. And we had a nice long subtitle in the ChatGPT version as well. Okay, and if I click Explore Features, it does scroll down to the next section. And you can see that these 3 cards are fitting now that I have them in this full web page view. And I definitely like the look of that. You can see that it even has some box shadow going on, which makes it look nice and modern. And on this one, we have to just scroll down manually. But again, everything is nicely in a row here. And it has a hover animation. And in the Claude version, I actually don't really like the hero section kind of scrolling down. It moves pretty awkwardly, so I don't love that. I do think these are the best cards in terms of the actual card content itself. And of course, it's nicely here in one row. And I also don't love, the key features is kind of hard to read there. And we'll scroll to the bottom here, and this is the contact section for Claude. This is the contact section for Gemini. I don't like that this text is different than the rest. So this is using the standard text area element styling for the font, whereas it changed the placeholder text for the name and email. You'll notice on the other ones that all of the text matches there, and all of the text matches here as well. The other thing I really like about the ChatGPT output is that it added a back to top button, which the other ones didn't add, and it smoothly scrolls back to the top. Okay, and let's look at mobile responsiveness one more time. So I'm going to right click and inspect, and we have our mobile view here, and we're going to scroll down, and everything is looking great. Okay, and we'll try the Gemini version. Okay, and everything is fitting nicely here. And then lastly, we'll try the Claude version. Okay, and I don't really like how that title fits, but it is what it is. And it made these very large, which kind of makes sense because it would be harder to click. So that's okay. I did actually notice that this is coming through here and blocking the text. So I don't really love that. And okay. So those are what each of them look like in a mobile view. And the last thing we are going to just double check is the theme switching. So we'll start here. And when we click on the red theme, you can see that this button has changed. The background here has changed as well. And we have a red outline here, and we have a red button. It is subtle, but I do like that we can see the theme switching on the hero page, both in the button and the background here. And I'm going to go over to the Gemini output, and we're going to switch this to green. You can see that nothing changed on the hero section. And we have these very tiny little accents, and I guess the button color changes as well. Let's switch to blue. And it changed the button color here. Okay, so very subtle changes. And lastly, we'll look at the Claude version. Okay, and we'll switch this to red. So at least it does change something on the hero section, which I liked. But again, the blending of this color of the background and the text here is very, very difficult to read. but definitely a dramatic difference everywhere. All of the accent colors change on everything, including the cards themselves. Okay, so now we're going to go on to my evaluation, which again is very subjective. Okay, and let's go over my evaluation that I've created just in Google Sheets. I made this very simply. So first we'll talk about speed and efficiency. So I did take into account how much time each one of these took. ChatGPT took 70 seconds, Gemini took 45 seconds, and Claude took 110 seconds, so almost 2 full minutes. So that is why I have staggered the scores like this. I am scoring out of 5, 5 being the best, and 1 being the worst. So you can see that Claude scored the worst in this category. Next, code quality, and you can see that they're all very close, but I did give a slight edge to ChatGPT and Claude. First pass accuracy. So we did only have a 1 pass for each of these prompts. I am giving ChatGPT a 5 because I do think overall it produced a much better end result overall than the other two. For contextual awareness, we didn't really get into this because we only had a single prompt, so there was no concern about it getting outside of the context window. Next, workflow integration. So the reason that I scored these a bit lower was because later on in the course, we're going to actually be evaluating other types of AI assistants that are a bit more integrated into your workflow, including those that actually exist within your code editor. And those are going to score a bit higher than this. And we are going to compare those to these options as well. And creative interpretation. So again, I gave ChatGPT the slight edge because I think it did a much more creative job with the hero section, and I did also like the gradients that it had throughout the page as well. And coming to the totals, you can see that in my Gauntlet, ChatGPT is the winner at 26.5. Second place goes to Gemini at 25, and third place goes to Claude at 24.5. So keep in mind that if your Gauntlet is different, obviously your score is going to be different, and everybody has different things that they value. This is very, very subjective to me. So I don't want you to just think that I'm suggesting that you should go out and pay for ChatGPT right now and ignore the other ones. This was just how these 3 performed in this particular test. I would say when you are deciding which of these that you would like to pay for, to keep in mind everything that we looked at in the previous videos. ChatGPT and Gemini both have image creation and editing, for example, which you will not find on Claude. And Gemini also has video creation integrated as well. And Gemini also has the overall advantage of being part of Google's suite of software, and it can provide other bonuses like extra space in your Google Drive. So all things to consider. Okay, and I just want to take a moment to congratulate you on getting to this point in the course. I know that we've had to go through a lot of theory, and now we have evaluated these tools in a little bit more depth. In the next module, we're going to be focusing on your developer setup so that you can get even more out of these coding tools. And then we are going to be on to a lot of really, really fun projects. Okay, I'll see you in the next module. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to Module 4. We spent the first part of our journey exploring the high-level philosophy and mindset of a director. We have our vibe coding handbook, and now we know how to evaluate our AI partners. We're ready to start creating. Now it's time to get set up like a developer. This module is all about setting up your local development environment, the collection of tools on your computer that you will use to build every single project in this course. We're going to explain what each tool is, why you need it, and how they all fit together. But before we install anything, we need a map. We need to understand where in the vast world of web development we'll actually be building. This world is generally divided into two main distinct areas, the front end and the back end. The easiest way to understand the difference is with a simple analogy, a restaurant. So, the front end is the dining room of the restaurant. It is everything that the customer sees, touches, and interacts with. It's the decor on the walls, the design of the menu, the lighting, the table settings, and the beautiful presentation of the food on the plate. It is the entire user experience. In web terms, the front end is everything that runs in the user's web browser. It's the part of the website or application they actually see and click on. This experience is built on the web using 3 core languages. First is HTML or Hypertext Markup Language. This is the structure of the page. It's the skeleton, the tables, chairs, and plates. Next, you have CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheets. This is the style. It's the paint on the walls, the font on the menu, and the artful drizzle of sauce on the plate. It makes everything look good. And lastly, we have JavaScript. This is the interactivity. It's the waiter taking your order, the candle flickering on the table, or the music playing in the background. It makes the dining room feel alive and responsive. Okay, so I think that analogy of the dining room is a good start in understanding these languages, but now let's break each one down into some more detail with some practical examples. So first up, let's talk about HTML. HTML acts as the skeleton. So its only job is to define the content and structure of a web page. It tells the browser what each piece of content is. So it could be a heading, a paragraph, a button, an image, etc. There are a lot of different types of elements that we can use for our content. It does this using tags. These are keywords wrapped in angle brackets. So you have an angle bracket and then the letter P to represent a paragraph opening tag. And then you would have a closing tag that has a /P within those angled brackets. You will almost always have this starting tag and closing tag, though there are a few exceptions that are called self-closing tags, where you would actually have the slash at the end of the only tag for that element. So for example, like an image. And lastly, I just want to emphasize whatever content you put between these starting and closing tags will take on the meaning of that tag type. So for example, if you use button tags, the text in between will be the text that you are seeing on that button. It will go inside of the button. Okay, so let's take a look at a practical example because I think that's going to make a little bit more sense. So we have a short HTML file here, and I'm going to break it down line by line. So first, we have our doc type, which is HTML. This is something that is important in allowing the browser to recognize the type of file it's going to be rendering and rendering it consistently across different browsers. And below that, we have our HTML tag. This is the starting tag here, and this is the closing tag here at the bottom. And you can see we have our slash here. So we need to always wrap everything inside of this starting and closing tag. And inside of this HTML tag, we have a head and we have a body. So the head represents everything that is not actually in the browser page that you're looking at. For example, we have a title. So the title of the page is actually going to show up in your browser tab, not inside of the page itself. This can also include other things like the favicon, so the little icon you would see in your browser tab, or it can also reference other things like Google Fonts or an external style sheet where your CSS is living. Next, inside of the body tag is everything you're seeing on your page. To start with, we have an H1 element here. An element is referred to as a set of tags plus the content inside of that tag. So this is a header, and it's the largest header. We have H1 all the way to H6. We would usually use H1 for a page title, and that's what it's being used for here. And then below that, we have our paragraph element. This includes this one line of text. And then below that, we have a button element, and it has the content of click me. So it's going to say click me inside of the button. So this is very, very basic. If we were to open this file in the browser, it would be functional, but very plain. You can see that it has no design, no color, no layout. That's because HTML only cares about the raw structure, not the presentation. So you can see we have a default Times New Roman font. You can see that our header is bold by default. And you can see we have a certain set of styling by default for our paragraph, as well as our default styling for our button. But it looks very, very plain. So this is where CSS comes in. So CSS's job is to take this raw HTML structure and make it look good. It handles all the colors, fonts, spacing, and layout. It works by selecting an HTML element, like the H1 tag that we saw previously, and then applying style properties to it. Like, for example, we can make it blue by adding the property color with the value of blue. So here is a basic example of some CSS that we are going to apply to our previous HTML. So you can see that we have body typed out here, so it's targeting the body element. This is a selector. And then we have different properties in purple and their values in red. So you can see we're changing the background color. And then for our H1, we're changing the font color and the font size. And then for our button, we're changing a few different things. We're removing the border, adding some padding, changing the color. We're giving it rounded corners with this border radius property, and cursor pointer, meaning when you hover over it, it shows that little hand symbol instead of just your regular cursor. And this is what that is looking like. So you can see that it is a lot more styled. The font looks a lot more modern than the default Times New Roman, and you can see the button looks probably more like a button you are familiar with. So again, this is the exact same content we had before, but now it has a deliberate design. This is the power of CSS. And lastly, we're going to talk about JavaScript. So if HTML is the structure and CSS is the style, JavaScript is the interactivity and logic. It's the programming language that makes the website do things when the user interacts with them. It often listens for events, like a user clicking on a button, and when that happens, it can perform an action, like, for example, changing the text on the page. It can also be used to create and modify HTML and CSS dynamically when the page loads or a user interacts with something. For example, when a page loads, it could create 10 instances of an element with different content. So for example, on social media, you would have one type of element for, let's say, an Instagram post on your feed, but it's dynamically populating each one with its own unique image and text and everything else. So you would use JavaScript to do that dynamically. So here's an example related to what we have built so far. So if we add an ID of main-heading to our h1 element, in our JavaScript here, we're going to select that by using document get element by ID, main heading, and then we're also going to grab the button by using document query selector, and we're grabbing the type button. And then we're going to use this to add an event listener. So it's going to listen for the user clicking, and then it's going to run a function. That function is going to change the heading's text content to you clicked the button. And this is what that would look like. So if you clicked the button, it would change our h1 text here. So that is an example of JavaScript. So working together, these three languages are the fundamental trio of the front end. HTML provides the content and structure, CSS provides the style and layout, and JavaScript provides the interactivity and functionality. Understanding this separation of concerns, structure, style, and behavior is the most important foundational concept in front-end development. So this is a very, very short crash course. If you would like to get more in-depth on learning HTML, CSS, and a bit of JavaScript, you can check out my Advanced CSS Bootcamp, which starts from the absolute very beginning of HTML and goes into the basics of CSS before getting into more advanced topics. But at its core, the whole point of vibe coding is to be able to create things using plain language. This allows you to focus on the bigger picture and let the AI handle the output and formatting of the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Though I would encourage you, if you ever feel confused or have any questions, it is a great idea to ask your AI partner to educate you on what you are working with. And the more knowledge you have, the more specific you can be with your prompts. So it is really valuable to try to learn as much as you can along the way as you are vibe coding. The back end, on the other hand, is the kitchen. It's the part of the restaurant the customer never sees, but without which nothing could possibly function. It's the chefs expertly cooking the food, the ovens, the complex inventory system, and the refrigerators storing all the ingredients, which you can think of as the data. It's the hidden machinery that makes the dining room experience possible. On the web, the backend is the code that runs on a powerful remote computer called a server. You never see it directly, but it does all the heavy lifting. The backend handles tasks like storing all user account information in a database, securely processing credit card payments, or managing the complex application logic that powers a social media feed. So, now that you understand the two types of web development, where are we going to be going with the course? So this course is mostly going to be focused on the front end. Our main mission is to become masters of the dining room. We're going to learn to use our AI partners to create beautiful, engaging, and highly interactive user experiences that run flawlessly in the browser. While we may cover back-end projects later on in the course to see how the two sides connect, our core competency will be as world-class front-end directors. This brings us to our key takeaway. By the end of the course, you're going to be able to confidently explain what a front-end developer does, and you're going to understand the scope of the skills you're about to learn. Now that we understand the focus of our course, the next step is to gather our tools. In the following lessons, we're going to move step by step, installing everything required to have a fully functional development environment that will be able to suit our needs as front-end Vibe coders. All right, I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to our deep dive into the Developer's Toolkit. Previously, we got to understand the difference between front-end and back-end development. Now, it's time to get practical and understand the tools of the trade that you'll be using to create your projects and host them online for free so that you can share them with everyone. This lesson is a complete tour of the modern development environment. We're going to look at all of the essential software that runs on your computer, from the command line to your code editor to the engines that work behind the scenes. We'll explain what each tool is, why you need it, and most importantly, how they all fit together into a seamless professional workflow. Think of this as the guided tour of your new digital workshop. Everything starts with the terminal, which you might know as the command line. At first glance, it can seem like a scary black box, but it's actually the most direct and powerful way to communicate with your computer. But the way you probably use your computer every day is with a GUI, or Graphical User Interface. This means using your mouse to click on beautifully designed icons, opening folders by double-clicking on them, and dragging files around your desktop. This is like ordering at a modern cafe by tapping pictures on a self-serve kiosk. It's easy, visual, and completely intuitive. Anyone can do it without any training. The terminal, on the other hand, is a CLI, or Command Line Interface. This is a way of interacting with your computer using text-based commands. This is like walking up to the counter and speaking directly to an expert barista. Instead of slowly tapping your way through menus to find a picture of a latte, you can just say, "Grande oat milk latte." It's precise, powerful shorthand, and it's much faster and more flexible than the kiosk, but you need to learn the language. As developers, we learn the language because of the speed and power it gives us. So let's break that down a little bit further. So speed. Typing a few short commands is often much faster than clicking through a series of windows and menus. Power. Many operations and scripts you can run in the terminal are difficult or impossible to do with a GUI. So for example, you could set a timer on your machine to shut down after a certain amount of time, or every time you boot into your machine, you could have it load a specific web page, or any application for that matter, there are a lot of different ways that you can use a CLI on your machine. And lastly, and most importantly for us, it is the central hub where we will run other critical development tools like Git for our version control and NPM, our package manager. They are designed to be operated through the command line. So let's take a look at those one at a time. First, we're going to talk about Node.js. So what is Node.js? You've learned that JavaScript is the language of the web browser. Node.js is a revolutionary tool that allows us to run JavaScript outside of the browser directly on our computers. We need this because all modern web development tools, from frameworks like React and Angular to utility libraries like Tailwind CSS, are built using JavaScript and need Node.js in order to run. There are other really cool ways we can use Node.js as well, including building backend logic. I have another course on Zero to Mastery where we are building a full stack podcast player application that is able to grab podcasts through searching the podcast API, and we use Node.js in order to do that. It's a really cool project, and you should definitely check it out. So, we mentioned NPM. So, when you install Node.js, you automatically get NPM, the Node Package Manager. The best way to think of NPM is as an app store, but for developers. Modern websites are built using hundreds of open source packages. These are reusable pieces of code and tools. NPM is the command line program we use to easily download, install, and manage all of these packages for our projects. Next up, we have one of the most exciting pieces of technology that we're going to be installing, and this is Visual Studio Code, our code editor. You might be wondering, why can't I just write code in a simple text app like Notepad or TextEdit? The answer is that a specialized code editor gives us superpowers that make writing code faster, easier, and less prone to errors. Some of the key features include syntax highlighting, which understands the language you're writing and automatically color codes your text, making HTML tags one color, CSS properties another, and JavaScript keywords a third color. This makes your code 1,000 times easier to read and helps you spot mistakes at a glance. Next, code completion. It offers intelligent suggestions and auto-completes your code as you type, just like your phone's keyboard. This saves you from typos and helps you remember the names of different commands. And lastly, extensions. A good code editor has a built-in app store that lets you install extensions to add new features, including powerful AI copilots, which we'll be integrating later on in this module. So let's take a brief look at the UI for Visual Studio Code. So you can see that we are able to open multiple files at once and be able to have them side by side in order to reference them off of each other. This is something that is super useful. You can also customize the layout in a lot of different ways to suit whatever look you are going for in your workflow. And lastly, we're going to discuss version control again. So as we discussed in our Vibe Coding Handbook, the best way to think about version control is as a save game system for your code. It's the time machine that allows us to experiment fearlessly. It gives us the power to create save points of our project whenever everything is working. So if a future experiment goes wrong, we can instantly rewind back to a safe version. For the vibe coding workflow, where we're constantly trying out new AI suggestions, this isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. So Git. Git is a software that we'll need to install that creates these save points called commits on your computer. While GitHub is a free website for cloud backup of Git projects and sharing your work. So technically, there are other options other than GitHub, but it is the most popular option, and it is also a Microsoft product, just like Visual Studio Code is, and so they integrate very well with each other, so that's what we are going to be using. And as I mentioned, version control is essential as it allows for fearless experimentation with a safety net, which is central to vibe coding. This brings us to our key takeaway. These tools are not isolated islands. They form a connected ecosystem that makes up the modern professional development workflow. This lesson has given you the complete map. In the upcoming lessons, we're going to walk through installing each of these pieces one at a time and seeing how they all interact with each other. I'm super excited to get started with this developer setup. There's a lot of really cool things that we're going to learn, and I'm very excited to get into the projects in the upcoming modules. I hope you are as well. All right, that's it for this one. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to set up your local development environment on macOS or Linux. In the next video, we'll be setting up your development environment on Windows, but the goal of both will be the same. We want to set up Git so that we can use GitHub and eventually GitHub Pages in order to host your projects online for free, as well as installing Visual Studio Code so that we can write and organize our code on our computer instead of using something like CodePen. Okay, so let's get started. The first step on macOS or Linux is going to be to install Homebrew. I'll provide a link to this within the course, but the website is simply brew.sh. So what this is it is the missing package manager for macOS. And the only thing we need to do is paste this code into our terminal on Mac and let it run. And it will basically allow us to use brew install and then whatever package we want. So in our case, we're going to be installing Git, but you can use it to install a lot of different packages online. Okay, so first things first, we're going to copy this code here. And next, we're going to use Command spacebar, and we're going to type in terminal to open up our terminal window. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, and I'm going to zoom in as well on the font. Okay, and we'll just slide that into view here. All right, perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to use Command V, and I'm going to paste in my code here, and then I'm just going to press Enter. And it's going to check for my password. So I'm going to type in my password here. And then I'm going to press Enter. And it's telling me all the things that it's going to do. So you'll see that it's going to install Brew, Homebrew, a few other things, and all of this. Great. And I'm going to press Enter because I want to install Homebrew. And we'll just wait and let this finish. Okay, so you might have noticed mine maybe took a little bit longer than yours did, but that is because I have Xcode installed. So it might be a little bit quicker and it might look a little bit different, but in the end, eventually you will be back to your name at iMac, and then you can type again in the terminal. So once you can type again in the terminal, that's how you know that it is complete. All right, so we're going to go back to our browser here. So now that we're done with Homebrew, we're going to go to the Git webpage. So again, I'll provide a link for this, but basically this is the instruction to download Git for macOS. So the first option here is to install Homebrew if you don't have it already. Of course, we just did that. And then we simply type this simple command, brew install git. So that's what we're going to do next. So we're going to go back to our terminal here, and we're going to type brew install git and press enter. Okay, and that's done as well. Again, once you can type, that means it's done. And we're going to just make sure that it's working. We're just going to type git --version, press enter, and you can see that it is working, version 2.37.1. Perfect. Okay, so we're done with our terminal. We can close that now. And we're going to go back to our browser here. And we're going to go to the Visual Studio Code website, code.visualstudio.com. And you can see that when I land on this page, it already knows which operating system, download Mac Universal. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And you'll see that the download should get started. And we can see that it's downloading here. Okay, so now we can go ahead and open the file. And we can see now we actually have our application here. So if I click on this now, you'll see that it's going to open Visual Studio Code. This actually doesn't need any setup. We need to confirm that we want to open it. And here we are. We're in Visual Studio Code. And this is actually a sneak peek of a project we're going to make later on in the course. Okay, so we have Visual Studio Code installed, and we have Git installed as well. So you can skip the next video because it's going to be about the Windows setup. But after that, we're going to look at setting up Visual Studio Code itself, including some basics about that, as well as some Visual Studio Code extensions. And then we have a few more topics to cover in this module. All right, that's it for now. I'll see you in the next one. Alrighty, so in this video, I'm going to be going over the installation of Git and Visual Studio Code on Windows. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up our browser and we're going to type in git for windows.org. You can see it's popping up here. And on this page, we're simply going to click on the download button. And we're going to wait for this to finish downloading. And then we're going to go ahead and open up the installer. Okay, so you can see that we have our installer open. We do want to install this, yes. We can minimize this for now. And you'll see that we have our installation here. We're just going to click next. You can change the folder that it's going to install to, but for me, this is fine. Going to click next. And one thing to note, just to make sure it's checked, is we have a Windows Explorer integration, and it has a checkbox for open Git Bash here, open Git GUI here. So I actually find this very useful. I'll explain why in a few minutes, but just make sure that this is checked here. Then we're going to click next, next again. And now we have come to the question of which editor would we like Git to use. So you can see in the drop-down, there's a few different choices here. And we actually want to use Visual Studio Code as Git's default editor. So we're going to click on that. And you can see that the next button here is grayed out. That's because we haven't yet installed Visual Studio Code. But we can do that by simply clicking on this link here. and we want to open this in Edge. And so we're at the Visual Studio Code website, and we're going to go ahead and click Download for Windows. And this should be downloading here. Yep. And we're going to wait for it to finish. And then we're actually going to run the Visual Studio Code setup first before we finish our Git setup. So we're going to go ahead and open this file now. Minimize the browser. Okay. And we're going to accept this agreement. Again, you can choose which folder it's going to install in. For me, that's fine. Next. And we're going to call it Visual Studio Code in the Start menu. Sure. And again, there's a few things that you can check here. And they're related to the Windows Explorer File Context menu and the Directory menu. So basically, it adds an option to open with code. I'll show you what that means in a moment. And also, I usually like to check Register Code as the editor for supported file types. So we'll open up anything that is code related within Visual Studio Code automatically. It will associate all of those file types. And I'm going to go ahead and create a desktop icon here as well. Then I'm going to click Next and Install. Okay, now that the setup is complete, I'm not going to launch Visual Studio Code quite yet, but I'm going to click on Finish. And now it's still grayed out, the next button here on our Git setup. So I'm just going to hit the back button first, then I'm going to click Next. And you can see now that I've installed Visual Studio Code, I can now click this next button. For the rest of these settings, I'm just going to go with the defaults. So I'm just going to keep clicking Next. Okay, and then that is going to finish our setup for Git on Windows here. Okay, great. That's finished as well. We don't need to view the release notes, so we're just going to uncheck that and click on Finish. Okay, great. So we've installed Git on Windows as well as Visual Studio Code. Now I want to show you a few things about the context menu. So for me personally, I am normally developing on Windows. I work with Windows at work, and I worked with Windows when I was learning development, though I am going to be recording the course on a Mac. Most of the rest of what I'm going to talk about is going to apply throughout the rest of the course. However, what I'm about to show you doesn't quite work the same way on Mac, so this is unique to Windows. So if I right-click, I have a code folder here. You'll see that I have a few different options in the context menu. So that was what I was mentioning in both setups. So what this allows me to do, if I click Open Git Bash here, it allows me to actually open a terminal within this file path. So it's a quick and easy way to get directly to this location on my computer instead of having to use commands to actually get to this specific file path. This can be useful for a whole host of things, but for me personally, I always found it useful when I was trying to create a new Angular app, because to do that, you just need to type ng new and then the app name, and then it will automatically create an Angular project within that folder. Just something to consider in the future. And the other cool thing is if I right-click on this and I click Open with Code, this will allow me to automatically open this folder up in Visual Studio Code. So you can see that right away, I am in this project and I can go ahead and click on the code within the project. So this is very useful for Windows. I'm not going to be able to show off either feature because I'm going to record the rest of the course on Mac. But if you are using Windows, it is very handy to be able to right-click and open with code or to open a Git Bash terminal in any folder location. All right, so that's it for our Windows setup. Everything else we're going to discuss for the rest of the course, it will apply to both Windows and Mac related to Visual Studio Code and everything like that. That is the great thing about it, is that it works the same way regardless of the platform that you are using it on. All right, that's it for this one. Bye for now. And welcome back. Now that we've installed our new digital workshop, Visual Studio Code, or VS Code for short, think of this as the main workbench where you will craft every project in this course. VS Code is a code editor. It's a super-powered version of a text editor, purpose-built with features that make writing code faster, easier, and more organized. It's free, it's developed by Microsoft, and currently, it's the most popular code editor on the planet for very good reasons. In this lesson, we'll get you comfortable with the interface and install a few essential extensions to customize your workshop. So, when you first open Visual Studio Code, the interface is clean and simple. The most important area is known as the activity bar, and it is on the far left-hand side. This is your main navigation. Let's take a look at the 5 key icons you'll see here. So the first one is the Explorer, the top icon. It looks like 2 documents. This is your file cabinet. When you open a project folder, this view will show all the files and folders within it, allowing you to easily navigate and open them. So we're going to go ahead and click Open Folder, and I have a code folder on my desktop, and within this I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm just going to call this Test, and I'm going to click Create, and I'm going to open this folder. Okay, so now that I've opened this test folder, you can see that our Explorer view has changed a bit. And as you can see on the right side here, it opened up a chat sidebar. This is going to be used for AI models, and we'll cover that later on in the module. This is also a great opportunity to direct your attention to the top right corner of the window here. So if you hover over this, it allows you to toggle this secondary sidebar on or off. So if I click that, you'll see that it shows or hides that chat window. And I can also toggle the panel at the bottom, which opens our terminal that's integrated right into Visual Studio Code. We'll talk more about the terminal in the next lesson. And I can also toggle this primary sidebar on or off as well. And then lastly, I can actually customize all of my UI if I want to. I can switch positions of things, etc. For now, I'm just going to leave it as the standard. Okay, so back to our sidebar here. So inside of this Explorer, you see I'm in my test folder. I actually have the option to add files and add folders. So I'm going to go ahead and add a file, and I'm going to call this index.html. And you'll see that the icon actually changes when I type the extension HTML, and I'm going to press enter. And you can see that it has created this file for me, and I now have other options to generate code or select a language. In this case, I'm going to use a shortcut, DOC, and press tab. And this is going to create a basic HTML file with a title and a few meta tags in our head, as well as our body. We'll come back to this in a little bit. So back to the rest of the sidebar here. You can see that we have a search, so I can search anywhere in my project for something. So if I type viewport, for example, you can see that it will allow me to go directly to the file, and then when I open the file, it is highlighting what I am searching for. And here we have our source control panel. In this case, we don't have a Git repository set up, but once we do, this will actually look quite a bit different. Again, we'll get to that later on in this module. And fourth, we have a run and debug panel here. This is a more advanced area for running and debugging complex applications, which we don't really need to do in our course. And then lastly, we have extensions. So extensions allow you to power up Visual Studio Code with new features that don't exist inside of the editor itself. So the first thing I'm going to add as an extension is something called Live Server. So this is probably one of the most popular extensions, especially for front-end developers. You can see it has 67.8 million installs. So if I click on it, it's going to show me a description of what it does. And basically all it does is every time I save my HTML file, it's going to automatically reload the page, the HTML page in the browser, so that I don't have to manually click refresh every time I make a change. So we'll go ahead and install that. Okay, and you can see once I've installed that I have the option down here to go live. We'll get back to that in a moment. And there are a couple other extensions that I would suggest installing. The first one is going to be something called Color Highlight. And what I really like about this one is that it allows you to see the hex code colors within your editor instead of just having to know what these random sets of characters actually mean in terms of a color. There are 14 million hex colors after all. It allows you to actually preview them within your code, which is very handy. Next, I'm going to install something called Prettier. And this is a code formatter. And I'm going to go ahead and install this. And yes. So basically, it is a code formatter. It allows you to properly indent your code to make it easier to read. And it does this automatically, which I find very useful. And lastly, we can actually change the theme of our editor. So I can look up OneDark Pro. So you see that we have this theme, and I can go ahead and install this. And you can see that it changed the theme here, and I can select different options here for my theme. So I can click Set Color Theme, and I can change it to look a bit different. If I want, I can have a totally different theme, something like Synthwave 84, another popular theme. I can install this. And you can see it gives us kind of a purpley theme here, which looks pretty cool. So I'm going to leave it at this dark flat theme, but feel free to search other themes. You can actually just search by just theme, and you'll see that it comes up with a lot of other options for themes. Okay, so we're done with extensions for now. There are a lot of other extensions that you could install, but those are some basic ones. And next, we're going to show off this live server functionality. So right now, I'm going to type an H1, press tab, and then I'm just going to say hello world. So we can go down to the bottom right, and we can click go live, and you'll see that we have a version of the HTML file that we've just created being served on our local host port 5500. Now, if we go back and we add an exclamation mark, you'll see that this turned to a circle instead of an X, and you can see we have the number 1 here. That shows that we have an unsaved file. If you hover over it, it actually says unsaved file. And you can hit Command S on Mac or Control S on Windows. The other thing you can do, which is really, really useful that I'm usually doing for front-end development, is I'm going to go to File and I'm going to turn on autosave. So now I'm able to type something, and you'll see that it didn't show up as an unsaved file. And if I go back to my live server, you can see that combining autosave with live server means that it will seamlessly update your code as you are typing or as you are copying and pasting in the case of vibe coding. But yeah, it's a really great way to have that synergy and be able to iterate very, very quickly, which again is very important for vibe coding. Okay, and there you have it. That's a very basic overview of the Visual Studio Code interface. You understand that a lot of the power is going to come from extensions and also from AI models, which we will set up a little bit later on in the module. So we've only just scratched the surface of what we can do with Visual Studio Code, but I will show more and more as we go through the course. So, the key takeaway. Think of Visual Studio Code as your personal command center. You've set up the main layout and installed the first few key machines. As you grow as a developer, you'll continue to customize it, adding new extensions that perfectly match your workflow. A great code editor is more than just a place to type. It's an active partner in your development process. By learning to use it well, you're setting yourself up for a faster, more efficient, and more enjoyable code experience. All right, so in the next one, we're going to be touching on the terminal as well as installing Node.js and NPM. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, now that we have Visual Studio Code set up, it's time to get comfortable with the most powerful tool on your machine, and that is the terminal, also referred to as the command prompt on Windows. So the best way to think of the terminal is like a developer's Swiss Army knife. It's a single tool that contains many other specialized attachments for different jobs. Today, we're going to use one of the most important attachments, a version manager called NVM, to install our JavaScript engine, Node.js, and then that will enable us to install a number of other packages later on in the course. But first, let's explore some cool tricks and tools that the terminal has to offer. Okay, so I am using a Mac to record this, but you can also use the command prompt on Windows and have a very similar experience. Some things might be a little different, but this is just to show in general the types of things that you can do with a command line. So you don't need to actually do what I'm doing here, it's just as an example. So I'm going to start with Command Spacebar to open up our Spotlight search, and then I'm going to highlight our terminal and I'm going to press Enter. I'm going to then enter full screen and I'm going to zoom in a bit with Command Plus just to make this a little bit easier to read. And the first little tool that's kind of fun is a simple service that allows you to check the weather with a tool called curl. This is used to transfer data from a server. So the command is going to be curl wttr.in/ and then you're going to type in a location. This can be a city name, a zip code, or even leave it blank if you are sharing your location on your machine. So I'm going to just type in Toronto, Ontario. Feel free to type in whatever you would like, and I'm going to press Enter. And you can see that it has loaded the weather here. So we have the morning, noon, evening, and night forecast for the next 3 days right in our terminal. Very, very cool. Okay, now I'm going to type clear and press Enter in order to clear that out of the way. And we'll try another one. So have you ever wondered how long it's been since you've last restarted your Mac? Well, there's a simple command for that. You can simply type uptime and press Enter. So you can see that it's been on for 1 day. There are 2 users and it shows the load averages. Okay, cool. And we'll clear that as well. Next, is your internet connection feeling a bit sluggish? Well, you can use the ping command to send a small test packet to a server and see how long it takes to come back. So I can type ping space google.com and press Enter. And you can see that it is going to continually ping google.com and see how long it takes. You can see the time at the end there. It's all between 23 and 28, 29 milliseconds, which is very good. And you're going to need to hit Control C in order to stop this, or it would go on forever. So you can see 21 packets transmitted and 21 packets received, 0 packet loss, and it shows the round trip minimum, average, maximum, and standard deviation. So that's a great way of checking your internet connection and how fast your connection is. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear that. And lastly, a little bit of fun. The terminal isn't all serious work. So let's use Homebrew, which we set up in our previous lesson, to install a classic, fun little program. So we're going to type brew space install and then cow say and press enter. Okay, and we can see that it's done now. And I'm going to clear this. And now we're going to try to use cow say here. So cow say, and then I'm going to have quotes here, vibe coding is cool. And then end the quote and press enter. And you can see it made a cow saying vibe coding is cool using some ANSI characters. It's silly, but it demonstrates how easily you can use Homebrew and the terminal to add all sorts of useful and not so useful programs to your terminal. Okay, so I think we've shown that there's a lot of different things you can do with your terminal. Of course, there's many, many, many more things, but I just wanted to show you a few of them. And we're going to go ahead and close our terminal now. And next, we're going to focus on installing Node.js. This is something that we will need later on in the course to install different packages. It could be used for things like React and Angular and other kinds of libraries and frameworks that are used in modern front-end development. So we're going to go to the website for Node.js that I'll provide in the handbook. And you can see Node.js is a free, open source, cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment that lets developers create servers, web apps, command line tools, and scripts. So it's very, very versatile. And you can even see we have a very basic example of creating a server, and it would return hello world when it is called on a certain port. So that's very neat. So we're going to go ahead and go to the download page here, and we can select whichever version we want. I'm going to go with the LTS version, and I'm on macOS, but it should recognize by default the operating system you're on, but if it doesn't, you can adjust this. On Windows, it is more of an easy installation. It's just a standard installer. And we're going to use NVM. So NVM is a Node version manager. So different projects often require different versions of Node.js. A brand new project might use the latest version, while an older project might only work with a specific older version. And a version manager solves this problem. This is definitely an issue I've run into countless times in my professional career, and I can tell you that it is very important to have this flexibility to be able to seamlessly switch between Node versions in a single command. And we're going to be using NPM. There are other options, but I'm going to stick with NPM. And basically it says here that you just need to copy the following code here, and we're going to run this in our terminal. So we're going to start with just copying this first line here, and you can see it's also using curl, so it's returning data from a server. And we're going to go back to our terminal here, and we'll have to make it bigger again. And we're going to go ahead and paste that in and press enter. And you can see that it's doing a lot of different stuff here. And okay, it's done. So now we're going to want to close our current terminal window and open a new one for these changes to take effect. So we'll go ahead and close that, and we'll open that up again. And now we're going to use nvm install --LTS and press enter. And we can see that we have an issue here. It says command not found. So let's jump back to our browser and see what the next step is. And we're going to copy this now. And we'll open up our terminal. And we'll make this bigger again. Okay, and we'll paste that in, press enter. And then now we're going to do nvm install --LTS. So now it's installing the latest LTS version. Okay, and you can see here that it installed the latest LTS version of Node, 22.19.0, and it also created a default alias as well. So by default, it will select 22.19.0. And you can see we also have the NPM version here of 10.9.3, which was installed alongside Node.js. So we can also verify this by typing node-v to make sure we have the correct Node version. And we can also type npm-v. And if we wanted to install an older version, we can type nvm install, and then we can just say 18. And you can see it's automatically downloading 18.20.8. And you can see it's automatically switched, and now we're using this version. So if I type node-v, you can see now it's 18.20.8. And if I type nvm list, you can see that it shows the different versions that are available. And I can go ahead and type nvm use 22.19.0 and press enter. Now I'm using the up-to-date LTS version of Node. Okay, so let's actually check to make sure that that is working in Visual Studio Code, because that's primarily where we're going to be using the terminal from. So back in Visual Studio Code, we'll click up here to show our terminal, and we'll type node-v. Okay, and we can see that we have an issue here, command not found. So let's go ahead and actually ask our AI partner here how we can resolve this issue. Installed nvm on Mac, but can't access Node in Visual Studio Code terminal. How can I fix this? Okay, and we can see that it's giving us an answer here. The most common reason is that Visual Studio Code's integrated terminal doesn't run as a login shell by default, so it doesn't load your shell's startup file. Okay, we can fix this by changing a single setting in Visual Studio Code to force the terminal to launch as a login shell. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to the command palette in Visual Studio by pressing Command-Shift-P. And then we're going to open the settings.json file. Okay, so let's try that. Command-Shift-P, settings.json, and we're going to open up our user settings. And you can see it has the theme that we selected here. And we're going to go back and see what it's suggesting that we add here. Add the following code to your settings. If the file already has content, you're going to add it inside the main curly brackets. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click copy code, and I'm going to go back, and I'm going to paste it in here. I'm going to put a comma here on the last one, and then I'm going to paste that in there, and we'll highlight that and just tab that over and tab that back just to line that up nicely. Okay, and we'll go back, and we need to save the file and restart the terminal. So we can click the trash icon on the terminal to kill the old one, and open a new one with the plus sign. So let's go ahead and do that. This has already auto-saved, so we can close that. And we'll hit the garbage can there, open it up again. And now if we type node-v, okay, and we can see that's still not working. So let's go back, and we can see that it's suggesting that we run this command to check on this configuration file. And we're going to paste that and hit enter. Okay, so the file doesn't exist. So we can use another cool terminal command, touch, in order to create this file. So we'll do touch ~/.zshrc. That's created the file. And then we can use the open command in order to open that file. And we will point that to the same location. Okay, so you can see we have the file open in our text edit program. We're going to go back and we're going to copy this code here and we're going to paste it into our text file. And then we're going to go ahead and save this. And then we're going to jump back to Visual Studio Code and we're going to open a new terminal with the plus button, delete the previous terminal, and we're going to check it. And there you go. It is working now. Awesome. And one last thing to check, we'll check NVM list, and we can see that we have both versions that we installed previously. Awesome. So I think we've learned two major things here. The first one is that our AI assistant can be very helpful in the setup of our development environment whenever we run into issues. And also, when you are installing NVM and Node, it is more of a complicated process on macOS. On Windows, you will not run into the same issue just because of how Node.js works on Windows. Okay, so we've successfully installed Node.js the professional way. So today you've moved from a beginner to a true power user of the terminal. You've used a professional package manager to install critical software, and you've seen how the terminal can be used for everything from checking the weather to diagnosing your internet. This brings us to our key takeaway. The terminal is a powerful and versatile command center. The more comfortable you become with it, the faster and more efficient you'll be as a developer. All right. And in the next lesson, we're going to be signing up for a GitHub account and pushing your first project live on the web. Okay, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. In our lesson so far, we've discussed the theory of Git and GitHub. Now, it's time to put that theory into practice. The goal of this lesson is to take a project that exists only on your computer and publish it as a live website that anyone in the world can visit. To do this, we're going to learn two distinct methods. First, the easy way, a simple browser-based drag-and-drop upload. And second, the professional way, the standard command line workflow that developers use every day. But before we can do either of these options, we need to start by setting up your GitHub account. So your GitHub account is your professional home on the web. You're going to head to github.com. I'll provide a link within the handbook for the course. So the first thing you'll need to do is enter your email. And I'm just going to do test@test.com. I do already have a GitHub account, but just to show you, you can sign in with Google, or you can set up your email password, username, country, and region. So keep in mind for your username specifically that you want to choose a professional sounding username. Something like Ava Codes 2025 is better for your career than Skater Girl 1999 or something like that. So just keep that in mind that you want to have a professional sounding username. Okay, so I am going to sign in now to my GitHub account. Okay, and you can see that now I'm signed in to GitHub. Mine is going to look a little bit different than yours because I have used this account for many years now, and I have a bunch of people that I'm following and that follow me. So there's a lot more that's going to be happening in my feed here. And you can see on the left-hand side, I have all of my repositories. These are my top repositories. I have quite a few at this point. And we're going to go ahead and click on my user image here. And you can see that we have a lot of different options. I'm going to go ahead and just click on my profile. And you can see that I have 6 pinned projects here. These are all different projects that you can learn in my other Zero to Mastery related courses. You can see I have a link to my website here. And if we click over here on repositories, we can see a complete list of repositories, including the ones that have been updated the most recently. Okay, and if you are starting from scratch, this will all be blank for you, but you can see that you have this option to click New. So this will create a new repository. So this is the first step in creating your project on GitHub and then eventually going live on GitHub and being able to share this with everyone. So I'm going to start by picking a repository name. So I'm just going to call it test, and you can see that it tells me that this repository name is available. I can put a description if I would like to. It is optional. So this is going to be test for GitHub. And if we scroll down, I can choose my visibility. So I do want it to be public. And for the easy method, we are going to add a README. This is going to enable us to drag and drop in our files immediately. And we're not going to worry about a git ignore. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later in the course. And we're not going to worry about a license either. So I'm going to click Create Repository. Okay, and you can see that we have a repository here that's created. It is called test, and you can see I have my description here, test for GitHub. And if we click on this file, you can actually see the contents of this file. Normally, a README file would have a bit more to it than this. And if we go back, we can click on code here. So now we have the option of adding other files to this repository. So we're going to click on Add File, and we're going to click Upload Files. Okay, and we can go ahead and click Choose Your Files. And we can actually use the Pong game that we created earlier in the course. And we'll just click Open on that. And you can see that we have an option to write our commit description as well as the title for our commit. So I'm going to go ahead and say added Pong game. The title is the most important part. You can add an optional extended description if you want, but usually just a title for a commit is enough. And you can see we have 2 options here, commit directly to the main branch or create a new branch and start a pull request. In our case, we're always going to be committing directly to the main branch because we're working on our own projects. But in a professional setting, you might be having a new branch for your changes, and then you have to submit a pull request that gets approved by another member of your team. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and commit these changes. Okay, and you can see now we have our HTML file here, and if I click on it, you can see that we have all of our code from previously. So this is our JavaScript at the bottom here, and we had our CSS at the top and our HTML in the middle. Here's our HTML. Here's our CSS. Okay, awesome. So the next step is we're going to go live with GitHub Pages. So we're going to go over here to the Settings tab. You can see on the main settings page that we have our repository name here as test. If you really would like to, you could rename your repository, but we're going to leave it as is for now. And we're going to scroll down on the left side here, and we're going to click on Pages. So GitHub Pages is designed to host your personal, organization, or project pages from a GitHub repository. And you can see down here under Branch, GitHub Pages is currently disabled. Select a source below to enable GitHub Pages for this repository. So where it says none here, we're going to go ahead and select main. By default, it's using the root, which is the main folder for the repository. and that is going to be fine for us. So we're going to go ahead and click Save. And you can see that the source has been saved. We can close this. And if we go over to GitHub Actions, we can see that it's actually deploying our website right now. You can see that it has a yellow loading circle. You see it says over here in progress. And once it is completed, it will change over to a blue check mark. Okay, we can see that this is now finished. If we go back to our settings in our pages here, we can see that my site is live here. Okay, and we can see that it's actually pushing the README instead of our Pong game. So let's go back and see if we can fix that. Okay, so we're going to go back to our code here. And because this is not a index.html file, we'll need to adjust this. So let's click on the file here, and let's see if we can edit this file. So we want to change the name of this file to be index.html, so that by default, it is going to our index.html instead of our README. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And then if I go over to Actions, we can see that it is queued, but it's going to be building and deploying our page again. So while we wait for that, let's go back to the Code tab here. You can also see all of your commits. You see it says 3 commits here. And if you click on that, it actually shows you all of the messages. We have the initial commit, which was the README. We added the Pong game, and then you see we renamed Pong_game.html to index.html. And it even shows the status of the build and deployment, which is very cool. One last thing I will show you in the code page is that in the settings of About for this repository, there is a checkbox here that you can check. So it will use your GitHub Pages website, and that will allow people that are looking at your repository page to just click this to actually open your project directly. So we'll give this a few more seconds to finish deploying. Okay, let's click on this now and see what it looks like. Okay, awesome. And you can see that we have our Pong game here, and I can press spacebar to start, and I can go up or down with my up and down arrows, and I'm playing our Pong game from earlier on in the course. And it is live at this URL, and I could share this with anybody that I would like to. Awesome. So there you have it. We have published our project online for free for anybody to see. And in the next lesson, I'm going to show you the second method, which is the professional way of interacting with Git and GitHub. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, and now we're going to move on to method number 2, which is the professional way. This is how most developers are interacting with Git and GitHub, and it involves using the terminal. But before we get to that, we need to actually create a new repository in GitHub. So we're going to go over here, back to GitHub, and you'll see there's actually a plus sign permanently on the top here, and when I hover over, it says Create New. So if I click on that, I'm going to go ahead and select New Repository. And I'm going to give this another name, test-2. And I'm going to give this a description, testing terminal workflow for GitHub. Okay, and I'm going to scroll down. Still going to be public, but this time we're going to have it not add a README file or anything else. And we're going to just click on Create Repository. So the reason we're doing this is that we need an empty repository in order to sync our local repository that we're going to create on our machine in just a second. So you see it has a guide here, quick setup if you've done this kind of thing before, and it gives you an option here to copy this URL. So I'm going to go ahead and just click copy on that, and it actually gives you instructions that you can use in your terminal. So we're going to basically follow these instructions here, and that's going to allow us to push our code through the terminal into our repository. So we're going to jump back to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to open up the terminal here, and we're going to start with git init. So you can see it initialized an empty Git repository inside of our project folder. You might also have noticed that now I have a 1 here, and you can see that it shows that I have made changes to this file. This file is untracked, so you can see it's highlighted here in green, meaning none of this file has been pushed to GitHub quite yet. I'll show you how that looks a little bit different when we're actually just making changes to our files. So now that we've done that, we are going to type git remote add origin, and we're going to paste in what we copied from GitHub. And you can see that that's done now. And then the next thing we're going to do is type git add space period. And this is going to add everything that we have in our folder. In this case, we only have 1 file. And then I'm going to do git commit -m for message, single quotes, and I'm just going to say initial commit and another single quote and enter. And you can see when I did that, it shows that 1 file is changed. There are 10 insertions, so there are 10 lines of code. And you can see that when I did that, the source control tab lost that number 1 because we don't have any more untracked changes. But it's not in our repository quite yet. The last thing we need to do is push from our local Git to our GitHub repository. So we're going to type git push origin main and press enter. Okay, and when I type that, it now is asking me if I can sign in to GitHub. So we're going to click allow. That's very important. And I'm already signed in, so I'm just going to click continue. And it's going to redirect me. I'm going to click open here. And you can see now that it has succeeded. So you can see it's enumerating objects, counting objects, compressing the objects, writing the objects, and you can see it's saying that it is now in this repository, and it's created a new branch called main, and it has passed the local main branch to the GitHub main branch. So now if we go back to GitHub, we can see if we refresh the page that we now have our index.html here, and we can follow the same process to get our pages up and running. So we'll select our main branch there, and we'll save that. We'll go over to Actions. Okay, now that that's finished deploying, we can go back to Settings and click on Pages, and we can click on our link here. And there you have it. Our project is now live on the internet. So I want to show the main advantage of using the terminal for the workflow, and that is making revisions. So if I go back to Visual Studio Code, and let's say that I want to make some changes. I want to say, hello world, I'm making some changes. And we need to do part of this process again, but not all of it. So I'm going to go ahead and just type clear to clear this, just to make it very clear what we're actually going to be doing the second time. So you can see, first of all, that this, instead of being green, is yellow, and instead of a U, it's an M for modified. And if we click here, we can see that we have an M for modified. And if we click on this, it'll actually show us the exact changes that are made. So in red is what we've deleted, and in this yellowish green is what we have added. So if we want to make changes, we're just going to type git add period, git commit m changed text, and then git push origin main. So we only need those 3 terminal commands in order to revise our code. And now if we go back, and we go back here to our actions, we can see that it's in the process of deploying this page again, but this time automatically. Okay, and it's finished now. So we'll go back to settings and pages, and we'll click on this, and we'll give it a refresh. And there you go. Hello world, I'm making some changes. Okay, awesome. So that is the workflow that you would actually use, in my opinion, is this second method, the professional workflow, because it's easier to just keep making changes in your Visual Studio Code editor and then update them in the terminal with those 3 commands. So that's how I will be showing you for the rest of the course, us committing our changes to GitHub. Okay, and one last thing I want to show you. So these were test projects, and I'm not going to actually keep them on my GitHub. I'm going to be deleting them. I will have other projects that you see throughout the course in my GitHub, and I will link those in the course handbook. But if we go back to our main settings page, if we scroll down to the bottom, we have the option of deleting our repository. So we're going to go ahead and at the very bottom, you see it's in red here, delete this repository. And we can say, I want to delete this. And I've understood that it's going to permanently delete this repository. And it's going to remove everything there. And to confirm it, I need to type what's in the quotes here. So Jacinto design/test-2. And I'm going to go ahead and delete this repository. And I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for the other test repository as well. Okay, and now I'm back to where I was at. So to summarize, this workflow, coding locally, committing with Git, pushing to GitHub, and deploying, is the complete end-to-end process used by millions of developers every single day. So you have just mastered a core professional skill. And as we've discussed previously, our safety net is very important to allow us to be very experimental in our vibe coding. And now you know how to deploy this safety net. All right, so in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at a very cool feature that is built into Visual Studio Code. I'm very excited to show you that. All right, I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back. So to wrap up this module on the development environment setup, I wanted to go over one very cool feature that now exists in Visual Studio Code. So you can see that we're on the Visual Studio Code website here. And if I scroll down a little bit, you might recognize this from our slideshow. It was a video. And I'm going to go ahead and actually open this in a new tab here. And we're going to watch this video. So you can see now that this is using Claude in a chat window. And it allows us to actually integrate AI models, different AI models, into our repository and ask it questions about our code and have it correct things within our code. It basically allows us to integrate an AI model directly into our code base, which is very, very cool. So we're going to experiment with that now. We're going to go back to Visual Studio Code, and we've opened a new instance of Visual Studio Code. So we're moving on from our previous project, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to go here and we're going to open a folder. And instead of using our test folder, we're going to make a new folder inside of our code folder. And this is going to just be called agent. And I'm going to open this. And you can see as soon as I do that, it actually loads this sidebar here. and it says, welcome to Copilot. So we mentioned GitHub Copilot very, very briefly in a previous lesson, but we can use GitHub Copilot and other AI agents within this chat. I'm just going to show you a very brief overview of this, and we will use it a little bit more throughout the course, but I just wanted to show you because it is very, very cool. Okay, so I'm going to start by adding an index.html file here. And if we go over to this icon here, you can see that we're already signed in to our GitHub account. So make sure you are signed in. And you can see that we have an option here to finish the setup. So to do this, we want to allow all files HTML. Next, edit suggestions, we need to set up Copilot. So if we click on Set up Copilot, you'll see now that it has switched to be able to ask about your code. And again, it gives a warning, AI responses may be inaccurate. And if you look at the bottom here, we can actually choose between a number of different models. So you have Gemini, you have Claude, and you have ChatGPT here. So you might notice that these are the free models. So in order to add the premium models, you would need to pay for a Copilot subscription, which I will show you a little bit later in the course, but we can use this free model here for now. So let's say we want to use Claude. We'll switch over to Claude, and we can start by adding context. So we can just use this hashtag here, and you can see that by default, it selects index.html, which is the active file. So I can go ahead and press enter there. And now I can actually tell it to generate code inside of this file for me. So let's say I want to, again, create a Pong game where the player is facing an AI opponent. Include a game over screen after one player scores 7 points. Okay, and I can go ahead and press enter. Okay, and you can see it's giving me the file I requested. I can click create file. Okay, and it's actually going to create the file for me, and I want to replace the existing file. And you can see that it has replaced that file with some code here. So let's give this a try. If I click on go live here, we can see that, yeah, we have a Pong game here, and we can see that it's not quite working, okay? But it is, okay. Is it going to work? No. Oh, it's using the mouse. Okay. Okay, and you can see that it is very quickly allowing the player to win every time because it is passing the ball to the computer side and it's never actually making contact. So let's go ahead and try to tweak this to make this work a little bit better. I'm going to minimize the Explorer here. And again, we have our context already here. So current file context. So I can say, can you fix this? The ball is always going to the computer player and it is missing every time. Okay, and if we scroll down, you can see it explains the changes. It says that you could copy it in here with the existing code, but let's say I don't want to do that. I want it to just regenerate. So I can say, can you regenerate the complete index.html file with these changes? Okay, and it's done. And you'll see we have a couple of icons here at the top. So we have the option to apply to index.html. We have the option to insert at cursor, so wherever my cursor is in the file, or we can just copy the code. So I'm going to select apply to index.html. And when I do that, you can actually see that it's rewriting this entire file. You can see the whole cursor scrolling down, and you can actually see highlighted the changes that it has made. So in blue are the new changes, in red are the things that it's removing. And I have the option to select keep, which is going to implement those changes. So now, when I go back to the browser, we can see that if I move my mouse here, that now I'm able to actually play properly, and you can see that the computer is probably actually going to be a bit better than me at this game. It's going to be hard to beat this computer. And you can see that it's able to modify files in Visual Studio Code directly, which is super, super cool. We're going to get into more complex use cases a little bit later on in the course, but I just wanted to show you the concept because it is very, very cool, and there's a lot of really cool things that you can do with this. Okay, and I think that concludes the developer setup module. Remember, if you run into any issues or have any questions, you can also ask your AI partner for help when you are trying to set up your own environment, or feel free to reach out on Discord as well if you need some help from a real live human. Okay, so in the upcoming modules, we're going to be doing some really fun and really exciting projects. I'm very excited to get started with that. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. Alrighty, so all the theory is done. The developer setup is complete. Welcome to the part of the course where we actually start building. Over the next series of modules, we are going to work together to build a collection of impressive, professional, and functional projects that will form the core of a great developer portfolio. This lesson is a quick overview of how these project modules will work, what our goals are, and what I expect from you as the director of your own work. A quick note on tools. You ran the Gauntlet in Module 3 to choose a champion AI tool that best fit your personal style. We actually will be running the Gauntlet one more time when we get into some more advanced tools a little later on in the course, but I wanted to point this out because I'll be demonstrating these upcoming projects with a specific tool. I might use ChatGPT for one project, while you've decided to use Gemini for everything, which is perfectly fine. Any modern AI tool can be used for any project. The core vibe coding skills you've learned, planning, prompting, and refining, are universal. The goal of this course isn't to master a specific brand of AI. It's to master the process of directing an AI to build your vision. So, please feel free to use the tool that you found works the best for you. Next, the primary goal of the projects we'll build together is to create a strong and diverse developer portfolio. Each project has been chosen specifically because it demonstrates a different, valuable skill that potential employers or clients look for. From working with APIs, to managing application state, to building complex user interfaces. However, you are the director. If you have a different goal or a different project idea that you're passionate about, I strongly encourage you to build that instead. You can adapt the concepts we learn in each lesson to create something that is uniquely yours. Your personal passion will always lead to a better, more interesting final product. So be sure to follow that energy. And before we dive into building any of these projects, I want you to remember the most critical step from our foundational lessons: planning. A few minutes of Vibe project management with your AI partner can save you hours of frustration. For every project, I would suggest creating a blueprint by collaborating with your AI. Considering things like defining your goals. Start by asking the AI to clarify the project's purpose. Why are we building this? What should it achieve? For example, you might ask the AI to act as a project strategist and ask what are the top 3 goals for a portfolio project like a recipe app. Next, it's important to know your target audience. Who are you building this for? Knowing your audience informs every design and feature decision. For example, based on those goals, who is the primary audience for this recipe app? Next, listing the core functionality. This is your feature list. Get specific about what the app must do. For example, list all the essential features for this recipe app. What are the must-have functions? And lastly, do a UI/UX pre-flight check. Decide on the vibe before you build. Get a plan for the visual design. For example, suggest a clean, modern color palette and font pairing for a recipe discovery app. Running through this quick process gives you a clear plan and also generates a great prompt to actually deliver the code. You are preparing the AI to meet the criteria that you are laying out here in your blueprint. And that is a prerequisite for a great result. And that brings up a crucial point. Even if you and I use the exact same AI tool and the exact same prompt, our final projects will look different. As we've learned, AI is non-deterministic. It will always generate slightly different code, suggest different layouts, and produce unique stylistic flourishes each time. I want you to lean into this. Your goal is not to create a pixel-perfect copy of my project, but to create your own version of it. Get comfortable customizing the projects using casual conversational language. After the AI gives you its first draft, that's when your job as the director truly begins. You can follow up with simple, direct prompts like, "I like the look of this, but can you make the blue a bit darker?" Or, "Change the font to something more playful and less corporate." Or even, "Make the corners of these cards more rounded." Your job as the director is to have a vision. It's to be creative, to have new ideas, and to patiently guide your AI partner until the final product matches the unique version that exists in your mind. The projects in this course are arranged in a specific order to build your skills and confidence at the same time. We will start with simpler, more contained projects, and as we progress, the projects will become more complex, tackling multi-component applications, and advanced browser features. Even our tooling will become more complex. We will have integrated AI within our code editors. This gradual ramp-up is designed to ensure that each new project is a challenge, but a challenge that you are perfectly prepared for. So, to recap, use the tool that you like the best. Always start with a plan, make every project uniquely yours, and get ready for a journey that starts simple and builds towards mastery. The overview is complete. It's time to open up your editor, fire up your AI partner, and start creating. Let's build our first portfolio project. Hello, and welcome back. In this module, we're going to be creating a reaction timer game. I'm going to be using Claude for this, but again, feel free to use any AI tool that you would like. We're going to split up the lessons in a bit of a different way. We are going to start in this lesson with doing our planning, and that's going to end up giving us our prompt that we're going to use to create the code. And then in the following lessons, we're going to set up our GitHub repository, and we're going to use that master prompt that we've created to create the initial code. And then from there, we're going to do testing and refining until we get a version of the code that we are happy with. Okay, so let's get started with the Vibe project management stage of our Vibe coding project. Okay, so we're going to start by defining our goals for this project. So we'll say, act as a project strategist. What are the top 3 goals for a portfolio project like a reaction timer game? You'll notice that I'm using the default Sonnet 4 model, and that's going to give us a bit of a quicker answer here. Okay, so let's see what it has to say. So number 1, demonstrate technical proficiency. So it focuses on showcasing your ability to handle core programming concepts like event handling, timer functions, and DOM manipulation, as well as responsive design. A reaction timer game perfectly demonstrates your skills with JavaScript timing methods, user interface updates, and creating a smooth, interactive experience. Okay, and moving on to number 2, it shows user experience design thinking. It demonstrates your ability to create something that is intuitive and engaging, and it includes designing clear visual feedback, providing meaningful game statistics, implementing progressive difficulty, and ensuring that the game works seamlessly across different devices and screen sizes. So that is definitely very important for this. We want it to look good on any screen size. And number 3, validate problem solving and polish. So this is our ability to handle edge cases, implement error handling, add engaging features beyond the basic requirements, and deliver a genuinely finished product. Like high score tracking as a feature, different game modes, interesting visual effects. Okay, I think I have an idea for interesting visual effects. And each goal serves as a different aspect of what potential employers or collaborators are evaluating: your technical skills, design sensibility, and execution quality. Okay, great. So next, know your target audience. Okay, so based on those goals, who is the primary audience for this project? Okay, so technical recruiters, engineering managers, evaluating your candidacy for a front-end developer, full-stack developer, or web developer roles. They're looking that you can write production quality code, think through user experience challenges, and deliver a complete polished product. Okay. Also, fellow developers and open source contributors who might discover your work on GitHub or through networking, and clients or freelance prospects. So if you do decide you want to be a freelance developer, obviously potential clients would be checking out your stuff as well. Okay, interactive proof. So we are going to definitely have a live version of this on our GitHub page, and it should be very easy for people to understand, quick to evaluate, and it should show your JavaScript skills when someone's actually looking at the code. Okay, cool. Next, we're going to list our core functionality. So list the essential features of this project. What must it do? Okay, so core functionality, start and stop game controls. We need to be able to begin and end game sessions with proper state management to prevent accidental clicks during gameplay. Random stimulus timing, it must start at a random interval between 1 and 5 seconds so that it prevents people from just clicking on a pattern that they've learned. Accurate time measurement, so precise millisecond timing. Visual reaction stimulus, a clear, unmistakable signal. So this could be color change, shape appearance, text prompt that tells the users when to react. It needs to have immediate reaction time display. It needs to have average reaction time, best time, number of attempts potentially. Something to handle false start detection, so we don't want users clicking too soon. And we want to have clear instructions, so brief, obvious directions on how to play the game, visible on the interface. Visual state indicators, so showing the different game states. We want to have visual feedback for that. And we want it to be responsive as well. And we want to have the ability to reset, clear statistics, start fresh sessions, as well as error handling. Okay, great. And lastly, we're going to do a UI UX pre-flight check to have it suggest a clean color palette and modern font pairing. Okay, so suggest a clean, modern color palette and font pairing for this project. Okay, so it's giving us dark blue, lighter blue for the state, near white for the text, excellent readability on dark backgrounds, ready state, waiting state, success results. Okay, this is pretty good for now. We'll actually see, what it looks like. And it's suggesting for a font to use Inter or System UI, and a secondary font for the headings. Okay, and it's saying it's got excellent contrast for accessibility while feeling modern and game-like. Dark theme reduces eye strain during focused gameplay, and the accent colors create intuitive state communication. Okay, great. So now that we've done our plan, we're going to bundle this into a master prompt that we are then going to use in the next lesson. So to do this, we're going to ask it, can you create a prompt out of all of this information that follows the format of role, task, context, constraints, and format in order to produce the code for the project. Okay. Okay, so you can see we have our role. You're an experienced front-end developer creating a portfolio project to demonstrate technical proficiency, user experience design thinking, and polished execution. And you're building a complete reaction timer game as a React component. So I actually don't want it as a React component. So I'm going to revise this. And okay, it's given some context, JavaScript skills, UX thinking, some constraints, okay, and our design requirements, technical standards, and format. So I am going to revise this because I don't want it to be React. We will work with React later in the course, but I want to keep this first project nice and simple. Can you revise this prompt? I want to build this as static website without React. And I want to use Three.js shapes to make the project more visually appealing. Okay, so Three.js you might not be familiar with, but it's a great way to have 3D shapes on the web. I will show a brief overview of it before we actually get into generating code in the next lesson, but it is something that I do already know about, so it is something I'm going to be incorporating. Okay, and you can see it has changed up the task here. HTML JavaScript website, and it's using Three.js for appealing 3D graphics, animation, showcasing both web development skills and 3D programming capabilities. Okay, so that looks like a really great prompt to start with. Okay, so I think that is it for this one. We have successfully created our master prompt. I will be sharing our master prompt in the course in a text lesson. You can try to use the same prompt as me and see what results you get. Again, you are guaranteed to get slightly different results. I guess the colors might be similar, but it will be different in some ways that I can't predict. So that is the fun of using AI to generate code. Okay, so in the next one, we're going to be starting to generate our code. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Hello, and welcome back. So before we dive into generating the code, I did just want to explain briefly what Three.js is. So it is a JavaScript library that allows you to create 3D shapes and even more complex assets on the web. And if you look here, it even actually has a GPT. So it has a Three.js mentor GPT, and it's actually created by Three.js.org, and it will specialize in being a patient and knowledgeable guide on Three.js. So if you are interested in pushing this even further, this would be a great resource for that. I will link it in the course handbook. Okay, so let's actually take a look at some of the examples. So you can see that this is pretty impressive, and you see when I click and drag, this is actually a 3D model that we are seeing in our web browser, which is very, very cool. It's something that people don't know that browsers are actually capable of rendering. We're not going to be doing anything this complex, but it is very cool to know that you can take this way further if you would like to. For the purposes of our game, we are going to be sticking to some pretty basic shapes, but I just wanted to show this because I thought it was very, very cool. Okay. And lastly, before we dive in, we're going to create a repository on our GitHub profile, just like we will for every project. So we're going to go to this plus button here at the top, and we're going to select new repository. And I'm going to just call this reaction game, and I'll give it a brief description. Reaction game using timer functions in JavaScript. Okay, and it's going to be public. I'm not going to add a README for now, and I'm not going to worry about the license either. So I'm going to create the repository, and again, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to use Command O to open a folder. So we are inside of our code folder, and we're just going to say new folder, and I'm just going to say reaction-game and create, and then we're going to open this folder, and we'll close the chat here for now, but we will actually want to create in our terminal here. We can do our git init and then git remote add origin, and then we're going to paste that link in there and press enter. And we'll leave it like that for now till we actually generate some code. So we will come back to this. Okay, so back to the browser, and we'll leave that open as well. And back in Claude, we're going to copy our giant prompt here, and we're going to create a new chat. And I'm going to be selecting Opus 4.1. It's a more powerful model, but keep in mind that it consumes your usage limits. So even though I have the Pro version, it is still going to eventually run out of tokens, and I will have to wait to keep using it. If you are on the free version, you will have a very limited amount of tokens, and you might have to wait a few days, but technically you still could create the project with this model. You could also create it with Sonnet 4. I think it would work as well, but I'm going to try it on Opus 4.1. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to paste in my giant prompt here, and I'm going to press enter. Okay, so we have a first draft here, and let's take a look at it. So, how to play, click Start Game to begin. Watch the 3D sphere in the center. Wait for it to turn green and pulse. Click anywhere as fast as you can. Don't click too early or it's a false start. And we have number of attempts, best time, and average. Okay, so let's go ahead and click Start. Okay, and I clicked, and there's my reaction time of 617 milliseconds. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, all right. Not an amazing reaction time, but okay. Okay, I don't really love the look of this. I think I want to change up the way the interface is. Okay, so good to know. It does have some responsive design to it. I do feel like I would rather have the reaction time kind of in the corner and maybe have everything here in the center a little bit more clear, and it's just kind of like a very, very simple shape. So I'm going to maybe suggest that it makes, maybe more of a complex shape as well. Okay, but first, let's grab the code here. And we can actually just click copy, but we can also take a look at the code. But I'm just going to paste that actually, because I am curious also to see how long it is. So we will create a new file here, and we're going to do index.html, and then we're going to paste that. Okay, 700 lines of code. That's a fair amount. I'm going to close this. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller here. Okay, and you can see, there's a lot of JavaScript logic, and there's some 3JS logic here. Okay, and it's definitely a lot of JavaScript, a couple hundred lines of JavaScript. And this is our HTML. It's nice that it gives us instructions. The other thing I feel like it's missing is to kind of tell me if I have a good score or a bad score. I'm not really sure. So that is something else that I think is important. It's great that we can see our colors thanks to that extension that we installed when we did our developer setup. Okay, and you can see it's adding the Google fonts as well, and we have a title here. Great, okay. So let's just do our initial commit here. So I'm going to do git add and then period. I'll move this up a little bit. And git commit -m initial commit. And then we're going to do git push origin main. Okay, and then that's all pushed. We'll leave the terminal open. And if we go back to GitHub here and we do a refresh, we can see now we have our initial commit here. And if we click on it, we can see all of our code. Okay, nice. So we're going to go back to our code here. Eventually, we will create a README, but let's try to actually refine the code a little bit first. Though it is possible that it has nailed it for you on the first try. And if that's the case, you can simply ask it to output a README file for you. And then you can go into your settings here and set up a GitHub page for it. But in my case, I do think I would like to refine it a bit. So I'm going to show that process. Okay, so as I said, there are a couple things that I would like to change. I'm going to start by saying I maybe want a more interesting 3D shape than just a circle here. And maybe I actually want to get rid of these. Maybe they're a little distracting. I don't really love them. And let's maybe just start with that for now. Okay, so can you revise this? Remove the orbiting shapes. Have the click area be self-contained in a box with rounded corners. Have a more interesting shape inside. And display the reaction timer score in the top right to not obscure the shape. I think that's good for now. Let's try that for now and see what else we think of after. Okay, so that's definitely more of an interesting shape for sure. Okay, it actually says we need to nudge it. It's reached its maximum length for the message it can return. Okay, so it was just finishing this explanation. So it looks like it actually has finished the code, but it's explaining what it has done. So it reduced particle count for better mobile performance. That's great. Responsive design updates. Automatically hide and show instructions between rounds. I mean, this definitely doesn't work because this is kind of covering this up, which I don't really love. So we'll have to revise that as well. We do have the instructions here. I guess I have to click Start Game. I can't just click here. So maybe that's something to revise. I want to just be able to click in here to start the game. I do really like the shine on that. That's really nice, actually. Okay, so let's try it though. Start game, and we're waiting for green. Okay, click now. Okay, that's my reaction time. The UI is a bit clunky. I don't feel like I need the instructions every single time. And it kind of really changes the shape of everything here. Okay, that's not terrible. Okay, but let's say that you were happy with this. Let's pretend that you're happy with it. Let's go into our settings here in GitHub, and we're going to go to Pages, and we're going to deploy from branch, and we're going to select main, and we're going to click Save. And then we're going to give it a second here. Okay, we're going to give this a refresh, and you see we have our site here, and if we click on this, We see that we have our original version, which is fine. We're going to change that commit message. And you can also see we do not have a favicon. We're going to fix that as well. So let's just copy this link though, and we're going to copy it into our code here and into our about settings. And we're going to click on use your GitHub pages website, and we're going to save changes. And then again, you can ask it to generate a README for you and then add that file to your Visual Studio Code and then commit that as well, which we're going to do in a future video. But we're going to leave it there for now. We're going to do our second wave of refinement in the next video because I have a feeling there's a few more things that I'm going to want to change to really polish this project. All right, I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Hello, and welcome back. So I'm going to start by copying the code, which I didn't actually do in the last lesson. And we're going to go back to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to highlight everything and paste that inside. And the other thing I wanted to touch on is that I do have a favicon of the Zero to Mastery logo. You can use whatever favicon you would like or just leave it blank. But in my opinion, having that icon makes it look a little bit more professional. And I'm going to include a link to that within the course. If we go into our code folder, we have this favicon.png. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy that and paste it into our reaction game project. Okay, and so I'm going to go back to Claude, and I'm also going to ask it to include that favicon reference in addition to the revisions that I'm going to have it make in just a second. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit go live so that we can actually preview. And you can see it actually automatically picked up that favicon. That is actually something that's cached in the browser from previous courses that I have recorded. It is not actually referencing this favicon in the index HTML here. If I scroll up to the top, you can see that there is no reference to it. We just have a style tag, which I can collapse here. So there would need to be a reference to the favicon in the head of your HTML file, and there isn't one. Okay, but if we actually right click and inspect to open up our developer tools, you can see that it has opened in the mobile responsive view. I can actually drag this quite a bit over so that I can better see the elements and the console here. In the console, it's actually saying that it has failed to load the resource, and that is specifically the favicon. So we will correct that as well. And if I close this, you see it goes back to the regular full screen view. Okay, so a couple of things to change here. Let's go back to Claude and make some of these changes. Okay, so the first thing I said I didn't like was I only need the instructions in the beginning when I first go to the page. Only show instructions when first loading the page. Load them within the game space and add explanation for the reaction time score. What is amazing, very good, good, average, below average. Okay, so we want to give more context about what the score actually means. And beyond that, I want to be able to start the game by clicking in the game space as well. And I want to trigger the start of the game with space bar. Okay, and I also want to include a link to a favicon.png that is located in the root folder of the project. I think that's a good start for now. So let's try that. Okay, so let's take a look at what it has for us. Instructions only on first load. In-game space instructions. Okay, space bar. It shows what a amazing to below average score is. Multiple start methods. Favicon support. Okay. And Gamebox has a subtle glow. Okay. Visual polish. Let's give it a try. So first thing I'm definitely noticing, okay, it has a glow. That's cool. This is cut off though, so I can't really see all of the instructions. If I make this bigger, yeah, that definitely does not change that. I don't really like that this is overlapping either. It's nice that it has this instruction here, I guess. Okay, so let's copy the code and we'll actually paste this back into Visual Studio. We'll paste that there. Okay, you can see the code's definitely getting longer and longer. If we go to the top, we can see, yeah, we have our favicon link here now. So let's go back to our browser and we'll take a look here. And yeah, you can see that even less of the text is visible here. It's actually cutting off the entire how to play here. But let's give it a try. So let's click and wait for green. Okay, click now. Okay, and it's telling me my last reaction was average. Okay, good to know. I'll click again. Let's see. Okay, so I did too early on purpose just to see what would happen. So that works. And wait for green. Okay, still below average. Okay, let's try it with spacebar. Okay, so that did work with spacebar. Great. And let's make sure that the reset stats works. Okay, so that works as well. I think that having this locked in the corner of the page, especially on a mobile view, isn't really the best strategy. And you can see that we're ending up having some dead space up at the top here on our mobile view as well. And it actually is kind of obscuring the start button here as well. But in the console, on the plus side, we no longer have the error that we were having related to the favicon. So that's good. Okay, so we definitely want to revise now. The intro text needs to fit within the box, and we want to make sure that the session statistics maybe just goes below the start game reset stats buttons, and it just has a place within the flow of the UI instead of just being locked here in the left corner. Okay, so let's make those revisions. I want the session stats to be below the start game reset stats buttons and not have it be always in the left corner. Have it be centered with everything else. I don't think we always need the space to start React instruction. Remove the press space box in the bottom right. Also, the how to play is cut off. It doesn't need to be inside the game area. It can be on top. Ensure that it is all visible. And we'll actually give it a screenshot to show the issue. And eliminate some of the dead space on top. of the game. Also, remove the text while playing the game, waiting for green, click now, etc. Maybe just keep the text for going too early, but have it at the bottom of the game box instead of over top of the shape. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's try that. Okay, and you can see a couple things here. So first off, I have hit the maximum length for a message, and you'll also notice it says 5-hour limit has been reached, and it's going to reset later on. So even on the Pro plan, you can run into limits with Opus 4.1. I'm going to go ahead and click continue and see what happens. Okay, so it's going to basically just not allow me to continue. Okay, so I am going to have to wait to finish up this code here. If we actually look at the code and we scroll down to the bottom, you can see that it has stopped in the middle of writing. So that is the one disadvantage to using this model. It might generate a great result, but eventually you run into this token limit, and you can see that I didn't revise it that many times, but the fact that it had to completely rewrite the code is what had caused it to go over. But having a quick look at this, it does seem like it's on the right track. We have this as a separate box, which is great. We have our play space here, and we have this now at the bottom. I actually think that this is going to look a lot better. And we'll just see on the mobile device. So the one thing, we still have this dead space up here, which I don't really like, but we'll have to wait a bit to revise this. So I will leave it there for now. And in the next video, we will finish up with our revisions and create our README, and then we'll be done with this project. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Okay, so here we are the next day, and I'm going to go ahead and hit continue here. And you can see that it's going to continue writing the code. Of course, we could probably have copied this code and put it in a new chat and used the Sonnet 4 model instead, but I wanted to try to see this project through using Opus 4.1. Okay, so we'll give that a minute to finish generating. Okay, so let's take a look. Key changes made, centered, stats below controls, removed bottom right space hint, instructions above game area. I kind of meant for it to be on top of, like overlaid over, but I guess that's okay. Minimal text overlays, reduced dead space, improved visual hierarchy, enhanced user experience. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy the code, and we're going to paste that into Visual Studio Code. Okay, and we're going to go back, and we're going to check it out. Okay, so you can see, yeah, we have our box here on top. Click the box or press space to start. Watch the shape turn from orange to green. Click or press space when it's green. Don't click too early, that's a false start. And it has a nice little guide here to say what the scores mean. Okay, so let's click here to start. Okay. All right, an average reaction time, but I like that. The text is still here, which is fine, I guess. Let's click again. And then, yeah, okay, it has the text at the bottom here. I guess it makes sense to have the initial text here. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so let's check out the dev tools again here. And again, making sure that this is selected here. We're checking out the mobile view now. And we can go ahead and hit start again here. Okay, I definitely was below average there. I'm gonna reset the stats. Okay, that works. I don't like that this is on 2 lines, and also on mobile, we're not going to be using spacebar. So we might want to reconsider that logic. And the dead space I'm more concerned with is actually on the mobile view as well. And I also kind of think I just want to call it reaction timer. I'm not going to really draw attention to the fact that it's 3D. That's just kind of a part of it. And yeah, I'm going to move this text maybe down here to the bottom as well. Okay, so we have a list of a couple more revisions to make. Let's type that out here. Remove references to 3D. Just call it reaction timer. The click here or press space to start. I would like it to be inside the box, but below the shape, like the false start message. On mobile, remove references to spacebar because users will just click. The dead space remains on a mobile device. I want there to be less space between the title and the play area. And I'm going to paste the image. Okay, that does not look like what I wanted to paste. Let me try that again. So I'm going to just capture screenshot. We'll do it that way. So that'll be in my downloads folder. And I'm going to go add, and I'm going to upload a file. And I'm going to upload this here. Okay, let's give that a try. Okay, let's give it a look. So you can see remove 3 references, great. And reposition the start hint. Yeah, we can see it's below there. Mobile specific, we'll take a look at that in a second. Reduce the dead space, additional optimizations. Okay. So I think that's pretty good, I hope. Let's copy the code here, and we'll go ahead and paste this back here. Paste. And we'll go back to the browser. Take a look. Okay, so as far as I can see, yep, we still have this giant dead space here. Okay, we'll see what we can do about that. But we can see that everything else looks pretty good. It's removing the reference to the spacebar on mobile, which is great. And if I go ahead and close this, you can see that we have the spacebar reference here again. Perfect. I do kind of want this to be on top of this just to save maybe a little more screen real estate. And yeah, it definitely did not fix this here. So I'm going to try to fix this part, and then we're going to actually take a look at the code itself to try to fix this part ourselves. Let's go ahead and click start. Okay, so I guess I can kind of see why there is a gap like that here. It's for the reaction time. And you know what? I guess I will just leave that how it is for now. Okay, but I still want to kind of try to move this to be on top so that we have more space to actually see everything. And you know what? Actually, I do want to move this so that it is smaller and just over top of the game area as well. So let's see if we can do both of those things. Okay, so I would like the instructions to be overlaid on top of the play area instead of above it on the page. Also, when it is showing the pop-up with the score, I want that to be a little smaller and overlaid as well within the play area, ensuring that it fits inside. Okay, maybe I'll just be slightly more specific. I would like it to be over top of the play area instead of above it on the page. It can be larger than the play area to fit the text. It should get dismissed once starting the game with the button or space bar. Okay, I think this should be it. Okay, let's take a look. Instructions as an overlay. Okay, that's looking good, I think. And score display as overlay. We'll see about that in a second. Improved layout, mobile optimizations, better user flow. Okay, so let's copy this code one more time. And we'll paste it in here. Okay. And back, take a look. Okay, so maybe just refresh this just to make sure. Okay. So yeah, we have everything inside here. That's good. And everything is fitting a lot nicer. And if I close this, everything fits nicely on the page here. We still have our instructions down here. So I'll hit spacebar and we can start. It dismisses the instructions. Okay. And yeah, that's working. Oh, it's bringing it up again. Interesting. So I don't want to bring it up again after each round. So I will need to revise that one more time. And I did say it would be okay for it to be larger than the play area, but it seems like on a mobile view, it's just fitting it within the play area anyway. And we kept the score here, okay, which is fine. Yeah, okay, that part's fine. But interestingly, on mobile, it's not giving me the instructions again. It only did that on the desktop view. So maybe let's try this again here. Maybe if it's just I'm hitting spacebar or something. No, now it's not giving me the. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. All right. So yeah, my reaction time is not amazing. But you know what? I think I'm pretty happy with this result. I think it looks pretty cool. I think we can leave it there. So what I'm going to do first and foremost is I'm going to commit because I am happy with this. We'll do a little bit more testing, but I think overall that it looks good. So we're going to go back to Visual Studio Code. And we're back in our terminal here again. And I can actually use the up arrow to repeat a command that I had previously. So I'm going to use that to do git add. And then I'm going to go to git commit. And then I'm going to left arrow 1 so that I'm over 1 here. I'm going to erase the message and I'm going to write a new message. And it's going to be that I revised UI, added spacebar controls, and enter. And then I'm going to use up arrow again a couple times to do git push origin main. Okay, and that's all deployed. And you can see that the number 2 was removed here. I guess I also added the favicon as well, but that's okay. And we're going to go back and I'm going to copy this code. And instead of continuing to use Opus, I'm going to go back to the project strategy chat that I had in Sonnet 4. And I'm going to try to see if I'm actually able to paste in the code. It is almost 1,000 lines of code, so we'll see even if it's too long. So I'm going to paste that in there. Okay, and it actually has it as a block here. Oh, interesting. I didn't know it did that. Can you write a README based on this code? Okay, so this video is getting a bit long, so we will check out the README and do our final testing and revisions in the next video. I'll see you there. Bye for now. Hi, and welcome back. We're ready to pick up where we left off and start by checking out the README. Okay, so this is a very thorough README file here. I'm wondering if I copy this, what format this is going to be in. Let's just try. And I'm going to go back to our project, and we're going to go here, and we're going to create a readme.md. That is the markdown file. And yeah, okay, it did have it in the correct format, so that's great. And let's go back and just take a little bit of a closer look. So we don't have images, so I'm actually going to remove the images part. I think that's not necessary. But yeah, it covers core gameplay, visual excellence, user experience, how to play, performance guide, technical implementation, key components, game state management, 3D scene setup, so it even talks about the shape that it's using, nested shapes as well, lighting system, so it does have some lighting that hits the shape. The project structure is not quite this, so we're going to change that. And yeah, we're getting started. You can clone it to open the index.html, start playing immediately. We don't need to worry about local development per se. It says the color palette, typography, browser compatibility. This is a very, very thorough README. And modifying timing parameters, so you could change this part of the code if you wanted. You could change the rotation of the shape. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And I'm not going to worry about this because this live link is going to be within the about of the repository. So let's go back and we're just going to tweak those couple things here. So up at the top. Oh, it's actually these other images. Okay, let's actually we'll see what the images look like. And I wanted to change, there was one part I wanted to change here. This part. So I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this. Put that there. And yeah, it is optional. And I guess I'll rename this file just to be uppercase, which I guess is the format that you would usually see for a README. So we did that. And yeah, we're going to remove this local development. That's not necessary. And yeah, I think everything else is looking pretty good. And then we'll remove this. I'm not really worried about the license stuff. And I'll remove this at the end too. I don't think that's needed. And we'll leave that part. Okay, so we have our README done. Very painless. We literally just needed to paste in our code and ask for a README, and we modified it a little bit. So we're going to do the same thing again, git add, and I'll just type this out, git commit -m, added README, and git push origin main. Okay, let's go back to our repository, and we're going to go ahead and refresh. And you can see now we have our README here, and you can see these are what the images are. Okay, so now I understand the images part. it wasn't able to preview that properly within Claude, but that does make sense. Okay. And you can see it has some fun emoticons. And yeah, it looks like a real professional README. That is super, super cool. Okay, and then it is deploying, but it's deploying, I believe, just the README. So if we go ahead and click on this, yeah, we can see our live version. Okay, so let's check it out. And the first thing you might notice is that we have our favicon in our local version here, but we do not have it in our GitHub version. So let's go to the dev tools and take a look. And yeah, you can see we have a console error here on our favicon. So let's take a look at our head here. And let's see. So this is pointed to /favicon, but if we just do favicon, I think that might actually work instead, but we'll need to actually change that within the code. So let's go back to the code. And we're going to scroll to the top. And I'm going to change that in the code. And let's actually go back and just take one more pass at everything and just kind of see how it works. So we're going to click to dismiss that. Okay, and we'll start. Okay, so we saw that the instructions popped up again, but I actually don't want that. Okay, so let's actually fix that. We only want the instructions to show up once, and that's it per page load. So let's specify that, and let's specify the favicon change that I think that we want to have as well. So we're going to go back actually to the other chat here, and we're going to scroll down to the bottom, and we're going to open up the artifact again, and I want the instructions to only appear once and not appear again unless the page is refreshed. I also want the favicon to be pointed in a way that works. On GitHub pages, I think the slash might need to be removed from /favicon.png. Okay, let's revise that quickly. Okay, so that was a very fast change. And let's go ahead and copy this, and we'll go back to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to paste that in there. And let's just double check at the top. Yeah, it did remove the slash. Okay, and we're going to do our git add, git commit m, updated favicon reference, removed instructions after first view. Okay, and git push origin main. Okay, let's go back to GitHub now, and this is going to take a few seconds to deploy. So you can see we have this yellow dot that it's pending. We'll give it a second. Okay, and we can see that the deployment is complete. Let's go ahead and check it out. So we can actually see that we have our favicon here now. It still says console error. Let's refresh though. And you can see we no longer have this console error, and we can see the favicon is there now. Okay, awesome. Now let's check to make sure that our instructions do disappear when we would expect them to. So we'll click Start Game. Okay, and we'll say Reset. Okay, no instructions. We'll click Start again. Okay, no instructions. At the exact same time. Okay, interesting. Okay, so yeah, the instructions aren't coming back. That's looking really good. And we'll try it one more time on the desktop view. And we'll try one time with spacebar. Okay, and that is all working. Okay, awesome. So that was the process of using Claude Pro and specifically the Opus 4.1 model. As you could see, we were not able to fully test and refine our project in one go. Maybe it's possible it will make a better first version for you and there'll be less things to revise, but I wanted to show truthfully the whole process of generating this project. You could probably generate a project of a similar quality just using the Sonnet 4 model within Claude, so that is an option as well. But there you have it. We have deployed our project to GitHub with a README. It is live for everybody to see. Definitely remember to share your version of the project in the Zero to Mastery Discord. I'm very excited to see what you have created. Okay, so that is it for this project. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Hi, welcome back. So we do actually have one more video in this module, and the reason for this is that I want to instill in you this desire to always improve your projects, and that is exactly what I have done here. It takes some time from me initially creating the project, which I was doing live during the videos, to have some time to reflect and get feedback and see where I can improve things. So that is what I've done, and now I'm going to walk you through those improvements with this project, and the following modules will end in a similar way as well. Okay, so first up, let's talk about our reaction game. So the first thing that you might notice is that I have split our styling and our JavaScript into their own files. This is more of a traditional structure, and it's a lot easier to work with when you're using your code editor to modify your code. You could have the HTML open in one window and the CSS and JavaScript in another, and it just makes it a lot easier to work with. Okay, and moving on to the project itself, there are a few other changes that we've made here. So first of all, I switched the title from Reaction Timer to Reaction Game, and I changed the subtitle as well, just to be Test Your Reflexes, to keep it nice and simple. The next big change that I made was adding a button here to the right of the Reset Stats button, and this allows us to show and hide our info modal, which is very useful if we want to refer back to our reaction time guide. If you recall, before we were dismissing it after it showed up when you very first loaded the page, and there was no way to actually see it again. So this way you can bring it up whenever you would like. Okay, and lastly, we have our mobile changes. So if I right-click Inspect, you can see that I've actually made this info modal bigger now, and it fully covers the playing area. And I can do the same thing here and dismiss it, and then I can go ahead and play the game here. And okay, not the best reaction time. Okay, that was a little closer to my average there. But yeah, there you have it. I didn't change a whole lot about this project. I do think that we got it pretty right the first time, but there are always little ways that you can improve. So following this video, I am going to provide a text lesson with suggestions for how you could further refine and add features to this project. And again, I'm excited to see your version of this project, so don't forget to share it in the Zero to Mastery Discord. All right, that's it for this one. We'll see you in the next project. Bye for now.
Nice work! You now understand what vibe coding really is, how modern AI tools fit into the development process, and how to work with AI instead of fighting it. But this crash course is only the beginning. In the full vibe coding bootcamp, Jacinto takes these ideas further with real portfolio-worthy projects. You'll build things like a D&D style card game, a Spotify clone that works offline, a full-stack newsreader with a backend proxy, a complete recipe app powered by real data. You'll finish by pulling all these things together to build a polished professional developer portfolio that shows exactly what you can do as an AI-augmented developer. If your goal is to build cooler projects, move faster, and actually stand out, the full bootcamp is your next step. You can find it linked in the description down below. If you enjoyed this crash course, please help me show Jacinto some love by dropping it a like and leaving a comment with your questions, thoughts, or feedback. That's it from me, and I look forward to seeing you inside the Zero to Mastery Academy.